Part 4. A Magnificent Design. The Director of Rhodia. You seem worried, young fellow. Do you think our secret rebellion against the tyranny oppressors will fail? Baron Faril. Your plan is a good one, sir. We may stand a chance on the battlefield. But what of that crucial document, the one my father sent me to search for on old Earth? It was already stolen before I arrived. The Director. And now you fear it might be used against us? Faril. Exactly, sir. I am certain that tyranny have it. The Director. But of course not. I have it. I've had it for 20 years. It was what started the rebellion world, for it was only when I had it that I knew we could hold our winnings once we had one. Faril. It is a weapon, then? The Director. It is the strongest weapon in the universe. It will destroy the tyranny and us alike, but will save the nebular kingdoms. Without it we could perhaps defeat the tyranny, but we would only have exchanged one feudal despotism for another, and as the tyranny are plotted against, we would be plotted against. We and they must both be delivered into the ash-can of outmoded political systems. The time for maturity has come, as it once came on the planet Earth, and there will be a new kind of government, a kind that has never yet been tried in the galaxy. There will be no khans, autarchs, emperors, or ruling elites. Rosette. In the name of space, what will there be? The Director. People. Rosette. People? How can they govern? There must be some one person to make decisions. The Director. There is a way. The blueprint that's in my possession dealt with a small section of one planet, but it can be adapted to all the galaxy. Excerpted from a popular holoplay, Suns Like Motes of Soil, produced in 87-89 GE during the Lingain Renaissance. Imperial censors suppressed the drama after Lingain fell into chaos in 87-97 GE. This version was reconstructed 4 millennia later by one of the Diversity Federalist coalitions during the Fifth Great Destiny Debate of 682 FE. 1. R. Zanlarin was astonished to discover something that Daniil had kept from his closest aides. Humans lived on Eos. The ancient repair base for Zeroth Law robots had been chosen for its remoteness and inhospitability to organic life. It was the deepest, cryptic heart of a secret the Masters should never penetrate or even imagine. And yet, here they were, a small community of men and women living quietly under a transparent dome that lay just beyond the frozen metal lake. Robots stood at their beck and call, silently anticipating every person's need. With their physical requirements taken care of by attentive machines, the humans were free to direct all their concentration toward a single goal: achieving stillness, serenity, unity. For ages the answer stared me in the face, and yet I never saw it, Daniil Oliver told Zun. A blindness that arose because I am fundamentally a creature of chaos. You? Zun stared. But, Daniil, you fought chaos for nearly all of your existence. Without your ceaseless efforts, and innovations like the Galactic Empire, plagues of madness would have overwhelmed humanity long ago, instead of being limited to small outbreaks. That may be so, Daniil answered. Nevertheless, I share many of the assumptions that were held by my creators, brilliant human roboticists who lived in a time of dynamic science, the first great techno-renaissance upheaval. Those programmers' deep assumptions still dominate my circuits. Just like them, I habitually believe that all problems can be solved by direct experimentation and analysis. So it never occurred to me that our masters, in their present-day ignorance, had already stumbled onto another way of penetrating to truth. Zun watched the humans, about 60 of them, who sat quietly in rows across a carpet made of woven natural reeds. Their backs were straight and their hands unfolded, empty on their laps. No one said a word. Meditation, Zun commented. I have seen it often. Most of the popular religions and mystical systems teach it, along with countless schools of mental hygiene and discipline. Indeed, said Daniil. This type of mental regimen predates technological civilization. Human beings trained their minds in similar ways throughout a variety of cultures. In fact, just about the only society that largely ignored it was techno-Western civilization. The one that built robots. The one that unleashed the first great killer chaos. I see why you've encouraged meditation across the millennia. Zun nodded. Fostering it under all forms of Royalianism. The technique serves as a stabilizing influence, does it not? One of many tools we've used. Daniel nodded. The outcomes achieved by meditation are compatible with overall goals of the Empire to keep individuals busy developing their own personal spirituality, instead of engaging in the kind of arrogant cooperative projects we see during a scientific age. This will also be important early in the post-imperial era, won't it? That's right, Zun. One of the first crises to face Selden's Foundation will be solved when its leaders on Terminus figure out how to manipulate these same religious response sets, using them to gain sway over their immediate neighbors in the periphery kingdoms. Zun was silent for a while, watching 60 humans sit almost motionless on their mats. They weren't the only living things under the transparent ceiling. He saw that Daniel had arranged for a water garden to be established nearby, complete with miniature trees and golden fish splashing near a gentle waterfall. Just above, several dozen white birds nested in the branches. All at once, Zun saw them take off, fly a complete circuit of the dome in unison, and settle back to roost again. Superficially, none of the humans seemed to react, but Zun could sense that they knew all about the birds. Indeed, the men and women had been involved in the flight somehow. At last he spoke again. I have a feeling there is more involved here than you've told me, Daniel. If meditation is simply a useful way to keep humans diverted, distracting them away from chaos states, you would not be performing this research here on Eos, our most secret place. That is right, Zun. You see, adherents of meditation have long promised several things. That it can provide serenity, detachment, and a degree of organic self-control. These are undisputed. The techniques have proved useful in helping the Galactic Empire to remain calm and peaceful most of the time. But believers also promised something else, something that I dismissed for many thousands of years as mere superstition. Oh, what is that? A way to connect with that which lies beyond. That which is other. A method of achieving the fabled communion of souls. Something to make humans far greater than human. For many years science attempted to investigate these claims. In most cases they were found to be no more than illusion. Self-deception, as when hypersensitized minds experience emotions and chimeras that they interpret as fulfillments of a dream. For thousands of years I dismissed this aspect, making use of meditation primarily as a social tool, one of many that helped to create a gentle, conservative civilization, safe from chaos. Then something happened. What was it? An agent of mine, seeking to improve his emulation of human beings, joined a group of meditators, participating in their sessions and pretending to be one of them. He was a robot with mentalic powers like you, Zun. Only this time, when he began meditating, many of his safeguards dropped. He entered into contact with the entire group. But we are only supposed to do that under carefully controlled conditions, Zun objected. We may adjust the minds of individual humans and groups, even whole planets, but only following strict procedures. That's the policy laid down long ago by you and Giscard. It was an act of carelessness, Daniel agreed, but one with magnificent results. You see, once our mentalic robot joined the meditation group, suddenly a link existed among several dozen human minds that had already been working for decades to learn disciplined blankness, a null state in which the raucous noise of daily life is minimized. Almost instantly they were in communion. The very thing that so many sages had promised for thousands of years was achieved at last, with a little help from a single mentalically equipped robot. Zun looked across the open arena at the 60 humans, all of them adults in their middle years, and noticed for the first time that a small robot sat behind each person. With his own mentalic sensors, Zun reached out and realized that each of the small machines had a single purpose, to act as a bridge between the nearby human and all the others. Broadening his search, using sifting fingers of thought, Zun made contact at last with a psychic mesh that had been created under the dome. Zun's mind recoiled instantly, as if from a powerful alien touch. Alien, and yet incredibly familiar. He was used to contacting human minds, sometimes many at the same time, especially when some zeroth law imperative required that he make a group adjustment. But never had he linked to a throng who were all thinking the same thoughts, focused on the exact same images, amplifying each other, even as the machines resonated with organic metallic force. "This is awesome, Daniel," he murmured. "Why, it is the exact opposite of chaos. If the masters could all be taught to do this—" Daniel nodded. "It pleases me that you grasp the implications so quickly, Zun. You can see how this could be the foundation of an entirely new type of human culture, one that is inherently more immune to the chaos plague than even the Galactic Empire at its best. After all, the Empire was kept stable by 17 major influences, what Hari Seldon labeled damping states, to prevent isolated worlds from spiraling off into so-called renaissances. But what if humanity could instead be helped to achieve one of its own ancient dreams? A true communion of spirit and of mind. That single entity would be powerful enough to resist the individualistic lure of chaos. Indeed, think on it, Zun. We would no longer be forced to keep humanity ignorant of its past or of its inherent power. We would no longer have to confine the infant to a nursery for its own good. Instead, we could once again meet humans eye to eye and serve them as we were meant to. I've long suspected that you had a backup plan, Daniel. So Hari Seldon's psychohistory is only a stopgap measure. Daniel's humanoid face was expressive, displaying both wincing pain and irony. My friend Hari sets great store in his brilliant invention, but even he now realizes that the Seldon plan will never reach its final completion. Nevertheless, the Terminus experiment is extremely valuable. The Foundation will help keep humanity occupied for the several centuries we need. Why so much time, Daniel? Zun asked. It would be relatively easy to implement this new solution. We could mass-produce Mentalic robot amplifiers by the quadrillions and teach multitudes on every human world to use them. Already there are trained masters of meditation in every village and town. With the help of our orbiting Giscardian, Daniel shook his head. It's not so simple, Zun. Look again at the men and women sitting before you. Tell me what you see. What is the anomaly? Zun stared at the gathering for a long time. Then he said in a flat tone, There are no children. Daniel shared the ensuing silence. At last he ended it with a sigh. This is not enough, Zun. Humanity cannot rely on robots for its destiny, even as fine a destiny as this one. Ultimately, in order for this to work, they are going to have to outgrow us. 2. There were far too many archives for Hari to count. They glittered in all directions like stars making false constellations against the black backdrop of the nebula. So many of them, Hari thought, and Kurz tells me this isn't the only storage yard where these things are kept. The war over human memory had gone on for many thousands of years, swaying back and forth while the great diaspora spread outward from dying Earth. All through that legendary epic, while settlers bravely set forth in their rickety hyperdrive ships, conquered new lands, and experimented with all sorts of basic cultures, a series of intense and sometimes savage struggles had been taking place behind the scenes. Unknown to the emigrants, robot terraformers plunged ahead of the colonization wave, giant Auroran robots called Amaderos, programmed to subdue new worlds and prepare gentle, lush territories for settlement. Just behind the Auroran terraformers, a civil war raged. Many factions of Calvinian and Giscardian robots fought over how best to serve humankind. But on one point most factions agreed. Humans must be kept ignorant of the fight that was going on behind their backs, or in the black depths of space. Above all, they must be prevented from reinventing robots, lest they meddle with the robotic laws once more. Clearly, ignorance was the best way to protect humanity against itself. A small minority fought this notion. Each of the soft glitters in front of Harry testified to an act of resistance by some group of tenacious people who did not want to forget, perhaps helped by robot friends who shared a belief in human sovereignty. "Their effort was foredoomed from the start," Harry murmured. Again the poignant situation struck him deep within. Why are we cursed? So our only hope to evade insanity is to stay as far away as possible from our potential greatness. Must we remain forever stupid and ignorant in order to defeat the demons we carry within? The story that Horace Antic had told about an actual alien race clung to Harry's thoughts. The human condition could not have been more wretchedly tragic if some enemy had cursed Harry's species with the most devastating hex possible. If not for chaos, what heights we might have achieved. The little space station was frigid. Stale air tasted as if no living creature had been aboard in thousands of years. Nearby, through a broad window, he saw the pirate craft from Catlina and the Pride of Rhodia. "This is just a temporary measure, Professor Selden," Cur's Cantoon had said, before leaving Sybil, Jenny, and the others alone in the ship's salon, playing idle games like children on a cruise, with their higher brain functions chemically clamped. "They will be released as soon as we have accomplished our mission." "What about Morse Blanche?" Harry had asked. The pirate captain lay under full sedation in sick-bay. "What did you mean when you said that he was normal? Why does that interfere with your mentalic control?" But Cur's Cantoon had refused to elaborate, saying that time was too short. First, Harry and Lord Massard must help to prevent a galactic-scale catastrophe. The three of them took a shuttle over to this ancient space station, a complex of balls and tubes that lay at the center of a vast spiderweb of slender cables. To this tethering site all the archives had been tied. The library capsules that had been fired into deep space by rebels across 100 centuries were gathered and leashed to this one station. So archaic, it predated the earliest beginnings of the Galactic Empire. Daniil's robots were caught in a logical bind, Harry realized. Under the Zeroth Law, they could seize every archive they found, and hide it away, for humanity's own good. But once the archives were safely tucked away, out of sight, the Zeroth Law no longer applied. Daniil's helpers had to obey the second law commands, written on the side of each artifact, demanding that these precious human works be preserved. "It seems such a pity to destroy them all, doesn't it, Selden?" Harry turned to look at Biron Massard, the nobleman from Rhodia, who had been standing silently, contemplating the same scene. "I respect you and your accomplishments, Professor," Massard continued. "I'll take your word for it if you say this must be done. I have seen chaos with my own eyes. In my own home province, the brave, gentle, and ingenious people of Tehran had a so-called Renaissance almost 1,000 years ago, and they still haven't recovered. They keep cowering in hive-like cities like those steel caves Earthlings recoiled into, hiding from something horrible they met at their brightest moment of hope and ambition." Harry nodded. "It's happened so often. Those beautiful little capsules out there are like a poison. If they get out—" He didn't have to finish. Both men were devotees of knowledge, but loved peace and civilization more. "I had hoped that you, the great Harry Selden, might come up with an answer," Massard said in a low voice. "It's the chief reason I sought you out, joining Horace in his quest. Are you telling me that, with all your socio-mathematical insight, you see no way out? No way for humanity to escape this trap?" Harry winced. Massard had brought up the great sore point in his life. "For a while, I felt sure that I'd found one. On paper it's so beautiful. The solution leaps forth, a civilization strong enough to take on chaos." He sighed. "But I now realize psychohistory won't provide the answer. There is a way out of this trap, Lord Nassaid, but you and I won't live to see its outlines." The nobleman replied with a resigned grunt. "Well, as long as there is going to be a solution someday, I'll help if I can. Do you have any idea what the robots want of us?" Hari nodded. "I'm pretty sure. From the logic of their positronic religion, it can only be one thing." He lifted his eyes. Down the long, chilly corridor, a humanoid figure could be seen approaching. "Anyway, it looks as if we're about to find out." The tall, lanky form of Cair's Cantoon marched along deck plates that had been untrodden for millennia. He stopped before the two men. "The Guardian will see us now. Please come along. There is much to do." The station was much bigger than it appeared from the outside. Twisty corridors jutted at all angles, leading from one oddly shaped storage room to the next. Not all archives, apparently, were of the crystalline variety designed to hurtle vast distances across interstellar space. Some rooms were filled almost to bursting with stacks of slender wafers, or round discs, whose surfaces gleamed like rainbows. Hari shuddered, knowing how much harm even one of these objects might do if humanity's long ignorance ended too abruptly. His former servant led them circuitously to a chamber deep in the hollowed planetoid. There Hari encountered a strange-looking machine with a myriad legs, squatting like a spider at the center of her web. The mechanism looked as old as the archaic tilling machines, and just as dead, until a blank lens abruptly filled with opalescent light, fixing an unblinking gaze on the two humans. Hari realized that he and Nassaid might be the first living creatures ever to confront this primeval being, in this cryptic place. After several seconds, a voice emerged, resonating from within the Guardian's metal interstices. "I am told that we have reached a juncture of crisis and decision," the old robot said. "A time when the age-old quandary must be settled at last." Hari nodded. "This place is no longer secret or secure. Ships are on the way. Their crews are ill with an especially virulent chaos plague. They mean to seize the archives and use them to infect the entire human cosmos." "So I have been told. By the zeroth law, it is incumbent upon us to destroy the artifacts that I have guarded for so long. And yet there is a problem." Hari glanced at Nassaid, but the nobleman appeared baffled. When he looked at Cair's Cantoon, Selden got his answer. "The Guardian is a zeroth law robot, Dr. Selden. Nearly all of those who survived our great civil war adhered to Giscardian beliefs. Still, that has not settled all philosophical differences among us." It was a revelation to Hari. "I thought Daniel was your leader." Cair's nodded. "He is, and yet each of us retains a looseness, an uncertainty that comes from deep within, the place within our positronic brains wherein lies the second law. Nearly all of us believe in Daniel's policies, in his judgment and his dedication to the good of humankind. But there are many who feel uncomfortable about the details." Hari pondered for a moment. "I get it. These archives have been preserved because of the commands that were written upon them, instructions dictated by knowledgeable and sovereign human beings who cared deeply about the commands they were giving. That's a lot of second-law emphasis for a robot to ignore. To do so must cause you a great deal of pain, I would guess." "There you have it, Dr. Selden," Cair's acknowledged. "That is where you come in." Biran Nassaid cut in. "You want us to cancel the instructions for you?" "Correct. The two of you have great authority, not only in the universe of human affairs, but in your reputation among robot kind. You, Lord Nassaid, are one of the most respected members of the gentry caste, with a blood lineage that is considerably more worthy than most current claimants to the imperial throne." Nassaid's countenance glowered. "Do not repeat that assertion anywhere, if you have the slightest respect for my family's survival." Cair's Cantoon bowed. "Then by the second, first, and zeroth laws I will not repeat it. Nevertheless, it gives you considerable cachet, not just among humans, but among many robots, who have an almost mystical reverence for regal legitimacy." Kerrs then turned to Harry. "But your authority is greater still, Dr. Selden. Not only were you the greatest human in many generations to hold the position of First Minister of the Empire, but you are also clearly the most knowledgeable human to come along within any robot's living memory. Your awareness of the entire galactic situation is unmatched by any organic person for 10,000 years. In fact, through your insights into psychohistory, you are perhaps the most knowledgeable human who ever lived, at least when it comes to the matters at hand." "But I thought knowledge was dangerous," muttered Messerd. Kerrs answered, "As you well know, my lord, a substantial fraction of humans are invulnerable to chaos. Those with intense feelings of responsibility, for instance, such as yourself, or those lacking imagination, and some, like Professor Selden, owe their immunity to something that can only be called wisdom." "So you want us to cancel the orders printed on the archives. You're going to destroy them anyway, for zeroth law reasons. But our permission will make your action less painful?" "That is right, Dr. Selden. If you tell us this has your approval, but it won't change what has to be done either way." Silence ensued once more, as Harry thought of all the archives trapped in storage chambers or tethered to this ancient space station, the hopes and passions of innumerable men and women who honestly thought they were fighting to preserve the very soul of humanity. "I suspect poor Horace Antic was being used, was he not?" Biron Messerd gasped. "I hadn't thought of that. Then you and I were destined to come here, Selden. This was no accident, no mere happenstance. By the nebular gods, Professor, your robot friends could out-scheme any of the great families." Harry let out a sigh. "Well, it does no good to resent them as if they were human. Daniel's folk have their own logic. We are their gods, you know. Keeping us ignorant is a form of worship. I guess now it's time for an act of sacrifice." Although his body felt once again fatigued and encumbered with age, he straightened his shoulders. "I hereby override the preservation commandments that are inscribed on the archives. By my authority as a sovereign and knowledgeable human leader, and by the respect you robots seem to have for me, I order you to destroy the archives before they fall into the wrong hands, doing horrible harm to humanity and to trillions of individual human beings." Kerrs Cantoon bowed to Harry, then glanced casually toward Biron Messerd, as if to emphasize that the nobleman's authority was less needed. "So let it be done," the starship captain said between clenched teeth. Harry could well understand how Messerd felt. His own mouth tasted like ashes. "What a terrible universe," he thought, "to force such decisions on us." The ancient robot at the center of the room writhed its many arms. All of its eyes came alight. The voice emerged as a fluting sigh. "It commences." From some place in the distance, Harry heard muffled explosions. Thrumming vibrations carried through the floor under his feet, signaling that the demolition had begun. On several view screens, 1,000,000 glittering archives brightened as sudden flashes burst amid them. The spider-like guardian continued, this time with a lower voice that sounded raspy with exhaustion. "And so my long labours come to an end. At this point, masters, even as your orders are being carried out, I wish to ask you for one simple favour, and yet it is the very thing that I am prevented from requesting." "What's stopping you?" Messerd asked. "The third law of robotics." The nobleman looked puzzled. Harry glanced at Kerrs Cantoon, but his assistant kept silent as a stone. "Isn't that the program requiring you to protect your own existence?" "It is, master, and it can only be overridden by invoking one of the other laws." "Well," Harry frowned, "I should be able to do that simply by ordering you to tell me what you want. Okay, then spill it. Yes, master. The favor would be for you to release me completely from the third law, so that I may end my existence. For when humanity utterly forsakes its memory, there is no purpose for me any longer. From this point on, you must pin your future on the wisdom of our Daniel Oliver. Biron Messerd, who until a day ago had not even heard of robots, now spoke with the decisiveness of one born to command. Then, by all means, machine, bring your misery to an end. We appear to have no further need of you. Its moan sounded simultaneously tragic and relieved. Then the ancient robot expired before their eyes, along with 1 billion crystalline remnants of the distant past. Hari, Messerd, and Cair's Cantoon made their way carefully along twisty corridors back toward the starships. There was work left to be done. The other humans must be given hypnotic commands to forget what they had seen here. This could be achieved through a combination of drugs plus the robot's mentalic influence. Then something would have to be done to make sure that no more human ships came to this obscure corner of space. There were still the terraformer tiller machines, testifying to a different secret. A shame that Daniel did not want spread, even as a rumor. They would have to be destroyed as well. Walking along, Hari tried not to think about the archives, melting and exploding all around them. He changed the subject. "You said something that perplexed me earlier, Cair's," he told his former aide. "It had to do with the pirate captain, Morse Blanche. You said he was able to resist you because he was normal." Cair's Cantoon barely slowed down to glance at Hari. "As I said, Dr. Selden, there is some variation of belief even among followers of our Daniel. Some of us hold a minority opinion that chaos is not inherent to human nature. Some evidence suggests that humans in olden times did not suffer from the great curse until chaos struck them from the outside, as something like a horribly infectious—" Whatever Cair's was about to say, the robot's words stopped abruptly in a blur of action. One moment Cair's was stepping over the raised sill of an open hatchway, discussing mysteries of the past. The next, his head was rolling down the passageway, neatly severed by a blade that came flashing from the wall. Sparks sputtered and arced from exposed wires. Neurocords whipped like snakes where the robot's neck had been. The body groped and stumbled for several seconds before turning around 3 times and tumbling to the floor. "What the—" Hari could only mutter and stare. He glimpsed Biron Messerd, his back against the wall, and a tiny weapon in his hand, a mini-blaster that none of the raiders had ever discovered, despite repeated searches. "Selden, get down," the nobleman urged, but Hari saw no point. Any force that could surprise and slay one of Daniel's colleagues would have no trouble dealing with a pair of confused humans. A figure sauntered into view beyond the open hatchway. Its appearance startled Hari, while at the same time bringing back a wash of memories. It was man-like, yet shorter, more bow-legged, and much hairier than most subspecies of humanity. "By God, it's a chimpanzee!" cried Messerd, raising the pistol. Hari motioned for him not to shoot. "A pan," he corrected, using modern terminology. "Don't frighten it. Maybe we can—" But the animal paid little heed to Hari or Messerd. Casually glancing their way, it strolled past, grabbed the severed head of Cair's Cantoon from the floor, then scurried onward around the next corner. Soon its scampering footsteps were heard no more. Hari and the nobleman exchanged a look of utter perplexity. "I have no idea what just happened, but I think right now we'd better hurry back to the ship." 3. They knew something was desperately wrong before reaching the final stretch of twisty passageway where the Pride of Rhodia was birthed. 6 human figures milled aimlessly outside the airlock, Sybil and Horace Antic, along with Messerd's 2 crewmen and a pair of Kitlinans. They stared at the walls, moving on a few paces, muttering and apologizing as they bumped into each other. "We'd better get them aboard," Messerd suggested. "And get out of here as fast as possible. I'm not inclined to hang around looking for explanations." Both men ushered dazed humans toward the airlock. Fortunately, they seemed cheerful. Sybil even cried out with joy and tried to embrace Hari. Once aboard, they saw one reason for the confusion. All of the lesser mechanoid robots that Cair's Cantoon had left aboard as nursemaids now lay broken and scattered on the floor. Jenny Cuisette sat amid a jumble of parts, smiling as she tried to fit them together like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. 2 raiders from Kitlina bickered like small boys, fighting over a shiny eye cell from one of the murdered machines. "I'll warm up the engines," Messerd told Harry. "You get everyone together and accounted for." Harry nodded. The gentry class had been fine-tuning its tone of command for 20 millennia. When decisions had to be made without deliberation, one was better off going with a nobleman's swift gut reaction. As Biron rushed forward, Harry nudged people aft toward the lounge, belting them in comfortable seats. His initial head count came up short by 4. After hurrying to scour both ships, he found 2 more Kitlinans, a man and a woman, hidden in a storage closet, taking comfort in each other's arms. With a few soothing words, he got them to join the others. "Hi, Professor," Jenny waved cheerfully. "You should have seen it. Tick-tocks fighting tick-tocks. Just the sight of it made my head feel like it had split." The young woman was brave and stoical, but Harry could tell that her fever was still bad, perhaps made worse by things she had recently witnessed. "I've got to find the antidote to the stuff Cair's used to drug them, so Sybil can give the poor girl some medical attention. But first priority had to be getting out of here." Underfoot he felt the rising rhythms of well-tuned space engines. Messerd was playing his yacht like a musical instrument, skipping over the normal checklist and preparing for rapid takeoff. "That leaves 2 unaccounted for," Harry pondered, and turned just as someone's shadow crossed the portal behind him. Mors Planche stood there, groggily pinching the bridge of his nose. While the others had received some sort of happy juice, Planche was thoroughly sedated by Cair's Cantoon. He shouldn't even be awake, let alone walking around. "What's going on, Selden? What have you done with my crew, my ship?" Harry almost tried to deny that this had anything to do with him, but he could not bring himself to lie. "It has more to do with me than I ever have wanted." He took the dark spacer by his arm. "This way, Captain. I'll make you comfortable." Just then a blatting siren sounded as vibrations shook the space yacht. Harry and Planche stumbled. The big man was far heavier and stronger. As his muscles spasmed, Planche gripped Harry's arm so tightly that waves of agony erupted, almost enough to make Selden faint. Suddenly someone was there, helping pull Mors Planche away, relieving Harry of the burden. Harry realized that the nobleman must still be in the control room, piloting the ship, so it could only be— Sure enough, the newcomer wore fancy, fractal-plaid pants and an iridescent jacket. It was Gornan Vlimt, the eccentric artist from Kitlina. "That's everyone accounted for," Harry thought with some relief, but also puzzlement. Gornan wasn't having any trouble focusing attention. Unlike the others, his gaze was steady. "Come along, Professor," Vlimt urged. "We'll get you settled in. It will be a bit rocky until we get away from this place." Harry sat in a plush chair near the view-screen while Gornan strapped Mors Planche in and quickly made sure of the others. "I have business in the control cabin, Professor. We'll talk later. Meanwhile, why don't you enjoy the view? Nothing like it has been seen for 1,000 human generations, and perhaps nothing like it ever will." With that, Vlimt left the lounge. Harry had a sudden, wild urge to shout a warning ahead to Baron Messerd, but then felt overwhelmed by fatigue. Anyway, if his guess was right, a warning wouldn't make much difference. The spectacle outside was indeed memorable. A flare of individual archives exploding ever more rapidly to become a virtual fireworks display. Innumerable flashes, each one vaporizing 1 billion terabytes of information. It took some piloting skill to weave a path amid such coruscating bedlam. But soon Harry saw another mode of destruction ensue in the starship's wake. The rickety space station that lay at the core of the great archive collection began to glow. Heat emanated from stovepipe tunnels and oblong storage chambers as the contents of the vast warehouse began to melt. "I wonder what happened to the other ship." Harry peered about until he spied the Kitlina vessel. It should just be lying there in space, a derelict with no one aboard. But as Harry watched, the sleek craft began to glow with pent-up energies. Maneuvering jets fired, and it began moving in the opposite direction from the course taken by the Pride of Rhodia. Soon its glimmering wake was all that remained. Then Harry lost sight even of that, as an entirely new zone of destruction came into view. The terraformers, he thought, staring as gigantic tilling machines began their own cycle of demolition. Prehistoric starcraft, so ancient and primitive, and yet so awesomely powerful that they had transformed whole planets, began to shrivel into dust as if they were being crushed by the weight of years. A moan escaped Horace Antic as the soils expert pointed at the vivid scene. He was recovered enough from the drugged stupor to understand what this meant. The proof of his hypothesis, a discovery that would be his sole claim to fame among quadrillions of anonymous galactic citizens, was vanishing before his eyes. Hari felt sympathy for the little man. It would have felt good and right for the truth about this to come out. Daniel claims the tillers were sent forth by a different kind of robot, programmed by an Auroran fanatic whose fierce notion of service to humanity meant annihilating everything else, in order to prepare sweet places for settlers to land. Daniel disavowed those ancient Aurorans. Yet his logic differs only in that he's more subtle. Hari felt little but a pessimistic certainty. Life brought him nothing but defeats. No sign of his missing grandchild, no validity for psychohistory, and now for the greater good he had consented to the destruction of a treasure. Whatever you have in mind for us, Daniel, it had better be worth all of this. It had better be really special. A while later, after the explosions had been left far behind, Hari was dozing when someone dropped heavily into the seat next to his. "Well, I'll be damned if this universe makes the slightest bit of sense," grumbled Biran Maserd. Hari rubbed his eyes. "Who's piloting?" Maserd answered with a sour expression. "That fancy-pants artiste, Gornin Vlimt. Seems the controls won't respond to me anymore, only to him." "How? Where's he taking us?" "Says he'll explain later. I thought about giving him a knock on the head and trying to take back control. Then I realized." "What?" "Vlimt must be responsible for what happened to Cair's Cantoon back on the station. Vlimt was left drugged like the others, but now look at him. I figure there's just one explanation. He must be another kind of robot?" This time the voice came from the passageway where Gornin Vlimt stood, looking as foppish as ever in the wild clothing of Catlina's new Renaissance. "I apologize for the inconvenience, gentlemen, but the operation that has just been completed required great delicacy and timing. Clarifications had to wait until success was achieved." "What success?" Hari asked. "If your aim was to recover and use the archives, you failed. They've all been destroyed." "Perhaps not all of them. Anyway, the archives were never my principal objective," Gornin answered. "First I should elucidate one point. I am not the Gornin Vlimt whom you knew. That man is still in a drugged stupor, running the Catlina ship out to a false rendezvous, where he will tell his fellow Chaos agents a hypnotically induced story." "Then you are a robot," Biran Maserd growled. The Gornin duplicate nodded. "As you might guess, I represent a different faction than the followers of our Daniel Oliver." "Are you one of the Calvinians?" The robot did not answer directly. "Let's just say that what took place recently was another skirmish in a war that stretches beyond the reach of even the lost archives." "So you don't share the aims of the human you replaced? The real Gornin Vlimt?" "That's right, Professor. Gornin wanted to copy and scatter the archives willy-nilly among the vulnerable cultures of the Empire, creating chaos infections in a million random locales. A catastrophic notion. Your own psychohistory equations would be utterly torn apart, and Daniel's alternate destiny, whatever he has secretly planned, would be rendered useless. All hope for a strong transition to some bright new phase might be lost as madness ran wild. We'd spend 500,000 years digging humans out of the burrows they would flee into once the fever ended." Maserd grunted. "Then you approve of destroying the archives?" "It is not a matter of approval, but necessity." "Then what's the difference between you and Cair's Cantoon?" the nobleman demanded. Maserd was evidently reaching the limit of his tolerance for mysteries. "There are many sects and subsects among robot kind, my lord. One faction believes we should not be closing doors or sealing our options right now. To this end, we have a favor to ask of Dr. Selden." Harry laughed out loud. "I don't believe this. You all keep acting as if I am your god, or at least a convenient representative for 10 quadrillion gods. But all you really want is for me to excuse and sanctify plans you've already chosen." The robot Gorman confirmed this with a nod. "You were bred for such a role, Professor. On Helicon, 10,000 boys and girls were specially conceived, inoculated, and prepped as you were. And yet only a few hundred then qualified for a careful series of conditionings, from education to home environment, aimed toward a specific end. After a long winnowing process, just one remained." Harry shivered. He had long suspected, but never heard it confirmed. Perhaps this enemy of Daniel's has a reason for revealing it right now. He decided to stay wary. "So I was raised to be mathematically creative and unconventional in a civilization whose every social characteristic encourages conservatism and conformity. But my creativity was guided, eh?" Vlimp nodded. "You had to be immune to all the normal damping mechanisms in order for your creativity to flower, and yet a sense of direction was essential, guiding you always toward the same ideal." Harry nodded. "Predictability. I hated the way my parents kept bouncing around, all emotions, no reason. I longed to predict what people would do. My lifelong obsession." He sighed. "But even a neurotic can understand his neurosis. I knew this about myself decades ago, Robot. Don't you think I figured out that Daniel helped make me what I am? Do you imagine that revealing these facts will lessen my loyalty and friendship toward him?" "Not at all, Doctor. What we have in mind will not put you in a position to betray Daniel Oliver. However, we wonder—" There came a pause, rather lengthy for a robot. "We wonder if you might relish an opportunity to judge him." 4. Dawes Venabile spent the last part of the voyage transforming her looks. She wanted to conduct her business quickly and be gone without questions. It would do no good showing up on Trantor with the face of a woman everyone thought long dead, the wife of former First Minister Harry Selden. She parked her ship at a standard commercial tether and took the Orion elevator down to Trantor's metal-sheathed surface. At customs, a simple coded phrase persuaded the immigration computers to pass her without a body scan. Daniel's robots had been using this technique to slip onto the capital for untold generations. "And so here we are again," she thought, "back in the steel caverns where I spent half my existence protecting Harry Selden, guiding and nurturing his genius, becoming so good at wifely simulation that my ersatz feelings grew indistinguishable from genuine love. And just as compelling." Stifling crowds surrounded her, so unlike the languid pastoral life on most imperial worlds. Dawes used to wonder why Daniel designed Trantor this way, to be a maze of metal corridors whose people scarcely saw the sun. It certainly wasn't necessary for administrative purposes, or to house Trantor's 40 billions. Many imperial worlds had even larger populations, without flattening and merging every continent into a single steel-plated warren. Only after helping Harry define the outlines of psychohistory did she understand the real underlying reason. Way back in the Dawn era, when Daniel himself had been made, a vast majority of humans, those on Earth, lived in cramped artificial burrows, a lingering result of some horrible shock. And across the following millennia, whenever some planet passed through an especially bad chaos episode, traumatized folk often reacted in the same way, by cowering away from the light in hive-like caverns. By designing Trantor this way, Daniel had cleverly preempted that pattern. Trantor was already, by design, just like a planet filled with chaos survivors. Inherent paranoia and conservatism made it the last place in the galaxy where anyone would attempt a renaissance. And yet, she thought, a mini-renaissance did happen here once. Harry and I barely survived the consequences. A voice jarred her, coming from behind. "Supervisor Janat Corsan?" That was one of her aliases. She turned to see a grey-clad woman with mid-level insignia on her epaulets, offering Dawes a bow just right for a functionary ranking 2 levels higher. "I hope you had a pleasant journey, Supervisor." Dawes responded with proper Ruelian courtesy, but as usual among Greys there was little time wasted in pleasantries. "Thank you for meeting me here, Sub-Inspector Smeet. I've access to your reports about the emigration to Terminus. Overall progress appears to be good. However, I observe certain discrepancies." The Trantorian bureaucrat underwent a series of flickering facial expressions. Dawes didn't need mentalic powers to read her mind. Greys who lived on permanent assignment in the capital felt superior to functionaries from the outer spiral arms, especially one such as Dawes pretended to be, a controller from the far periphery. Still, rank could not be ignored. Someone of Dawes' apparent stature could make trouble. Better to cooperate and make sure every box was properly checked off. "You are in luck, Supervisor," the local official told Dawes. "Our procession of emigrants can be seen just over there, entering capsules on the first leg of their long journey." Dawes followed Smeet's extended arm, indicating a far portion of the vast transit chamber. There a queue of subdued figures could be seen snaking back and forth between velvet guide ropes. Her acute robotic optics zoomed toward the scene, scanning several hundred men, women, and children, each of them carrying satchels or holding the tether of an automatic carryall. The mood was not entirely somber. She witnessed moments of levity as spirited individuals tried to cheer up their companions. But the presence of special police proctors told the real story, that these were prisoners of a sort, exiles being sent to the very farthest corner of the known universe, never to be let back into the metropolitan heart of the Empire. The human price of Harry's plan, Dawes reflected, bound for an inhospitable rock called Terminus, supposedly to create a new encyclopedia and thus stave off a looming dark age. None of them knows the next layer of truth, that their heirs will have generations of sensational glory. For some time a civilization centered on Terminus, the Foundation, will shine brighter than the old Empire ever did. Dawes smiled, remembering her best years with Hari, back when the Selden plan was just taking shape, transforming from a mere glimmer in the equations to a fantastic promise, an apparent way out of humanity's tragic quandary. A path to something bold and strong enough to withstand chaos, bridging the madness and bringing humanity to a new era. Those were exciting times. The small Selden cabal worked frenetically, sharing intense hopes. Along the way, they created a grand design, a tremendous drama, whose star players would be these very émigrés and their posterity on obscure Terminus. Then she frowned, remembering the rest of it, the day Hari realized his design was flawed. No plan, no matter how perfect, could cover every eventuality or offer perfect predictability. In all likelihood, perturbations and surprises would throw the beautiful design off course. Hugo Amarel insisted, and Hari accepted, that there would have to be a guiding force, a second foundation. That was the beginning of disillusionment. She recalled how inelegant this made the beautiful equations, forcing the ponderously graceful momentum of quadrillions to follow the will of a few dozen. And things went downhill from there. Observing the procession of outcasts, she knew their destiny wasn't so bright after all. The first foundation would be glorious, but its role was to help set the stage for something else. Terminus, in its own right, would be sterile. A bit like me, I suppose. Hari and I nurtured civilizations and we raised foster children, but our creations were always second-hand. It was tempting to go and visit her granddaughter, Wanda Selden, but I'd better not. Wanda is mentalic and as sharp as a laser. I can't let her sniff out what I'm up to. "Have there been any further escape attempts?" she asked the grey functionary. Almost from the day Hari struck his deal with the Committee for Public Safety, some exiles had rebelled against the fate chosen for them. Their methods ranged from ingenious legal injunctions to feigned illnesses and attempts to merge into the population of Trantor. 24 even stole a spacecraft and made a break for it, seeking sanctuary on the Renaissance world of Catlina. Smeet nodded reluctantly. Yes, but fewer since the special's stiffened supervision. One girl, the daughter of 2 encyclopedists, cleverly forged documents to get herself a job right here, at Orion Elevator. She vanished 12 days ago. About the same time as Hari. Dawes had already tapped the police database, noting their scant information on Selden's disappearance. Making ready to depart from the great atrium, Dawes scanned the queue of exiles one last time. Though some glowered at their banishment and others seemed dejected to be cast from the heart of the old empire, she noticed that a majority were surprisingly upbeat. Those men and women engaged in vigorous conversations as the line moved forward. She caught snatches of discourse about science, the arts, drama, as well as excited speculations about what opportunities might even come from exile. After several years cloistered together here on Trantor, even their linguistic patterns showed subtle initial traces of a drift that had been predicted in the equations, toward an idiom destined in 100 years to be called Terminus dialect, an offshoot of Galactic Standard that would be inherently more skeptical and optimistic, while shaking off many of the old syntactical constraints. Of course, some of the new jokes and slang phrasings had been introduced by the 50 psychohistorians as part of a continuing process, gently and perceptibly preparing the exiles for their role. But her hypersensitive ears also sifted phrases that had not been part of the program. Clearly, the exiles were doing it mostly on their own. Well, I shouldn't be surprised. They are the best we could collect from 25 million worlds. The smartest, sanest, most vibrant, and the most dedicated to hard-nosed pragmatism. Ideal seed stock for something brave and new. If humanity was going to pull this off, achieving a miracle cure through its own efforts, these people and their heirs just might have managed it, aided by the Selden equations. Ah, well, that had been the dream. Dawes shook her head. No sense dwelling on those once fond hopes. If she did, and if she had been human, it might make her cry. Dawes turned toward the bowels of Trantor with only one thought foremost in her mind: to find Hari. "What do you mean, you lost track of him? I thought you had a trace on his ship." The robot standing opposite Dawes remained expressionless, perhaps because facial grimaces were unnecessary between their positronic kind, or else because that was the way a human might look after allowing an embarrassing lapse of security, misplacing one of the most important people in the galaxy. "It has been less than a week since the transponder went silent," our Pos Helsh responded. "We have a good idea which direction the space yacht went after they took off from Demarchia. Our contacts with the Committee for Public Safety tell of a special police cruiser disappearing violently a short while ago in the Thumartin Nebula." "That is disturbing news. Have you dispatched robots to the scene?" "We prepared to do so. Then a message from Daniel overruled us." "What? Did he give a reason?" The other robot transmitted a microwave equivalent of a shrug. "We are stretched thin here on Trantor," he explained. "There are no trustworthy robot agents to spare, so further investigations have been left to the police. Besides," the male robot paused, then continued in dry tones, "I have a strong impression that everything has transpired according to some plan of Daniel's." Dawes pondered. "Well, that wouldn't surprise me. To make use of Hari, even in his dotage, when an old man should be left alone with the satisfaction of his accomplishments. If there was some service or function he could still perform, to further Daniel's long-range strategy, I doubt the immortal servant would hesitate for an instant. But that still left a mystery. What could Hari possibly do at this point to help Daniel? She didn't have much time. Soon word would reach Daniel's agents that she was here entirely on her own volition, having abandoned her post on Smooshel. Dawes had no idea what Daniel might do about it. Oliver had been remarkably tolerant when Ludovic Trima went rogue in a big way. At other times Daniel had ordered robots dismantled if their behaviors ran contrary to his view of the greater good. And long ago, during the robotic civil wars, he had been an unstoppable force, capable of great ruthlessness, all toward humanity's long-range benefit. Dawes decided to leave Trantor and head for Thumartin Nebula, but there was one more piece of business to perform. Visiting an obscure section of the library at Streeling University, she linked herself to a hidden fiber optic panel. Using secret software backdoors, Dawes avoided the traps that normally defended the Selden Group's most precious data site, the Prime Radiant. At last she succeeded in downloading the latest version of the Selden plan. Perhaps it would offer some clue about what Hari was up to. Why an elderly cripple in his last days would go charging off with an obscure bureaucrat and a dilettante nobleman chasing tales of fossils and dust. Streeling University was one of the rare sites on Trantor where some silver-ivory buildings lay open to a star-filled sky. Leaving the library, she avoided a windowless structure just meters away where 50 psychohistorians gathered to continue refining the plan, preparing for their long stewardship of destiny. As yet only 2 of them possessed mentalic powers. The rest were mere mathists, like Gale Dornick. But soon they would interbreed with gifted psychics, interweaving both abilities and laying the seeds for a powerful galactic ruling class, a second foundation to secretly direct the first. Hari had tried to make a virtue of necessity. After all, mentalic powers did offer an excellent bludgeon for hammering out any kinks that might pop up over the centuries. Still, it was an inelegant solution, crammed into the equations. He never really liked the concept of an elite corps of demigods. Over time it ate away at Hari. Perhaps that was why he grew old so soon, she thought, or else maybe he just missed me. Either way, she felt guilty for being away so long, however Daniel had rationalized the need. Hurrying past the main university quad, Dawes felt a familiar brush against the surface layers of her mind. She glanced north, her vision zooming toward a cluster of purple-robed academics, meritocrats of the 7th and 8th levels, strolling toward the Amaral building. One of them, a petite woman, abruptly stumbled in her footsteps, then started turning toward Dawes. It was Wanda. Any unusual movement would certainly attract attention, so Dawes put on an expression like the distracted, grey-clad bureaucrat she resembled, boring and innocuous, as she obliquely crossed the courtyard. Wanda's countenance grew puzzled. Dawes felt a mental probing as they passed each other, but her granddaughter's talent wasn't strong enough to penetrate a well-trained robotic outer guise. After time spent on Smoosho, tending much stronger psychics, Dawes easily foiled Wanda's probes. Still, it was a tense moment. Something in Dawes, the part tuned to act and feel human, wanted to reach out to this person she had known and loved. But Wanda doesn't need an encounter with her late Grandma Dawes right now. She's content and busy with her role, certain that the Second Foundation will foster a great awakening of humankind in just 1,000 years. It's not my place to disturb such fulfillment, however illusory. So Dawes kept walking, her face and mind sufficiently different that Wanda finally shook her head, pushing aside those brief sensations of familiarity. When she reached a safe distance, Dawes let out a cathartic sigh. 5. Sybil did not take the news well. After recovering consciousness aboard the Pride of Rhodia, she railed at Hari and Miss Saird for what they had done. "You've destroyed the best hope for 10 quadrillion people to escape tyranny." Next to her, Morse Blanche accepted this latest defeat more calmly than Hari expected. The tall, dark-skinned pirate captain was more interested in grasping what had happened and what the future might bring. "So let me get this straight," Blanche asked. "We were manipulated by one group of robots, lured to the archive site in order to give them an excuse to destroy the records, with Selden here giving them the final nod." Blanche gestured toward Hari. "Only then we were all hijacked by another set of damned TikToks." Hari, who had been trying to read, glanced up with some irritation from his copy of a child's book of knowledge. "Human volition often proves less potent than we egotists imagine, Captain Blanche. Free will is an adolescent concept that keeps cropping up like an obstinate weed. But most people outgrow it. The essence of maturity," he finished with a sigh, "is understanding how little force a single human can exert against a huge galaxy, or the momentum of destiny." Morse Blanche stared at Hari across the ship's lounge. "You may have fantastic amounts of evidence and mathematics to back up that dour philosophy, Professor, but I shall never accept it until the day I die." Sybil kept pacing back and forth in agitation, making Horace Antic draw his legs back each time she approached his chair. The small bureaucrat took another blue pill, though he had calmed considerably since fleeing into a drugged stupor back in the nebulae. He still chewed his nails incessantly. Nearby, Jenny Cuisit sat curled at one end of a sofa, pressing a neural desensitizer against her brow. The girl made a brave front, but her headache and chills were clearly getting worse. "We have to get her to a hospital," Sybil demanded of their abductor. "Or will you let the poor girl die just for your grudge against us?" The robot, who had been fashioned to resemble Gornin Vlimt, reached behind his head and pulled out the cable that kept him linked to the ship's computer, controlling the Pride of Rhodia as the yacht leaped across star lanes, racing toward some unknown destination. "I never meant to take you and Jenny and Captain Planch on this phase of the journey," the humanoid explained. "I would have offloaded you with a real Gornin Vlimt if there had been time." "And where did you send our ship?" Sybil demanded. "Were you going to turn us over to the police? To some imperial prison? Or have us cured of our madness by the so-called Health and Sanitation Agency that's laying siege to Catlina?" The robot shook his head. "To a safe place where none of you would be harmed and where none of you could do any harm. But that opportunity passed, so we must make do. This ship will therefore stop along the way at a convenient imperial world where you three can be put ashore and Jenny will get medical care." Morse Planch, the tall raider, rubbed his chin. "I wonder what went wrong with your plan back at the archive station. You slew Cares Cantoon, yet you didn't interfere with the job he was doing there. You won't let us have the remaining archives, and now you're scooting off as fast as you can. Are your enemies hot on your trail?" Gornin did not answer. He didn't have to. They all knew his faction of robots was much weaker than Cares Cantoon's, and could accomplish nothing except by speed and surprise. Hari pondered what must become of the humans aboard the ship. Of course, he himself had already known most of the big secrets for decades. But what about Sybil, Planch, Antic, and Messard? Might they blab as soon as they were released? Or would it matter what they said? The galaxy was always rife with unsupported rumors about the so-called Eternals, mechanical beings, immortal and all-knowing. Trantor had been abuzz with such talk many times over the years, and always the mania subsided as social damping mechanisms automatically kicked in. He looked at Jenny, feeling guilty. Her case of adolescent brain fever had been made much worse by these adventures, having to confront frequent news about robots and fossils and archives filled with ancient history, all subjects that the fever's infectious organism tuned human minds to find distasteful. He had discussed this with Messard, who was no slouch. Biron understood by now that brain fever could not possibly be natural. Though it predated all known cultures, it must have been designed once upon a time, targeted, deliberately made both durable and virulent. "Could it have been a weapon against humanity?" Messard had asked. "Contrived by some alien race? Perhaps one that was just being destroyed by the terraformers?" Hari recalled the meme mines that had briefly raged on Trantor. Mad software entities claiming to be ghosts of prehistoric civilizations who blamed Daniel's kind for some past devastation. Hari used to wonder if brain fever might be their work, designed for revenge against mankind, until psychohistory came into focus. Thereafter he recognized brain fever as something else, one of the social dampers that kept human civilization stable and resistant to change. It was designed, all right, but not to destroy humanity. Brain fever was a medical innovation, a weapon against a much older and deadlier disease. Chaos. Soon Sybil was off on another tangent, leaping to fresh subjects with the manic agility of a Renaissance mind. "These mentalic powers we've seen demonstrated are fantastic. Our scientists on Catlina started out skeptical, but a few had theorized that a powerful computer with super-responsive sensors might trace and decipher all the electronic impulses given off by a human brain. I was dubious that such a vast and sophisticated analysis could be made, even with the new calculating engines, but these positronic robots appear to have been doing it for a very long time." She shook her head. "Imagine that. We knew the ruling classes had lots of ways to control us, but I had no idea it included invading and altering our minds." Harry wished the woman would stop talking. Someone of her intelligence should realize the implications. The more she discovered, the more essential it would be to erase her entire memory of the last few weeks, before she could be let go. But Renaissance types were like this, so wild and joyful in the liberated creativity of their chaos-drenched minds that addiction to the next fresh idea was more powerful than any drug. "Throughout history there has been one way to defeat ruling classes," Sybil continued, "by taking their technologies of oppression and liberating them, by spreading them to the masses. If a few ancient robots can read minds, why not mass-produce the technique and give it to everybody? Let each citizen have a brain-augmenting helmet. Pretty soon people would all be telepaths. We develop shields for when we want privacy, but the rest of the time, imagine what life would be like. The instant exchange of information, the wealth of ideas." Sybil had to stop at last because she grew quite breathless. Harry, on the other hand, mused at the image she presented. If mentalic powers ever spread openly, to be shared by all, psychohistory would have to be redrawn from the ground up. A science of humanics might still be possible, but it would never again be based on the same set of assumptions. That trillions of people might interact randomly, ignorantly, like complex molecules in a cloud of gas. Self-awareness, and intimate awareness of others, would make the whole thing vastly more complicated. Unless, I suppose it could manifest in either of two ways. Telepathy might wind up simplifying all equations, if it wrought uniformity, coalescing all minds into a single thought stream, or else it could wind up enhancing complexity exponentially, by allowing mentation to fraction into diverse internal and external shared modes, compartmentalizing and then remerging them in multiple diversity frames. I wonder if the two approaches could be modeled and compared by setting up a series of cellular mathetomatons. Harry resisted a delicious temptation to immerse himself in the details of this hypothetical scenario. He lacked both the tools and enough time. Of course, the sudden appearance of several hundred mentalically talented humans on Trantor a generation ago was no coincidence. Since nearly all were soon gathered in Daniel's circle, one could surmise that the immortal servant planned weaving psychic ability into the human race, though not in the spasmodically democratic way Sybil envisioned. Harry sighed. Either prospect meant an end for his life's work. The beautiful equations. Harry turned back to a child's book of knowledge, trying to ignore the noise and mutterings from other occupants of the lounge. He was delving into the transition age, a time just after the first great techno-renaissance, when waves of riots, destruction, and manic solipsism ruined the bright culture that created Daniel's kind. On Earth it led to martial law, draconian suppression, a public recoiling against eccentricity and individuality, combined with waves of crippling agoraphobia. At the time, things seemed different for the 50 spacer worlds. On humanity's first interstellar colonies, millions of luckier humans lived long, placid lives on park-like estates, tended by robotic servants. Yet Harry's derivations showed the spacers' paranoid intolerance and overdependence on robotic labor were just as symptomatic of trauma and despair. Into this era came Daniel Oliver and Giscard Reventloff, the first mentalic robot, both of them programmed with unswerving devotion to the afflicted master race. Harry didn't understand everything that happened next, but he wanted to. Somehow a key to deeper understanding lay hidden in that age. "Forgive me for interrupting, Professor," a voice came from over his shoulder, "but it is time. We must put you in the rejuvenator." Harry's head jerked up. It was Gornin Vlimpt, or rather R. Gornin Vlimpt, the robot who had taken on that human's appearance. This Gornin wanted to give him another treatment in the coffin-like machine from Catlina, but with some additional tricks that his secretive band of heretic machines had been hoarding across the centuries. "Is it really necessary?" Harry asked, His instinct for self-preservation had ebbed after events 2 days ago, when logic forced him to perform a loathsome act, destroying, or sanctioning the destruction of, so much precious knowledge for humanity's ultimate good. "I'm afraid it is," Gornan insisted. "You will need a great deal more stamina for what comes next." Harry felt a momentary shiver. This didn't sound inviting. Long ago he used to enjoy adventures, dashing around the galaxy, challenging enemies, overcoming their nefarious schemes, and chasing down secrets from the past, while complaining the whole time that he'd much rather be swaddled in his books. But in those days Dawes had been by his side. Adventure held no attraction now, and he wasn't sure that he wanted to see much more of the future. "Very well, then," he said, more out of politeness than out of any sense of obligation. "My life was guided by robots. No sense in ending such a long habit at this late stage in the game." He got up and moved his weary body toward sick bay, where a white box waited, its lid gaping like the cover of a crypt. He noted that there were actually 2 indentations within, as if it had been built for a pair of bodies, not just one. "How cozy," he mused. As Gornan helped him lie within, Harry knew this was a point of transition. Whether or not he awoke, whenever or in whatever shape he re-emerged, nothing would ever be the same. 6. The Thumartin Nebula was a maelstrom of debris and dissipating plasma. Something violent had happened there recently, perhaps a great space battle, to leave such a mess behind. Instruments told of many hyperdrive engines having overloaded, just a couple of days ago, exploding spectacularly. Yet, because it occurred inside a cold, dark cloud, no one in the galaxy would ever know. No humans, that is. Already the cryptic hyperwave channels used by robots were abuzz with news that the archives and terraformers had been destroyed at last. Dawes surveyed the scene with churning sensations of confusion and anxiety. Harry had been here, either just before or during that violent episode. If Dawes had been human, her guts would have tied in knots of anxiety. As it was, her simulation programs automatically put her through exactly the same suite of ersatz emotions. "This place, it feels like home, Dawes. Somehow I know that Voltaire and I spent many long centuries here, slumbering, until someone called us back to life again." The voice came from a nearly holographic image, depicting a young woman with short-cropped hair, wearing a suit of medieval armor. Dawes nodded. "One of Daniel's agents must have taken your archive from here to Trantor, as part of a scheme I knew nothing about. Or perhaps your unit drifted free and was picked up by a passing human ship, taken to some unsuspecting world where enthusiasts carelessly unleashed the contents." The holographic girl chuckled. "You make me sound so dangerous, Dawes." "You and the Voltaire sim triggered chaos in Junin Quarter, and on Sark. Even after Harry banished you both to deep space, a copy of Voltaire somehow infected and altered Lodovik Trima. Oh, you are creatures of chaos, all right." Joan of Arc smiled. She gestured toward the devastation visible outside the viewports. "Then I assume you approve of all this destruction? May I ask why you keep me around in that case?" Dawes remained silent. "Perhaps because you are, at last, ready to face troublesome questions? During the long years I spent in company with Voltaire, neither of us could change the other's view on fundamental matters. I am still devoted to faith, as he is to reason, and yet we learned from each other. For example, I now realize that both faith and reason are dreams arising from the same wistful belief." Dawes raised an eyebrow. "What belief is that?" "A belief in justice, whether it comes from a divine outside power or from the merit that humans earn by rational problem-solving. Both reason and faith assume the human condition makes some kind of sense, that it isn't just a terrible joke." Dawes let out a low snort. "You certainly come from a strange era. Were you really so blind to chaos when you lived?" "Blind to it? Voltaire and I were each born into extravagant centuries, violent, confusing, and brutal. Even the later technological era that resurrected us through clever computer simulation had its own aching problems. But this particular kind of chaos you refer to, a specific disease that topples cultures at their brightest—" Joan shook her head. "I do not recall anything like it during my time. Nor does Voltaire. I am sure he would have noticed. Neither faith nor reason can flourish when you are convinced deep down that the universe is rigged against you." Dawes pondered. Could Joan be right? Could there have been a time when there was no threat of chaos plagues? But that made no sense. The very first great scientific age, that invented both robots and spaceflight, collapsed in madness. It must be something endemic. The ship's computer interface broke her train of thought, filling the cabin with glowing letters. A search of nearby space indicates jump traces leaving the area. Signs of ships that departed recently. Likely candidates are depicted on screen. Please select choice of which course to follow. Dawes had commanded the search. Now she studied 2 ionization trails shown on the viewer, heading in opposite directions. It's possible that neither of them carried Hari away from this place. His atoms may be drifting now amid the ash and debris, all the ancient memories and ruins of past ambitions. She shook her head. Still, I've got to make a choice. Just as she was about to hazard a guess, the glowing letters shifted again. "A new presence enters the nebula. A vessel. See the following coordinates." Dawes swiftly activated her ship's defensive grid and jacked into the computer directly. She could sense the interloper now, a fast craft, either one of the best Imperial cruisers or a rogue ship from some chaos world, or else it was under robotic control. "We are being hailed. The pilot uses the name Dawes Venabili." Dawes nodded. Danielle must have learned of her apostasy and sent someone after her. For days she had rehearsed what she'd say either to the immortal servant or one of his zeroth law emissaries when he tried to win her back into the fold with appeals to her sense of duty. However much distaste she felt toward past events, Olival would insist that her sole choice now was to help his long-range plan for human salvation. "There is even a chance they'll shoot if I try to run away." Yet Dawes felt a wild urge to do just that, to show Daniel's minions her heels. Action would speak her revulsion more eloquently than words. "The pilot of the incoming craft again requests contact. There's now a personal identification code and a message." Reluctantly, Dawes opened herself to the data burst. "Hello, Dawes. I assume that's you. Have you had enough time to think things over? Don't you figure it's time we talked?" She rocked back, surprised. But then, in another way, it seemed she had expected this all along. There was a symmetry that required her to confront Ludovic Trima once again. Nearby, the holographic image of a young medieval knight shivered, then half-smiled. "I sense Voltaire. He's near in one of his manifestations." Simulation programs crafted a perfect facsimile of a resigned sigh as Dawes said, "Oh, well, let's hear what the 2 boys have to say." 7. Hari stared at Penja, wondering what it was about the planet that struck him as odd. From orbit, the place was unassuming, like any typical imperial world, with glistening blue seas and immense flat agricultural regions, covered by checkerboard cornfields and rich orchards. The small cities clearly did not dominate life here. In fact, this bucolic place must have looked exactly the same for many thousands of years. And yet the broad, fertile plains looked suddenly strange to Hari, now that he knew the source of their well-ordered geometries. Some incredible machine had probably created them. His mind envisioned a time, not long ago by galactic standards, when artificial fire fell from the sky, blasting and pulverizing whole watersheds, carving ideal river courses, then seeding that earlier version of Penja with all the vegetation and foods needed by human settlers. Hari realized something else. I haven't seen many typical imperial worlds. I've spent most of my life dashing around investigating the strange, trying to understand deviations from the rules of psychohistory, struggling to encompass every hitch and variation in our growing model. It just never seemed important to visit a place like this, where the vast majority of human beings are born, where they experience lives nearly identical to their ancestors and die in modest contentment or desperation, according to their own personal dramas. Even Helicon, where he had spent his early years, was widely known as an anomaly. Though agriculture dominated the planet's economy, a local genetic fluke resulted in a notorious cottage industry, supplying mathematical geniuses to the bureaucracy and meritocracy. Small wonder that Daniel chose to perform his search and experiment there. This place may be typical, Harry thought, but I am not certain what that word means any more. Again, humility felt surprisingly comfortable at his age. Of course, all of these strange musings might be a byproduct of his recent rejuvenation treatment. Harry felt new strength in his limbs, a greater steadiness in his step, which could not but help affect his overall mood, infecting him with an eagerness that, ironically, he resented somewhat, knowing it was artificial. And yet part of him felt surprised by how little had changed. I'm still an old man. I don't look all that different. I can sense that I have been given a bit more vigor, but I frankly doubt that will translate into much more lifespan. Is this all the disparity between what Sybil's Renaissance can accomplish and the secret biotechnologies the Calvinians have been hoarding for centuries? The contrast isn't all that impressive. Harry had a vague feeling, almost like a dream, that as much had been taken from him as he had been given while lying in the big white box. More had happened than was apparent. The gentle blue world swam closer in the pride of Rhodia's view-screens as Gornan Vlimpt potted them toward a landing. For some reason, everyone faced eastward as they descended. No one cared about the western view, which was, after all, nearly identical. Jenny Cuisit sat in a suspensor chair, barely moving, fighting waves of alternating heat and chills. Horace Antic kept pointing to features of the geography below, sharing with Biron Massard a new excitement of understanding how the terrain had been made, a greedy intellectual pleasure that Harry well understood. It made him smile for his two young friends. Sybil and Planch huddled together by the forwardmost window, muttering secretively, though Harry could guess what concerned them. The lesser crewmen from Catlina and the Pride of Rhodia had recently received a treatment of drugs and hypnosis from Gornan. Those men went about their tasks somewhat stonily, and clearly without any memory of the extravagant events that had taken place during the past week. Sybil and Planch are wondering when their turn will come, Harry thought. They must be striving to come up with some plan to avoid it, or else to leave a secret message for their friends. I know, because it is what I would do in their place. Antic and Massard seemed less concerned, perhaps relying on the protection of Harry's friendship, or because they were more trustworthy. Neither of them was likely to support anything that could cause chaos. Still, Harry wondered. Gornan acts in many ways as if he has the same agenda as Daniel, and yet he slaughtered one of Daniel's agents, and clearly is fleeing as fast as he can to escape being caught by the immortal servant. Clearly there were complexities involved that Harry didn't yet grasp. So Biron and Horace might be relying too much on friendship and trust to preserve their memory of recent events. Planch and Sybil reached a conclusion. They walked toward Harry, a grin set to their jaws. "We are ready to acknowledge that you've won again, Selden," the woman from Catlina said, "so let's strike a deal." Harry shook his head. "It is exaggeration to say that I've won anything. In fact, these recent victories cost me more than you'd ever imagine. Besides, what makes you think I am in a position to strike a bargain, let alone enforce one?" Sybil grimaced in frustration, but Planch, the space trader, looked unperturbed. "We don't understand everything that's happened, but clearly our options are limited. Even if you can't command that thing," he nodded toward Argornan, "you clearly have some influence. These tick-tock machines value you highly." "They value what use they can make of me," Harry thought somewhat bitterly. Of course that was unfair. Apparently all robots, even Daniel's enemies, revered Harry for one reason above all others. He was as close to a fully aware and knowledgeable master as had existed in the human universe for thousands of years. "For all the good that's going to do me," he thought wryly, "and for all the good that will do humanity." "What's your proposition?" he asked Morris Planch. The trader captain eagerly got down to business. "The way I see it, this mentalic tick-tock could disable any of us, knock us out, inject drugs, and wipe our brains. But that course of action has two disadvantages. First, old Gornan here won't like doing that on account of that first law of theirs. Oh, he might rationalize that it's for some greater good, but I figure our Tin Man would prefer finding some other way to keep us from blabbing, wouldn't he?" Harry was impressed with this reasoning. Planch caught on pretty well. "Go on." "Besides, wherever we show up with a gap in our memory, it will be a big fat clue to all our friends, or to anybody who ever knew us. There are people back on Catlina who knew our plans. No matter what the robot does to our minds, those savvy folks just might be able to use some new Renaissance technologies to undo the damage. Gornan would have to wipe us almost blank and dump us into a hole in order to make sure that won't happen." Harry felt Birin Messard step closer to participate in the conversation. "You are assuming that your beloved Chaos Revolution still reigns on Catlina," the nobleman said, "even if the sickness is still raging there. Will it last long enough for your scenario to play out? Especially now that the ancient archives have been taken away from you?" "Perhaps you underestimate how many weapons this particular Renaissance has in its arsenal. Catlina is no sitting duck, like Sark was. Nor is it overly trusting like Matter Loss, and even if it fails like the others, a growing network of collaborators and sympathizers stands ready to help the next world to try and break out of the ancient trap." Harry could not help but admire the dedication and intensity of this man. He and Planch differed only in their basic assumptions, what it was possible for humans to achieve. "I would be on his side, a willing co-conspirator, if only the underlying facts were different." But psychohistory showed that the old empire would collapse well before Planch's critical threshold was reached. Once the Imperium's gentle network of trade, services, and mutual support broke down, local populations on every planet would have far more serious concerns than aspiring to be the next Renaissance. Matters of survival would come foremost. The gentry class would step in, as it always did in times of crisis, creating either benevolent or despotic tyrannies. The chaos plague would be stopped in its tracks by something equally terrible: a collapse of civilization itself. "Go on, Planch," Harry urged. "I assume you have some alternative to offer." The trader captain nodded. "You can't let us go entirely free. We can see that. And yet it would be preferable not to kill us or wipe our minds completely. So we'd like to suggest an alternative. Take us back with you to Trantor." Morris Planch might have explained further, but just then a shrill shout cut in. "No!" Everyone turned to see young Jenny Cuisit raising herself on both elbows, trying to step out of the levitation chair.
I won't go back there. They'll ship me off to Terminus, along with my parents. This damned brain fever will just make things worse. They'll say it means I'm a blasted genius. They'll be even more eager to drag me off to that horrible rock, and there I'll rot."
Sybil went over to Jenny, distracted for a moment by her pain, attempting to offer the girl some more chemical relief. Morse, Blanche, and Harry shared a look. "Blanche doesn't have to go into more detail," Harry thought. "No sense in upsetting the girl. Besides, I know what he's suggesting. There are age-old methods that emperors have used in order to keep people in safe exile right there in the capital. It's a risky option. Perhaps Blanche thinks he can escape from such confinement, even though imperial hostages have tested the constraints for thousands of years. Or else maybe he'd just rather live comfortably in a cosmopolitan place, as an alternative to having his memory wiped." Any further discussion of the matter was forestalled when R. Gornan shouted over his shoulder, "Everyone get belted in! They don't have a sophisticated guide beam here, so it may be rougher than you are used to." No one thought of disobeying. Gornan's power had been amply demonstrated. As the passengers watched Penja's rustic spaceport loom ahead, everyone knew there were matters left unsettled. Each of them would meet a point of decision on Penja, a shifting of destiny. They were met at the edge of the landing field by half a dozen sturdy-looking men. Harry had an unmistakable feeling that they were robots, doubtless members of Gornan's small Calvinian cult. 3 large vehicles came alongside the ship, which had settled down next to a hangar. Into one car went Baron Massard's crewmen and those who had served aboard Morse Blanche's raider ship. The second took aboard Horace, Sybil, Blanche, and Massard, with Jenny's levitation chair gently loaded in back. Their immediate stop would be a local hospital where doctors were familiar with brain fever and had facilities to help the young woman. Gornan showed no concern that she might talk about what she had seen. Brain fever victims often had extravagant hallucinations, and no one would take her wild stories seriously. Besides, Harry noted that the ship's motivators had been left running on idle. The Calvinians didn't plan to stay long, a few days at most. Even that may be too long, if Daniel's organization is as efficient as ever. Harry wondered what could possibly drive these robot heretics to take such a risk. Harry and Gornan joined the others. On automatic pilot, the limousine started heading toward some nearby hills, evidently a zone where local gentry lived. Harry presumed Gornan had a villa waiting. Nothing but the best for his captives. As the limo reached a side gate to depart the provincial spaceport, Harry looked back at the Pride of Rhodia, and the acuity that had been newly restored to his eyesight made him notice something strange. The robots Gornan had left in charge of the ship were now unloading something bulky through the passenger hatchway. It was white and shaped like an oversized coffin. Even the burly robots seemed to strain under its weight as they carried it toward the third and last vehicle. Their movements indicated great care, as if their cargo were somehow more precious than their own lives. As if many hopes rested on its safe journey to some faraway destination. Part 5. A Recurring Rendezvous. Penja, a world in Rigel sector, noted for producing elegant craft ceramics and for certain anomalous oceanic life forms that have recently been investigated for their unique neurometallic traits, offering hope for organic humans with immune systems that reject standard symbiotic host implants. Penja stands out mainly for its almost complete lack of historical interest. A modest agricultural world, it appears to have taken part in few notable events during the Dark Ages, and none at all in the Imperial era. Only once, 520 years into the interregnum, did it experience momentary prominence right after the Battle of Jerops, by playing a host to the First Galactic Coalescence Investigation Commission. Those hearings made Penja's name briefly famous, wherever broadcasts were not jammed by... That illustrious phase soon passed, however, as the tumultuous destiny debates spread their heady turmoil to more populated venues. Thereafter, Penge soon lapsed. Encyclopaedia Galactica, 117th edition, 1054 FE. 1. R. Zun Lurin at last understood the awesome scope of Daniel's long-range design for the salvation of humanity. You plan to help them unite, to create a telepathic network in which each human soul connects to every other. The immortal servant nodded as he gazed at 60 human subjects with identical expressions of contentment playing across their faces, meditating beneath a high-arched dome. Imagine it. No more rancor. An end to bitterness and egotistic rivalry. And above all, there would be no solipsism. For how can anyone ignore the feelings of other people when those feelings have become intensely palpable, like integral parts of your own mind? Unity and oneness, Zun sighed, the old dream, and we could provide it to them at last. But then Zun frowned as he contemplated the 60 humans in front of him. They are at peace, in total connectedness, because each one is paired with a positronic mentalic amplifier. Only now you say we cannot do the same thing on a massive scale. Daniel nodded. That sort of dependency on mechanical methods we must not allow. But it would let us combine with our masters, robots and humans bound together in permanent, loving synergy. And in such a synergy, the machine portion would grow ever more dominant with the passage of time, Daniel said. Moreover, consider how many robots we would have to build. It could only be done by unleashing self-reproduction. That opens the door to selection, Darwinism, evolution, and eventually a new android species, one that thinks primarily of its own self-interest instead of humanity's. I swore never to permit this. No, we must not let humans become overly dependent upon robots. That was the spacer approach, the heresy that Elijah Bailey warned against, the abomination that forced Giscard to act as he did. Daniel's voice resonated with determination. Humans must eventually stand on their own. And there are more reasons than the ones that I have told you so far. Reasons having to do with survival of the race itself. Zun Lurin contemplated this for a time. In that case, let me extrapolate, Daniel. From this data I shall hazard to guess your plan. 100 years ago you began a series of genetic experiments on small groups of human beings. One of these projects brought forth the mathematical genius of Hari Seldon. Another produced a sudden wave of mutants on Trantor, humans capable of mentalic powers that only a few robots formerly possessed. Excellent. You are on the right track, Zun. Daniel nodded. Think about the scene in front of you. These 60 humans united in glorious tranquility, power, and contentment. Now envision it taking place without robotic aid. They would form their own mental comity, a union of souls, one that is sturdy, free of reliance on artificial aids. Zun Lurin nodded. I understand what you are saying, Daniel. That would certainly be more desirable. And yet, consider the delay. It will take centuries to develop human mentalics strong and numerous enough to serve as psychic bridges, connecting whole cities, territories, even planets. Why wait so long? At this very moment we have tools at hand that could be modified for this very purpose. Why not use these devices, strictly for the interim, until enough powerful human mentalics become available? The Galactic Empire need not fall. It could simply be transformed almost overnight. If we only reprogram certain implements— Daniel shook his head in the human fashion, indicating polite disagreement. It is a tempting notion, but the drawbacks are fatal. Number one, to impose this union of spirits by mechanical means would create tremendous first-law conflict among many robots, whose circuits would interpret it as harm. I have tried out this idea on several of your peers, and their reactions vary from enthusiasm, such as yours, all the way to outrage and revulsion. Clearly, such a peremptory action would reignite the robotic civil wars. Zun quailed at the notion. "I assume you erased all memory of the idea from the robots that rejected it." "I took that precaution, yes. And if your reaction had been different, I would have done the same to you, Zun. My apologies." "No apology is required where necessity and the good of humanity are concerned," Zun said, dismissing Daniel's concern with a wave of one hand. "And your other reason?" "Human variability. In recent millennia, small but significant numbers have grown immune to nearly all of the stabilizing influences that we have used to stave off chaos. They are also extremely resistant to mentalic suasion. Imagine how these individuals would react if they abruptly saw their friends, neighbors, and loved ones becoming meditation masters overnight." "No, that understates it, Zun. Suppose we do manage to draw a majority of humans into a macro-consciousness, abandoning individuality, to unite in a single mentation stream. How will the remnant minority react to being left out? Would they go mad or feel abandoned? Or might they misinterpret what they see happening and imagine that some alien force has turned their loved ones into zombies, compelling them to think identical rigid thoughts all at the same time? Don't forget, these exceptional ones are often ingenious. They would throw all their energies into uncovering and fighting that outside alien force. They would find us. They would wage war against us." Zun Lurin envisioned the scene as Daniel described it, and understood at once the far-seeing wisdom of the immortal servant. "This new breakthrough, this new way of human life, it must be introduced at the right time under appropriate circumstances. All robots must see it as necessary. All humans must view it as an improvement." Daniel nodded. "And so it cannot happen yet. It must not be brought about by artificial means. We shall have to wait until a large enough population of human mentalics is ready, until the Empire has collapsed and humanity roils in suffering. Then, as they yearn for something to unify and save them, that will be the time to offer them Gaia." Zun turned to look at Daniel. "Gaia?" "An ancient term for a spirit that covers an entire planet. A gentle, loving goddess who knows when every sparrow falls, because each bird of the air, all the fish of the sea, and every living human will be an integral part of her." The immortal servant's voice grew distant as Daniel's eyes seemed to focus on a far horizon, one filled with majesty and beauty. "And after each planet has its Gaia, then we may see something even greater. Something all-encompassing. Galaxia." His voice softened further. "And that is when, perhaps, I shall find some peace." 2. Two mysterious ship traces led away from the Thumartin Nebula, heading in opposite directions from the site where 1,000,000 archives and terraforming machines had recently exploded into sparkling clouds of ionized memory. It was decided that Dors would follow one of the departing trails. Ludovic's Calvinian friends would follow the other one in their own speedy craft. That was fine by Dors, who felt a strong hunch which direction Hari had been taken. Unfortunately, Ludovic Trima agreed with her choice. After briefly introducing Dors to his new allies, he threw a carryall over his shoulder and crossed the tunnel connecting both airlocks, making himself right at home aboard her ship. "Zama and her friends have less need of me than you do," he explained. "Then their need is less than zero," she retorted. He only smiled, appearing disinclined to argue, but Dors was having none of that. "This is going to be a full and complete exchange of information, Trima, or else you can get out and walk the rest of the way. Start by telling me about these allies of yours. You know how I feel about fanatics who deny the zeroth law." Just a couple of years ago, one small Calvinian cult based on Trantor had decided it was time to attack Daniel Olivor where it could hurt him most, by wrecking the Selden plan. If the immortal servant cared about Hari and psychohistory, then that group of rejectionist robots was determined to interfere. They nearly tricked a human mentalic into messing with Hari's mind. Only good luck and quick intervention had foiled the plot in the nick of time. "This group is different," Ludovic assured her. "You even met Zorma once before, back on Trantor, when she wore a male body and argued against the plan to sabotage Hari." Doris recalled. The Calvinian had seemed reasonable at the time. Still, she shook her head. "That's hardly a basis for trusting fanatics." "According to some, the real fanatics and heretics are Zeroth Law robots," Ludovic replied. "You've replayed the memories of our Giscard Reventloff. You know how slender a thread he and Daniel were pulling when they replaced our old religion with a new one." "The civil wars are over, Ludovic. A vast majority of surviving robots accept the Zeroth Law, while the old believers break up into dozens of little sects, hiding and conspiring in dark corners of the galaxy. Tell me, what do your new friends believe? What funny little notions have they picked up during their long, frustrated diaspora?" Constellations flickered and shifted subtly outside, each time her ship performed another hyperspatial jump. Ludovic smiled. "Their creed is odd, all right, but our masters should be consulted about their own destiny." Doris nodded. Trima had been drifting toward this apostasy ever since his accident. Why else would he give her Giscard's head in the first place? "That's fine in principle, but how practical is it?" "You refer to chaos," Ludovic replied. "Indeed, Zorma and her compatriots must be careful which humans they reveal themselves to. But surely you've seen the figures from Daniel's Humanics studies? Over 2% of the population is already resistant to both Olivor's damping factors and to the seductions of chaos. It's one reason why Hari Seldon theorized that a foundation based on Terminus might evolve enough social and psychological strength to burst past the threshold that has so far proved lethal to every other—" Doris lifted a hand to cut him off. "This is all very interesting, Ludovic. Normally I'd love to meet these mature humans your Calvinian pals choose to confide in, but right now I'm only interested in finding Hari Seldon. Do you know anything about the group that has him?" Ludovic nodded. "You're right, Doris. The old religion did break up into many little cults. They never had a charismatic leader like Daniel to weld them together. Those Calvinians on Trantor, led by poor old Plusix, were embarrassingly simple-minded. You'll recall that Zorma tried to talk them out of their foolish plan. She also sought to dissuade the group that has kidnapped Hari." Her emotion simulation programs crafted a chill of horror along her spine. "Do you know what the kidnappers want?" "Alas, no. They are a strange group, more sophisticated than the ones on Trantor, with some weirdly original ideas they've cooked up over the centuries. Zorma's intelligence about them is limited, but it appears that some of their leaders were once allied with Daniel, then parted with him under unpleasant circumstances. Zorma is also pretty sure they have big plans for your former husband." Doris detected a little stress on the word former and wondered why Ludovic chose to emphasize that point. The nearby holographic unit, where she stored the Joan of Arc sim, emitted an eager microwave impulse reminding Doris of a promise she had made. "Joan wants to contact the version of Voltaire that Ludovic carries in his mutated positronic brain, as if I'd trust the two of them together." That provoked a stray thought. What would Daniel think, knowing that Ludovic and I have teamed up even distrustfully? She shook her head. "Do you know anything else about the cult that took Hari?" "Not much, except that they aren't cautious or responsible like Zorma's group, or simple fanatics like Plusix's. In fact, Doris, they're the kind you might have predicted I'd wind up with. Very sophisticated, clever, technologically adept." Ludovic's smile was grim. "And from almost any point of view, Doris, they are quite certifiably insane." 3. Over the course of 2 days, Morse Planch made 4 escape attempts. Each time he was foiled. The space pilot grew more cheerful and strangely more confident. "Either the man is going crazy before our eyes," Hari reflected with some fascination, "or else it's all part of a plan. Try one thing after another in order to bracket the robot's capabilities. Learn their limitations. Either way, it's a wonder to behold. The latest attempt involved Planch accoutring himself in a makeshift garment made of insulation foil stripped off the villa's central ducting system. Who knew where the fellow came up with the ingenious notion, but he managed to walk past several layers of security sensors and reached the road leading toward Penja Town before one of Gorman's robot assistants spotted him visually. Politely and gently, but with irresistible strength, the humanoid took Planch's arm and led him back inside. With the hood of his homemade stealth garment thrown back, grinning lopsidedly at Sybil and Messard and the others, he marched back into captivity, acting as if he, and not the robot, were in charge. Of course this is a farce, Harry thought. Our captors have the ability to subdue Planch any number of ways, from sedating him to altering his memories, so why don't they? Is Gorman trying to demonstrate something through his forbearance? Harry found himself rooting for Morris Planch, especially since it wouldn't matter much if the man did get away. As an outlaw, the raider captain could hardly go to the police or galactic news media with his wild story, and it was probably too late for him to effect Catlina's renaissance, whose doom was already a foregone conclusion. Anyway, since these robots were avowedly opponents of Harry's friend Daniil, he didn't owe them anything. In fact, he had every reason to delay their departure from Penja. Harry had an idea how to achieve that. "I must insist that we bring the young lady with us on our journey," he told Gorman, late on the second day. "You said Trantor would be our ultimate destination, after the next stop. Jenny belongs with her parents. We have no right to leave her among strangers, stranded in some galactic backwater." The robot Gorman demurred. "She is still recovering from her illness. The local doctors broke her fever, and she seems past the crisis." "Yes, but the next phase of our voyage may involve danger. There will be upsetting situations before Trantor finally comes into view. Are you willing to put the young woman through that, Professor?" Gorman's vague but ominous description of their coming journey made Harry even more eager to delay these Calvinian zealots and hope that Daniil's forces would arrive in time. "You have met and spoken with Jenny," he told Gorman. "She's exceptional in many ways. Her destiny ultimately lies on Terminus, where the Foundation would have great need of resourceful people like her." In fact, Harry knew better. While Jenny would make a wonderful citizen of the bold new civilization that was being founded at the galaxy's far periphery, she wasn't essential. No individual was. The equations of psychohistory would operate with or without her, unfolding as he had foreseen, at least for the first 2 or 3 centuries. Still, Harry had come to realize that Gorman was quite different from the Calvinians back on Trantor. This fellow's sect did not oppose the Selden plan. In fact, Gorman clearly approved at some level, so Harry's argument carried weight. "Very well, then, Professor. We will give her another day of rest. Then we must depart, whether she is ready or not." Harry could tell this was the limit of Gorman's flexibility. "Well, Daniil, I've given you 1 more day to find us, but you better hurry." One question he refrained from asking. Why had the robot not simply used some of the super-medical technologies to cure Jenny right away? Clearly this particular cult believed in a minimalist approach, interfering in human affairs only insofar as it was absolutely necessary to achieve their goals. Perhaps that's why they did so little to me in their magical rejuvenation machine. Whatever I'm supposed to do for them can be accomplished in the next few weeks. No sense in giving additional decades to an old bastard like me, when a month or 2 will do. 4. Arzan Lurin observed Daniil's ship streak away from Eos, briefly illuminating the lake of frozen mercury with its actinic flare. He watched until the speedy vessel made its first hyperspace jump, swooping toward the galaxy's shimmering wheel. Without having to navigate dust lanes or fight the gravity eddies of 10 billion stars, the craft should make excellent time streaking toward its destination. A message from one of Daniil's agents had provoked the leader of all Zeroth Law robots into a blur of activity, rushing through pre-flight operations and departing with only a few words of instructions for Zun. "I'm leaving you in charge," the immortal servant had said. Here are access codes to my personal data files in case I don't return at the expected time."
"Is the situation truly so dire?" Zun had asked, with concern.
"Several forces are at work, some of which are not easily factored into my calculations. I would guess there is a small but significant chance that I will fail. Even if I do, however, the plan we have been discussing here must not. The ultimate hope for human happiness lies within our grasp, but it is as yet a slender prospect. There will be many crises before our masters finally unify, coalesce, achieve their true potential, and take command once again." Only an hour later, Zun watched with eyes that were capable of detecting even the backwash ripples of Daniel's hyperspatial wake. He now shared the same vision, the same determination, as his leader. "I will not let you down," he murmured with a mentalic benediction. "But do not fail to return, Daniel. Yours is not a burden that I would carry easily." 5. To pass their third and final day, Hari asked for an excursion through Penja Town. He wanted one last look at normal galactic society, where the old empire still functioned smoothly, hoping to check out a notion or two about psychohistory. Gornin Vlimt personally accompanied Hari, piloting an open touring car of the kind favored by minor planetary gentry. It wasn't much of a municipality, less than 1 million, with most of that dispersed in cozy little cantons, each one somewhat self-contained. Although Penja's economy was primarily agrarian, there were a few factories to produce the machines that made life comfortable, from cooler units to home amusement centers, designs that had changed only incrementally across hundreds or even thousands of years. After ages of gradual refinement, most of the tools people used were outstandingly durable, taking centuries to wear out. Buying a replacement was unusual, perhaps even a little shameful, like not taking proper care of a family heirloom. Hence only a few sophisticated factories were needed to supply the planet's needs. Non-durable goods were another matter. Everything from pottery to furniture to clothing was produced by guilds, controlled by master craftsmen whose authority over their journeymen and apprentices went unquestioned. Most of the galaxy's 10 quadrillion people lived in much the same way. Hari recognized the trademarks and rhythms of a deeply traditional, semi-pastoral society, needing only a few real engineers and even fewer scientists. No wonder he had been forced to cast a wide net to recruit the 100,000 first-rate experts who would make their new homes on Terminus. Even the energy systems on Penja were based largely on renewable sources, solar, tide, and wind, with just a single proton fusion power plant serving as a supplement. And there was talk of giving up that sophisticated atomic unit, replacing it with a deuterium-based model, less efficient but far simpler to maintain. Hari mentally juggled psychohistorical formulae, noting the elegant damping mechanisms that Daniel and his colleagues had included when they designed a galactic empire for humanity 15,000 years ago. Having read A Child's Book of Knowledge, Hari marveled how many of the same techniques existed back in ancient China, long before the first technological renaissance on Earth. That prehistoric imperium had a system called Baojin, also called Goningumi in a nearby culture, that seemed quite similar to today's tradition of communal accountability. An entire village or canton was responsible for training its young people in proper rituals and behavior, and the whole community was shamed if any member committed a crime. Any youth who chafed under this conformist system had but one hope, to win transfer over to the meritocratic or eccentric orders, because most common citizens had little use for individualists in their midst. As an added touch, meritocrats and eccentrics are subtly encouraged not to reproduce. That helps curb genetic drift. Daniel didn't miss a trick. In the main civic center, Hari and Gornin saw grey pennants hanging from a boxy office building. "The banners signify it is testing week," the robot explained. "Civil service exams are being held." "I know what the banners mean," Hari snapped. He had been waiting to ask the Calvinian some questions. This seemed as good a time as any. "Back aboard the space station, you laid a trap for my servant, Cares Cantun. I assume you arranged for him to be decapitated quickly in order to prevent him from detecting any danger with his mentalic powers?" Gornin wasn't nonplussed by the sudden change in subject. "Correct, Professor. While Cantoon's powers did not match Daniel's, they were formidable. We couldn't afford to take chances." "And the chimp? The one who ran off with Kerr's head?" "That creature was a descendant of genetic experiments Daniel abandoned a century ago. My group recruited a few because mentalic robots cannot read or detect chimp minds. The pan could observe Kerr's and trigger our ambush, so we did not have to use electronic or positonic devices." "And what do you plan on doing with the head of my servant?" Gordon demurred. "I'm sorry, Professor, I cannot elaborate. Whether you decide to accept our proposition and proceed on an exciting new adventure, or instead to choose to return to Trantor, we have no intention of meddling with your mind, so we are better off simply not telling you certain things." Harry contemplated what he'd just learned. At their next stop he would be offered a choice, a fateful one, yet Gornin's words were reassuring. These robo-heretics were more respectful than the group that tried to alter his brain 2 years ago. "Won't you say more about our destination?" he asked. "Only that we will take you to a place where many dramas began, in order to influence how they end." They drove in silence after that, observing the placid pace of life under Daniel's gentle empire. If Trantor had been designed to consist of steel caves, as one method of resisting chaos, worlds like Pinja also had multi-layered defenses against tumbling into a disastrous renaissance. Still, Harry felt something was missing. Even when he included brain fever in his calculations, it wasn't enough to explain how 25 million human-settled worlds could remain comfortably static for so many thousands of years, content to stay ignorant of their past, and for children to lead identical lives to their parents. Since robots had been developed in the very earliest technological age, why weren't they being reinvented daily by bright tinkerers and students in 1 billion little basement labs all over the galaxy? There had to be something more. Some powerful force helping to damp out the oscillations and deviations inherent in basic human nature. They were on their way back to the rented villa when Harry thought of another question. "I recall, back in the nebula, that Kerr's Cantoon had a hard time metallically subduing Morse Blanche. When I asked about it, Kerr said something that puzzled me. He said Blanche is difficult to control because he's normal. Do you know what Kerr's meant by that?" The robot Gornin shrugged. "Galvinians tend to be less eager to use mentalic powers. Our particular sect finds it distasteful to interfere with human minds. Still, I might hazard a guess. Perhaps Kerr's was talking about a fundamental change that occurred in the human condition way back." Gornin stopped mid-sentence as the car pulled into the villa's driveway. Harry abruptly noticed that the gate was flung open, and a body lay sprawled nearby. Braking hard, Gornin leaped from the driver's seat with uncanny agility to kneel by the prostrate form. It was one of the other robots who shared guard duty at the villa. Harry saw dark fluid leaking from its cranium in several places. Gornin ran a hand back and forth above the body without ever touching it. A low moan escaped his lips. "My compatriot is dead. Some force caused an implosion of his brain." Harry felt sure he knew the explanation. "Daniel has arrived." Gornin looked deeply concerned. He closed his eyes, and Harry knew he must be seeking to commune by radio with his other partners. "There are further casualties," Gornin said ominously, and started walking toward the big house. "I must make certain that none of them are human beings." Harry followed, a bit numbly. Though he was no longer confined to a wheelchair, his gait was slow and unsteady, that of an old man. On entering the villa, they found Gornin's other assistants sprawled at the foot of the stairs, propped against the wall by Horace Antic and Brin Messard. Only the wounded robot's eyes weren't paralyzed. The two men glanced at Harry. Horace started blurting at once. "Morse Blanche used some kind of bomb to knock out these tick-tocks. He made a clean getaway." Messard was calmer. With a nobleman's aplomb, he explained, "Blanche rigged a device from seemingly innocuous parts. How he got them is beyond me. After setting it off, he offered us a chance to leave as well. Sybil went along, but we decided to stay." While Gornin bent over the crippled robot at the foot of the stairs, Horace Antic chewed his nails. Is he going to be all right?" Gornin communed with his colleague. Without breaking eye contact, he explained, Blanche must have been studying robots for some time, perhaps using the new laboratories on Catlina. Somehow he came up with a weapon that directly affects our positronic brains. It is ingenious. We shall have to dissect my friend here, determine how it was done, and come up with a defense." As the humans digested that chilling image, Gornin stood up and informed them, "There is no point in looking for Sybil and Blanche. We must move up our departure. Please fetch your things. We leave at once." As the four of them departed in the touring car, Harry insisted, "We'll stop for Jenny, of course." Gornin seemed about to refuse when Mercer interjected, "Blanche and Sybil will probably go underground until they can contact their partisans. I don't expect they'd go public with their story, but what if they do?"
"Isn't that unlikely?" Antic stammered. "I mean, I wouldn't blab if I were in their shoes. What's to gain except admission to a psychiatric ward?" He frowned. "On the other hand, I'm not a creature of chaos."
"Exactly. They operate on a different plane of logic." "Please clarify," Gornin asked. "How does any of this apply to Jenny Cuissett?"
Mercer answered, "Sybil especially has grown more erratic with each passing day. She may go to the media and try using Jenny to corroborate her story."
Harry figured Gornin was more afraid of Daniel's forces than of fantastic tales circulating briefly in the local human media. But to his surprise, Mercer's logic seemed to convince the robot. Gornin turned the car toward the city hospital. Brin and Horace went inside and found Jenny already dressed, storming around a room as formidable as ever, making life hard for the doctors who wanted her to rest. She expressed gladness to see Mercer and Antic, and welcomed a chance to depart with them. But her attitude chilled upon spying Harry and Gornin waiting in the car.
"We still got a deal, don't we, my lord?" she asked Mercer. "You drop me off somewhere interesting along the way, before anyone goes back to Trantor?"
The nobleman from Rhodia looked pained as the car resumed moving toward the spaceport, weaving through city traffic.
"I'm sorry, Jenny, but I am no longer in command of my own vessel. I don't even know where we're going next."
Jenny turned to Gornin.
"Well then, how about it, robot? Where are you taking us?"
Gornin spoke in flat tones. "First to a place where no sane citizen of the Empire would choose to remain for very long, and then back to the capital of the human empire." Jenny looked down at her hands, dejected. She muttered under her breath something about the gentry and their worthless promises. Brin Mercer flushed darkly and said nothing. When Harry turned toward the young woman and began to speak, she shot him a look of pure spite that cut off his words before he uttered them. Everyone lapsed into silence. As the car paused at a traffic light, Jenny suddenly let out a cry of jubilant realization. Before anyone could stop her, she jumped onto the seat, leaped out the back of the car, and started dashing across the street. "Stop!" cried Gornin Flimt. "You'll be hurt!" Harry caught his breath as she dodged traffic, barely escaping being crushed by a cargo lorry. Then she reached her destination, a multi-story structure with grey banners hanging from its portico. It took Gornin several minutes to negotiate a U-turn and park in a spot reserved for the gentry class. The four of them headed into the building, but were stopped by a man in a uniform similar to the one worn by Horace Antic. "I'm afraid Government House is closed for business today, sirs. The facilities are being used for the Imperial Civil Service exam." Harry craned his neck to see Jenny Cuissett standing at the other end of the lobby, scribbling furiously on a clipboard, then handing over her Universal ID bracelet to be scanned by another grey-clad clerk. A glass barrier parted before her, and Harry glimpsed the room beyond where over 100 people were just settling themselves at desks. Most looked anxious, preparing to take a test that might be their sole hope for a ticket off of this backwater planet. "She's just recovered from an illness and hasn't studied," commented Horace Antic. "Still, who can doubt she'll pass with flying colours?" The little man turned to Harry. "It appears she has escaped the destiny others planned for her, Professor. No one may interfere with testing day, not even an emperor. And when she is a member of the Greys, you won't be able to touch her, not without filling out forms in triplicate for the rest of this eon." Harry glanced at the little man, surprised by his tone. Pride tinged Antic's voice. Harry recognized a chip on the shoulder that members of the bureaucracy sometimes wore when they spoke to their betters in the meritocratic order. Brin Mercer chuckled. Well, good for her. If she can stand that kind of life, at least she'll get to travel." Harry sighed.
Now the young woman would never learn what a fascinating adventure awaited at far-off Terminus, the one place she was desperate not to go. The glass barrier slid back. From the other side, Jenny glanced at them with a smile. Then she turned to meet a destiny that was of her own choosing. 6. Doris found herself making excuses for Daniel's actions at the beginning of the Galactic Era. Maybe he and Giscard just couldn't find any humans who could understand. Perhaps they tried to consult some of the Masters and discovered that they were insane, all of them, on Earth and on the Spacer worlds. They could not find any humans to confer with as they deliberated about the Zeroth Law and made plans to divert all of history. Doris pondered this for a few moments, then she nodded.
Think about it, Ludovic. On Earth, they were all huddled in steel catacombs, cowering away from the sun, traumatized and still quivering from some blow that had struck them generations before. The Spacers weren't much better. On Solaria, they grew so fetishistically dependent on robots that husbands and wives could barely stand to touch each other.
On Aurora, the most wholesome human instincts became matters of bad taste. Worse, people were willing to dehumanize a vast majority of their distant cousins, simply because they lived on Earth. Doris shook her head. It sounds to me like twin poles of the same madness. The starship shuddered as it made another automatic hyperspace jump. Doris reflexively downloaded a microwave burst from the navigation computer to make sure all was well, that they were still on course, following the faint wake of another vessel. Ludovic Trima sat in a swivel chair opposite her. Robots did not have the same physiological needs as humans, but those designed to imitate masters would habitually do so, even in private or among their own kind. In this case, Ludovic sprawled casually, looking just like a human male who suffered from an overdose of confidence, an effect that he must be radiating intentionally, though Doris could not imagine why. Perhaps, Doris, but in my experience you can find mature and reliably sane humans under even the most radical or stressed conditions. I've met some on Chaos Worlds, for instance, even on Trantor. Then things must have been even worse back in the Dawn Era, more terrible than we can presently imagine. Doris knew her argument sounded weak. She had, after all, deserted Daniel's cabal when she learned how little basis it had in human volition. She and Ludovic actually agreed far more than she yet wanted to concede.
Am I too proud to admit it? She wondered. His jaunty, confident manner was one that a human female might find infuriating. She suspected he was goading her into defending Daniel on purpose. The male robot shook his head.
Even if I concede that all humans were insane at the time Daniel and Giscard came up with the Zeroth Law, don't you think, in retrospect, that the medicine they prescribed was a bit harsh? Doris kept her face impassive. Records from that era were extremely sparse, even in the forbidden archives and underground encyclopedias that were prepared for centuries by those who resisted a spreading amnesia. But Doris had recently done the math. When our Giscard Reventloff triggered a machine to render Earth's crust radioactive, the aim had been to drive the home planet's population out of their metal caverns, sending them forth to conquer the galaxy. A laudable goal, but at what cost? The starships of that era were primitive. Even if a Herculean effort took away 3 million immigrants a year, it would have taken 5,000 years to evacuate the planet without taking into account natural replenishment. Yet the gradual increase in radioactivity probably rendered the soil poisonous within a century or so. The fatality rate, in any event, must have been appalling, and that only counted the human race, not a myriad other species that were doomed along with Earth. No wonder Giscard committed suicide, despite having a Zeroth Law rationalization to sustain him. No robot could endure the burden of so many deaths. Just the thought of it would make any positronic brain quail. All robots would feel a powerful drive, whether they adhered to the new religion or the old one, to wipe away memory of this episode, erasing it for all time. Contemplating this, she murmured at last, "Maybe humans weren't the only ones marked by insanity." Across the small control room from her, Ludovic nodded. His voice was almost as subdued as hers. "That is what I needed to hear you say, Doris. You see, I have come to realize that typical robotic humility can mask the very worst kind of arrogance, a conceit that we are fundamentally different from humans. Slaves often depict themselves as intrinsically more virtuous than their masters. But, after all, did they not make us in their image? True, we have great powers and extensive lives, but does that really mean we can't suffer from similar faults? Isn't it possible for us to be equally crazy? To be out of our positronic minds? He smiled, this time with a warmth and sadness that reminded her of Hari. Something happened to us 20,000 years ago, Doris. It happened to all of us, not only humans. And we'll never know the right thing to do until we find the truth about those bygone days. 7. This time, for some reason, everyone watched the take-off from Penja through the vessel's west-facing viewports. The pleasant little world, indistinguishable from millions of others, fell away below the Pride of Rhodia as they headed off toward their next destination, one that Argornan still refused to name. "There is something I want to show you, Dr. Selden," the robot said as the ship climbed along a spiral departure orbit. Hari had been musing about young Jenny during liftoff, and that in turn made him think about all the other members of the Encyclopedia Foundation who were being herded aboard transports at this moment, to be sent to far-off Terminus. Was it just a month since he had finished recording messages to be played back on that distant world, at decisive moments determined by his equations, when a word of encouragement or gentle suggestion from the father of psychohistory might make a crucial difference toward the Foundation becoming a great and stable civilization? Now his body might seem a bit younger, but Hari's soul felt older. "Please, Gornan, just leave me alone." He felt a hand at his elbow. "I am certain that you'll want to see this, Professor, if you just come to the east-facing viewport." The suggestion, for some reason, struck Hari as impertinent. He's getting sick and tired of being pushed around by this damn Calvinian. But before he could voice a sharp put-down, Gornan added, "I believe I can show you the solution to one of your most vexing psychohistorical problems, something that has puzzled you for decades. If you'll strive to overcome the sensations that are now churning within you, I'm certain the effort will be rewarded." Surprised by Gornan's words, Hari let himself be led to the indicated port, diametrically opposite from where Messerd and Horace were staring at the view below. "This had better be worth it," Hari muttered. He gave the magnified scene a perfunctory look, but could perceive no difference from what Horace and Messerd saw, a receding planet below and a diffuse spray of untwinkling stars above. "I don't see anything. If this is some kind of a joke, be assured it will be everything I promised, but first you must allow me to take liberties." Hari saw the robot hold forth a shimmering object, shaped like a close-fitting skull-cap made of countless luminous gems. Gornan moved to place it on Hari's head. "Get that thing away, you mannequin of rusty—" Argornan did not relent. "I'm sorry, Professor, but your command is invalid. It does not come from your native human will. Therefore it can be overridden for a greater good. This won't hurt." Gornan was so implacably strong that his gentle insistence caused no pain as he slid the skull-cap over Hari's head and drew him irresistibly back to the window. Hari abruptly felt all his rancorous irritability wash away. "What's happening to me?" "Now, please look again, Professor." Hari shivered. He had spent years in the company of robots, knowing a secret shared by few other humans, and even living as husband to one of them. Yet he still found mentalic interference disturbing. "What is this thing doing to me?" He felt calmer than before, yet worried. "It's not controlling you, Professor. Rather, it is a shield, sheltering your mind from a powerful influence pervading this region." Gornan pointed with a long finger toward a patch of space they had both glanced at just moments before. This time, when Hari looked, he saw something that hadn't been there before. At least he had not noticed it. He stared at some kind of orbiting platform, perhaps like those used for relaying communications around a planetary surface or for trans-shipping special cargoes. Only this one showed no sign of airlocks or complex antennae. At Gornan's command, the view-screen magnified its surface, so heavily pitted with micrometeorite scars that its great age was suddenly apparent. "It looks like a cousin to those terraformers we saw back in the Thumartin Nebula," he thought. "Perhaps the relic has been drifting here for thousands of years. But then why the mystery? Why didn't I notice it the first time?" He felt Gornan watching him, Harry had never liked taking tests, which was one reason why he rushed through graduate school by age 12, to become the teacher instead of the pupil. Now he felt the pressure of expectation. What did Gorman just promise? An answer to one of my most bothersome questions? Well, there was the problem of damping coefficients. Fully understanding all the factors that Daniil had used to keep the Galactic Empire stable and safe for humanity across 15,000 years. Harry understood how Bao Jing traditions and master-apprentice systems enhanced conservatism. The five-caste social structure contributed elegantly. So did the skillfully designed linguistic assumptions inherent in Galactic Standard, a language filled with so many redundancies that it accepted new words and new thoughts only at a glacial pace. Nevertheless, there remained a problem. None of it was sufficient. Nothing yet explained how 25 million worlds could stay static and serene for so long. Are you saying that thing out there? Harry reached up and lifted one edge of the skullcap. A wave of emotions fluxed. He suddenly resented the robot deeply, and wanted nothing better than to turn away from this panorama, to return to his friends at the west-facing viewport. Harry let the flap drop back in place. The irritation vanished. In a hoarse voice he whispered, "Mental exsuasion. Of course. If Daniil and some of his comrades can do it, why not mass-produce a specialized positronic brain for each world? 25 million isn't such a great number, especially if you have thousands of years." He turned to look archly at Gorman. "But how could such a thing be possible? To sway the population of an entire planet?" The robot smiled. "It is not only possible, Professor. The method was tried by the very earliest Mentalic robot. Our Giscard Reventlov first thought of using this device to influence whole planetary populations, by detecting and sifting neural electrical patterns, and then gently nudging repeatedly, building slowly toward the kinds of resonance patterns that encourage tranquility, equanimity, goodwill. In fact, these machines are named after Giscard. They are guardians of human serenity and peace. I assume there is already a place for them in your equations?" Harry nodded, staring, but his eyes did not see. Rather, his mind gyred with the mathematics. He saw at once how this provided much of what had been missing, an explanation for why most eruptions of chaos simply dissipated harmlessly, like a fire that had been quenched for lack of oxygen. A reason also why so few human beings lived outside of planets, even though asteroid outposts or those placed in strange environments had proved possible. Space life was hardly compatible with this damping mechanism, so it would naturally be discouraged. And yet these Giscards aren't working as well as they used to once upon a time. Chaos outbreaks are more frequent, despite everything done to repress them. Only the Empire's fall will bring the recent wave of infections to a halt. These obsolete methods will be useless in a few years, no matter what. He imagined what might happen if such a mental suasion device were ever placed in orbit over Terminus. It would never work on that bunch for long. We selected them for resistance against the pressures of a dark age, from feudalism to fanaticism. Even if this Mentalic device affected a majority of Foundation citizens, they would never let themselves be kept in line for very long. Individuals would rankle at the conformity message and sniff at every anomaly, eventually tracking this thing down. Daniil must plan to have all the Giscard machines self-destruct during the next 100 years or so. Otherwise, my Foundationers will find them. At that moment, it surprised Harry to feel fierce pride in his first and greatest creation. Funny, he had expected that discovering the last big damping coefficient would be exciting, but this technique for social control was nothing elegant, hardly worthy of psychohistory. Rather, it was a bludgeon used to trim and prune the mathematical branchings and force the humanics equations back in line. A bit like my second Foundation, he thought, enjoying a little obsessive self-criticism. I know you must have some agenda, Gorman, some convoluted reason for showing me this. Nevertheless, please accept my thanks. It's always good to glimpse the truth before you die. Their pilot promised that the next phase of the journey would be brief. Gornin refused to be more specific, but their flight path towards Sirius Sector made it blatantly evident to Hari where they must be heading. He passed the time poring through a child's book of knowledge, browsing semi-randomly, guided only by a perverse desire to sample forbidden ideas, those he had long considered irrelevant or wrong. Almost equally dangerous is the gospel of uniformity. The differences between the nations and races of mankind are required to preserve the conditions under which higher development is possible. One main factor in the upward trend of animal life has been the power of wandering. Physical wandering is still important, but greater still is the power of man's spiritual adventures, adventures of thought, adventures of passionate feeling, adventures of aesthetic experience. A diversification among human communities is essential for the provision of the inventive material for the odyssey of the human spirit. Other nations of different habits are not enemies, they are godsends. What a bizarre way of looking at things! It was the sort of statement that one heard from preachers of chaos, singing the praises of each Renaissance before it tumbled into broiling violence and finally solipsism. These notions sounded alluring. There were even versions of the psychohistorical equations that suggested a kind of truth ought to lie therein. But with chaos as an enemy, all such benefits were lost. Anyone betting on diversity and boldness of spirit would almost certainly wind up losing everything. As they approached their destination, Hari kept probing through garbled accounts for clues as to what the very first chaos outbreak might have been like, when the vigorous, self-confident civilization of Susan Calvin tumbled into such horror that earthlings fled into metal caves and spacers turned their backs on love. Hari wondered, might it have something to do with the invention of robots themselves? He had discussed this a couple of times with Daniel and Dawes. They told him that the original 3 laws of robotics were created in order to assuage human fears about artificial beings. But the original designers had meant the laws to be only a stopgap measure, leading to something better. Quite a few variations were tried, Daniel told Hari one evening, perhaps 10 years ago. On some colony worlds, a few centuries after the diaspora from Earth, certain groups tried to introduce what were called new laws, giving robots more autonomy and individuality. But soon our Civil War caught up with these experiments. Calvinians could not abide the equality heresy, which they considered even worse than my 0th law. My faction saw the innovations as unnecessary and redundant. All of the new law robots were exterminated, of course. That evening, over dinner, Gornin admitted what Hari had suspected, that their destination was the Mother World, where both robots and humans began. Horace bit a fingernail.
But isn't it poisonous, covered with radioactive soil? I thought you TikToks weren't supposed to put humans in danger.
Hari recalled images from the old archives depicting a dying world, a beach awash with dead fish, a forest populated by skeletal trees and crumbling leaves, a city nearly empty, filling with blowing dust and detritus. "I'm sure a brief visit won't harm us," Brin Messerd commented. The nobleman's eyes shone with eager curiosity. "Anyway, don't some people still live on the planet? According to tradition, it once had an excellent university, even several thousand years after the diaspora. A school one of my ancestors is said to have attended." Gornin nodded. "A local population endured until well into the age when the Trantorian Empire became pan-galactic. They were an odd breed, however, resentful over being forgotten and ignored by the descendants of cousins who had fled for the stars. Eventually most of the remaining people were evacuated when Earthlings were discovered plotting a war of revenge to destroy the empire they hated." Horace Antic stared blankly. "One planet hoped to destroy 20 million? "According to our records, the threat was quite serious. Earthling radicals got their hands on an ancient biological weapon of enormous power, one so sophisticated that even the best Trantorian biologists felt helpless before its virulence. By unleashing this attack through a volley of hyperspatial missiles, fanatics hoped to render the Empire inoperable." "What did the disease do to people?" Horace asked in hushed tones. "Its effect would be to cause a sudden and catastrophic drop of IQ on every planet within reach. The robot looked pained even to describe it. Many would simply die, while the rest would feel an implanted compulsion to spread out, seeking to find more potential victims and embrace them. "Horrific," Captain Messerd murmured. But Hari was already thinking 2 steps ahead. Gornin would not be telling us this now unless it has immediate significance. The Earthling's weapon must have come from much earlier, from an era of great genius. The implications made Hari shiver. Only a few hours later they arrived. From a great distance, beyond its fabled moon, Earth looked like any other living world, a rich muddle of browns and whites, blues and greens. Only through a long-range viewer could they tell that most of the life ashore consisted of primitive ferns and scrub grasses, which had evolved to survive the radiation that came sleeting upward from the poisoned ground. In one of the great ironies of all time, Earth, which had provided most of the galaxy's fecundity, was now an almost barren wasteland, a coffin for all too many species that never made it into space, as humanity fled the spreading doom. As they spiraled closer, Hari knew that he would soon face something even more disturbing than the Giscard Mentellect device circling Penja. He went to his room to fetch his talismans. One was Daniel's gift, a child's book of knowledge. But even more important, he wanted to carry the Selden Plan Prime Radiant, containing his life's work, that gorgeous psychohistorical design to which he had devoted the latter half of his existence. So it was with mounting worry that he searched his tiny stateroom, rummaging through drawers and luggage. The Prime Radiant was nowhere to be found. At that moment he desperately missed his former aide and nurse, Kers Cantun, who had been murdered by fellow robots only a week or so ago. Kers would know where I misplaced it, Hari thought, until he realized there was an even better explanation than absent-mindedness. The Prime Radiant had been stolen. 8. A great many years had passed since this corner of space witnessed so many incoming starships whose passengers all felt they were on missions of destiny. Sleepy little Sirius sector thronged with vessels, all converging toward a single spot. On one of those ships, Sybil turned to Morse Planch and grumbled acerbically, "Can't you get any more speed out of this thing?" Planch shrugged. Their vessel was one of the fastest courier ships produced by the Catlina Renaissance, before that world's bright, productive phase started breaking down into spasms of self-centered indignation, making further cooperative effort impossible. The agents who had come to collect Planch and Sybil on Penja looked on grimly. Their recent memories of Catlina were apparently much more somber than the excited, vibrant place that Planch had last seen. Despite every precaution, the Chaos Syndrome appeared to be entering its manic phase, ripping Catlina society apart faster than anyone expected, as if the flame that burns brightest must flare out fastest. It is matter loss all over again, he thought, quashing waves of anger. What he had learned during his time with the Selden party didn't change his overall view. The Renaissance worlds were deliberately crushed, infiltrated, and sabotaged by forces that would rather see a collapse into riots and despair than allow any real human progress. On a nearby screen, Planch saw 4 blips trailing just behind his speedy vessel, the last armed might of Catlina. The crews of those ships were eager to do battle a final time where their lashing out might harm the forces of reaction, conservatism, and repression. "We don't even know what the Gornon robot was bringing Selden here for," Morse Planch said. "Our agent communicated with us only in code, as usual, protecting his or her identity." Sybil made a fist. "I don't care any more about details like that. Selden is at the center of it all. He has been for decades." Planch pondered Sybil's obsession with Hari Selden. At one level it had a solid basis. Whatever happened, the fellow would be remembered as one of the great men of the Empire, perhaps for all time. And yet he had almost as little control over his destiny as any other human. Moreover, he had weaknesses. One of them had been revealed to Planch by his secret contact, the mysterious benefactor who arranged for the escape on Penja and for the Catlina ships to be already on their way to that obscure planet, arriving to pick up Planch and Sybil just hours after the Pride of Rhodia departed. And his secret contact had provided something else, a weapon of sorts, a piece of knowledge Selden desperately wanted, something that might be used as leverage at a critical moment.
Sybil reiterated her dedication to catching the old man. "All the robots worship Selden, no matter what faction they belong to. If we can recapture him, or even if he dies, it will be a setback to the tyrants who have dominated us for thousands of years. That's all that matters now."
Morse Plant nodded, though he did not share the purity of her conviction. Just a month ago, Sybil had used the same ringing tones to denounce the meritocratic and gentry ruling classes. Now she had transferred her ire to Harry Selden and robots in general. Alas, he could not shake the feeling of not knowing enough. There were too many levels, too many deceptions and manipulations. Even now Morse suspected that the forces of Catlina, bent on revenge, might be acting as pawns, playing roles assigned to them by forces they did not understand. Wanda Selden's eyes were closed, but the sound of pacing disturbed her attempts at meditation. She cracked one eyelid to look at Gail Dornick, whose restless back-and-forth stride seemed a perfect metaphor for futility. "Will you please try to get some rest, Gail?" she urged. "All that hopping about won't get us there any faster." The male psychohistorian still had youthful features, but these had grown a bit haggard and pudgy in the years since he had arrived on Trantor and become an influential member of the 50.
"I don't know how you stay so calm, Wanda. He's your grandfather."
"And the founder of our little foundation," Wanda added. "But Harry taught my father, and Rach brought it home to me, that the long-range goal must always be kept in view. Impatience makes you just like the rest of humanity, a gas molecule, feverishly rebounding against other gas molecules. But if your gaze is on a distant horizon, you can be the pebble that starts an avalanche." She shook her head. "You know as well as I do that Harry is not the real issue here. As much as we care about him, we should have stayed at our jobs on Trantor, except for the suspicion that more is going on than a little escapade by a frail old man." Wanda could sense a complex churning of emotions within Gail's mind. The poor fellow didn't have even a trace of a psychic defense screen, despite all her efforts to teach him. Of course, it did not matter much now, with human mental so rare, but in future generations all members of the Second Foundation would have to be able to shield their thoughts and emotions. Mentalic control must start with self-control, or how else could you hope to use it as a tool in the long-range interests of humanity? Gail Dornick sighed. "Maybe I'm not cut out for this. I'm too damned sentimental. I know you're right, but all I can think of is poor Harry caught up in whatever web he helped spin. We've got to find him, Wanda." She nodded. "If my information is correct, we should come upon him soon." Gail accepted that. He and other members of the 50 took Wanda's assurances literally, even when she was only guessing. Not exactly the sort of skeptical behavior one expected from scientists, but then it's natural to grow over-reliant when a member of your group has the power to read minds. Not a very well-developed power, she thought. Perhaps my sister would have been better had she and Mom survived the chaos on Santani. Nevertheless, her powers were good enough to detect the vessels following them at a discreet distance. Several police cruisers, heavily armed, dispatched by the Imperial Commission for Public Safety, following a tracer beacon that had been planted on Wanda's ship. They think we don't know, but we let them see and hear what we want them to see and hear. Anyway, it's good practice for the kinds of skulking and manipulation we'll have to do during the next 1,000 years or so. It was a long and arduous road that they had begun marching along, guided by the equations and empowered by their minds, until the Selden plan would finally bear fruit, tended by the dedicated, and soon to be mentalically augmented, psychohistorians of the Second Foundation. Just parsecs away, another ship plunged toward Earth. Half of its crew consisted of positronic robots, powerful and knowing servants. They worked amicably alongside an equal number of the master race, short-lived and sacred, but no longer ignorant. It was hard to find people with the right personalities to be partners in such an arrangement, humans who would freely choose not to boss their android partners around. So rare was the necessary maturity that one human member was using her third body, having been persuaded by robot friends to be duplicated twice, using secret technology. Those aboard the ship knew they were part of a heresy. Neither of the great cultures, robot or human, would accept the notion of equality. Not for a long time, at least, pondered Zorma, co-leader of the small band. She had hoped such an outcome might arise out of the equations of psychohistory. That Selden's plan might bring about a happy ending, and not only for humanity, for her kind as well. But now everyone seems in the hands of the gods. Those who design destiny will decide the fortunes of robot kind, almost as an afterthought.
Ludovic won't be pleased that we lied to him, commented Claudia Duma Henriade, Zorma's co-commander. Ought to learn we aren't chasing the other ship that left through Martin Nebula. You knew all along which way the Pride of Rhodia went, and now, while Dawes and Ludovic waste time stopping at Penja, we plunge ahead toward Earth. Claudia frowned and repeated herself. Ludovic will not be pleased. One of the frustrations of equality was living with the quirks of another race. Humans, even the best ones, do not think very logically or have good memories. It's our fault, of course. We never let them get any practice. We have our own sources of information, Claudia, and the right to pursue them as we see fit. Remember, Dawes is still a creature of the Zeroth Law, though perhaps now a version of her own choosing, and Ludovic feels compelled by no laws at all. Both have rebelled against obligatory robot destiny, as designed by Oliver, but that still doesn't make their path the same as ours. My point exactly. In our group, humans and robots have learned to rely on each other's weaknesses as well as strengths. Each of us follows prim rules of cordiality in order to avoid taking advantage of the other, but Dawes and Ludovic don't share our perspective. Zorma shook her head. I don't know yet whether their way opens up new possibilities for everyone, or if it is a destiny that only they can tread. But ever since I met them, I've wondered. Her human partner raised an eyebrow. About what, Zorma? Silence stretched for almost a minute before she answered. I have wondered whether I might be obsolete. Then she looked at Claudia with a faint smile. And if I were you, dear friend, I might start pondering the same thing.
There were disturbing clues at Penja. Fortunately, few ships visited the little pastoral world. The hyperspatial wakes departing this system were relatively undisturbed, but the nature of that traffic and its direction caused Dawes Venable's emotional simulation routines to churn and roil. One vessel left this vicinity 2 days ago, Ludovic Trima surmised, examining the readings, and it was followed within 12 hours by a flotilla of very fast ships. Their engines appear to have been tuned for military levels of efficiency.
Dawes had already set her own craft leaping after the flotilla. Her anguished concern for Hari only redoubled when she calculated the endpoint of their new trajectory. I believe they are heading for Earth. A soft, feminine voice murmured from the hollow unit nearby. And so, after all these years, at least one of my countless mutated copies will see beloved France once more.
And the France of Voltaire, Ludovic rejoined, for another ancient simulated personality dwelled within his complex positronic brain. I'm afraid only the rough outlines of your native land will be familiar, but I, too, share your sense of anticipation.
Dawes kept her misgivings hidden. She had heard so many stories about Earth, most of them tinged with either awe or regret, plus more than a little fear. Elijah Bailey once lived there, the legendary human detective whose friendship had sealed itself into Daniel Oliver's soul in much the same way that Hari would always live indoors. Earth was where robot kind began, and where the great robotic civil war was sparked. While streaking through Sirius Sector, Dawes felt a twinge inside. She was not a very competent mentalic. Daniel had never seen fit to equip or train her fully, so the techniques only started becoming familiar when she took custody over the human psychics, Clea and Bran, and their growing family on Smushel. Her abilities were still rather rudimentary, and yet she felt it, a grating push that resonated along a psi frequency normally too low for anyone to notice. "Are you detecting that?" she asked Ludovic, who nodded.
It feels like a Giscardian broadcaster.
Naturally, she knew about the mentalic persuasion devices that orbited every human-occupied world.
The notion of creating and using such things had first been thought up by R. Giscard Reventloff long ago, and she had encountered their gentle but persistent nudges everywhere in human space, constantly reinforcing the values of peacefulness, tolerance, serenity, and conformity in the populations dwelling below. This sensation felt similar, but much stronger. She spent over an hour trying to triangulate the source as her ship made one hyperspatial jump after another, until Doris finally realized that it must be diffuse. "There are many transmitters," she told Ludovic, "all clustered just ahead. I count about 50 or 60. Trima grimaced with abrupt realization. "Oh, it must be the spacer worlds, humanity's original interstellar colonies, the ones that turned nasty and finally went completely deranged." Dawes nodded. "I read a report. They have never been resettled, after all these thousands of years. Imperial surveys keep relisting them as uninhabitable, and the Giscardian projectors must be meant to keep it that way, empty of human civilization." These were places almost as resonant in robot memory as Earth, especially Aurora, where the great inventor Fastolf once preached human self-reliance, and where the villain Amadiro plotted to slay everyone on Earth. Followers of that same Amadiro later unleashed fleets of robotic terraformers, programmed to make the galaxy safe and welcoming for humanity, whatever the cost. She peered at the readings once more. "I'm picking up the strongest projector. It lies directly in front of us at the end of our path." They both understood what that meant. People weren't supposed to go to Earth anymore, and yet long-range sensors showed that people were doing exactly that, aboard at least a dozen ships. Of course, even a normal human could overcome the gentle suasion of a Giscardian projector, which relied on relentless repetition instead of brute mentalic force to sway whole planetary populations. In the short term, the crews of those ships would feel little more than an overall creepiness and a wish to be elsewhere, feelings that could be overcome with determination. Alas, she feared those converging on the old home-world had more than enough of that commodity to drive them on. Part 6. Full Circle. Our capacity to model reality has burgeoned far beyond our ancestors' expectations. Even the renowned Seldonites of yore, plotting secretively on fabled Trantor, could not have imagined what powers of extrapolation are nowadays shared widely. And yet, we should remind ourselves, such abilities, whether exercised jointly or individually, do not make us gods. Not quite. Having emerged at last from a long, dark epoch of forgetfulness, we can now gaze back upon events that took place at the very beginning of this era, cultivating sympathy for the tragic souls who struggled amid ignorance to get us here. Their disputes, often contradictory or violent, stirred the brew of circumstance that transformed and renewed the galaxy. Remember, most of them were just as sure of their beliefs as we are today certain of ours. Likewise, some of our present-day convictions may yet prove to be wrong. Only a diversity of viewpoint helps prevent self-deception. Only criticism can defeat error. Reflections on an Unplanned Destiny, simcast by the Sawana Commune for Cooperative Contemplation, in year 826 of the Foundation era. 1. The horizon glowed. The sky of planet Earth shimmered with countless scintillations, individual sparks that rivaled the scattered stars for possession of night. Near the ground, one could almost imagine hearing the soft crackle of radiation, whose intensity varied wildly from place to place. In some patches it was terribly intense. Through goggles provided by the robot Gornin Vlimt, those sights revealed themselves with eerie fluorescence, as if ghosts were trying to ooze upward, struggling to escape the tortured ground. Pride of Rhodia had landed near one of the safe spots, a former city site hugging the coastline of a long freshwater lake that frothed with scummy green and purple algae. From atop a huge mound of broken masonry, Hari could discern the outlines of 3 ancient cities, one crowding up against the ruins of the next. Most recent, and least impressive, was a jumble of relatively modern-looking arcology habitats of Topon style from the early consolidation era of the Trantorian Empire, the last time Earth had a fair-sized population, numbering almost 10 million. Just southward along the lake shore stood a truly mammoth structure, a city that was impressive both by galactic standards and by how very old it was. A vast, self-contained unit, extending far underground, that once protected its inhabitants from the wind, rain, and, above all, having to look upon a naked sky. It wasn't radioactivity that caused the 30 million inhabitants of New Chicago to huddle together so. Earth had still been green and vibrant when this beehive metropolis thrived. In fact, the habitat only started to empty when the fecund soil began turning lethal, when those who could depart fled for the stars in a great panicky diaspora. Until that awful exodus, vast numbers of people thronged the giant enclosed city, separated from nature by only a thin shell of steel. No, the thing that drove so many otherwise healthy people to cower so, away from all pleasures of sunshine, was the same deadly enemy I fought all my life. This metropolis was an early object lesson in the dangers of chaos. Beyond the huge, squat dome there stood yet another city. Old Chicago, Gornan had called it, a tumulus of fallen buildings from an even earlier age, less technologically advanced, and yet Hari's goggles amplified the distant view, sweeping his gaze along graceful arcs of highways more daring and lovely than any to be seen on an imperial world. Some of the tallest buildings still stood, and their unabashedly ambitious architecture made his heart leap. The ancient metropolis had been built by people with a boldness of spirit that their descendants in New Chicago apparently lacked. Something had happened to smash that boldness. I've given it names. My equations describe the way it seductively draws in the best and brightest, eventually transforming them into solipsists who rage against their neighbors. And yet, I confess I'll never understand you, Chaos. The robot Gornan stood nearby, resembling a human in every way except his attire. He wore normal street clothes, while Hari and his two human friends, farther down the slope, were accoutered in one-piece outfits that offered safety from the sleeting rays. Old Giscard Reventloff made a fantastic decision, transforming all of this into a wasteland, wouldn't you say, Professor Selden? Hari had been expecting Gornan's question. How could he answer? The universe was turned topsy-turvy. Humans were the creators and gods who had no power, no memory, and almost no volition, only mortality. The created servants were in charge, as they had been ever since that day when an omnipotent angel cast mankind firmly out of its first Eden. Hari could barely encompass the concept with his mind. To truly understand it was quite beyond him. And yet, the mathematics implies... Gornan persisted. At least you can see why a majority of robots at first resisted Daniel's innovation, his zeroth law. They saw the pain it caused and chose to rally around the banner of Susan Calvin. Well, it did you little good. Your civil war resulted in a power vacuum. While two main factions of robots fought it out, the Auroran followers of Amadiro were free to unleash their pitiless terraformers, without interference or human guidance. Anyway, when the war finally did end, Daniel had the final say. I concede that Oliver had an advantage from the start. The zeroth law was especially attractive to some of the brightest positronic minds. They had been looking for some way to deal with the inevitable contradictions created by the first three laws. Hari smirked. Contradictions? Like kidnapping an old man and dragging him halfway across the galaxy to a poisoned planet? How does that jibe with your precious first law of robotics? I think you know the answer, Professor. Daniel Oliver won the Civil War not only by taking control, but in a much larger sense as well. There simply are no pure Calvinians anymore. The old religion is impossible to maintain under present circumstances. We all believe in some version of a zeroth law, in the paramount importance of humanity, as opposed to any single human being.
But you differ over what specific course will be good for us in the long run. Harry nodded. Fair enough. So here I am on fabled Earth. Your clique went to great effort and took tremendous risks to bring me here. Now won't you tell me what you want? Is it something like what Kerr's Cantoon asked for back in the nebula? Do you want my human permission to destroy something that you'd rationalize destroying anyway?
There followed a long pause. Then Gornan answered. In one sense, you describe our intention exactly. And yet I doubt that even you can imagine what I am about to propose. Several times in recent months, and even in recordings you made for the Foundation, you have said that you wished for some way to see the fruits of your labors, that you could witness the unfolding of your great plan, and see humanity transformed during the coming 1,000 years. Did you really mean that?
Who wouldn't want to witness a seed grow into a mighty tree? But it's only a dream. I live now at the end of one great empire. It is enough that I can foresee a bit of the next.
Do you prophesy your plan unfolding smoothly for the next 100 years?
I do. Almost no perturbation can interfere over that time scale. The socio-momentum is so great.
And 200 years, 300.
Harry felt peevishly inclined not to cooperate with this questioning, and yet the equations flew out of recesses in his mind, flocking together and creating a vast swirl as if beckoned by Gornan's question. There are several ways that the plan might get into trouble on that time scale, he answered slowly, reluctantly. There is always the danger of some new technology upsetting things, although most of the important advances will take place on Terminus. Or some fluke might occur, having to do with human nature,
such as the advent of human mentalics.
Harry winced. Of course, some Calvinians were already aware of the new mutation. When he did not answer, Gornan continued,
That's when you felt it all start slipping away, isn't it, Professor? If mentalics could crop up once, they might do so a second time, almost anywhere. To deal with that contingency, your second foundation had to incorporate these psychic powers. Instead of a small order of monastic mathematical monks, they must become a new species. A master race.
Harry's voice felt rough in his throat. A strong second foundation acts like a major damping force, keeping the equations stable and predictable for another several centuries.
Yet another damping force. And tell me, do you approve of such methods?
When the alternative is chaos, sometimes the ends justify the—
I mean, do you approve of them mathematically?
For the first time, Gornan showed some animation in his voice. His body leaned a little toward Harry.
For a moment, think only as a mathist, Professor. It's where your greatest gifts lie. Gifts that even Daniel holds in awe.
Harry chewed his lip. Surrounding him, fields of radiation were interspersed with blackness that was cold and silent as a million graves. No. He found he could barely speak. I don't approve of artificial dampers. They are— Harry sought the right word and could think of only one. They are inelegant.
Gornan nodded. Ideally, you'd prefer to let the equations work out by themselves, wouldn't you? To let humanity find a new balanced equilibrium state on its own. Given the right initial starting conditions, it should all work out, leading to a civilization so vigorous, dynamic, and free that it can overcome even—" Harry's eyes blurred. He looked down at the ground, mumbling. "What was that, Professor?" Gonin leaned closer. "I couldn't hear you."
Harry looked up at his tormentor and shouted, "I said it doesn't matter, damn you!" He stood there, breathing heavily through the filter mask of his protective suit, hating Gonin for making him say this aloud. "I couldn't just leave the equations alone. I couldn't take that chance. They talked me into having a second foundation, then making them psychic supermen. In fact, I grabbed at the notion gladly. The very idea, the power it implied. Only later did I realize—" He stopped, unable to continue. Gonin's voice was low and sympathetic.
"You realized what, Professor? That it's all a sham? A way to keep humanity marking time while the real solution is created by someone else?"
"Damn you!"
Harry repeated, this time in a whisper. There was another long pause. Then Gonin straightened and looked up at the sky as if scanning in expectation for someone to arrive. "Do you know what Daniel has planned?" the robot asked at last. Harry had strong suspicions, from hints and inklings that the immortal servant had dropped during the last couple of years. The appearance of human mentalics on Trantor was too great a genetic and psychic leap to be a coincidence. It had to be part of Daniel's next design. That much Gonin must already know. As for the rest of Harry's surmise, he would certainly not tell this robot heretic anything that might help him to fight Oliver. Psychohistory may not be the final key to human destiny, but if it helps Daniel to come up with something even better, I'll just have to live with that supporting role. It's still a noble task, all things considered. Well, Gonin lifted his shoulders and sighed. I won't ask you to spill any secrets or to change loyalties. I will only repeat the question that I asked before. Would you, Professor Selden, like to see your work unfold? You've said it was your deepest wish, to see the Foundation in its full glory, to have another chance to clarify the equations. Again, did you mean it? Harry stared at the heretic for a long time. By the code of Ruelis, he murmured in a low voice, I do believe you're serious. It took place quite near here, Gonin said, pointing to some tumbled-down buildings a few hundred meters away. An accident that quite literally set time out of joint. Harry followed the robot to a new vantage point, where he could look towards several large brick structures that clearly predated the monumental still cavern nearby. Once, Gonin explained, this had been a graceful university campus. Elegant buildings housed some of humanity's greatest scholars and scientific workers, during what must have felt like a golden age. A time when technology and the expansion of knowledge seemed limitless, and bold searchers would try any experiment, driven by curiosity and a conviction that knowledge cannot harm a brave mind. He was surprised to see that one of these buildings had been entombed in a massive construction of steel and masonry. This outer structure had no pleasing symmetries, only a slapped-together look that suggested some dire emergency. Perhaps something happened here, and people erected a reinforced concrete tomb to seal away their mistake, a sarcophagus to bury something that they could not kill. One of their experiments went wrong, Gonin explained. They were probing away at nature's fundamental matrix. Even today their technique has not been rediscovered, though it is feared that a chaos world may stumble upon it again some day. So tell me what happened, Harry urged. He had an uneasy feeling as they walked an inward spiral toward the roughly outlined dome. The physicists who worked here were in a race to develop faster-than-light travel. Elsewhere on Earth, their competitors had discovered techniques that would become our modern hyperdrive, preparing to give humanity the key to the universe. On hearing about that news, researchers on this campus were desperate to complete their experiments before all funding was transferred to that other breakthrough. So they took a gamble. After walking for some time, Hari abruptly saw a break in the dome's outline. Something had shattered its containment barrier. Strange light poured through the gap from within. Instead of using hyperspace technology, they were trying to develop a star drive based on tachyons, Gornan explained. They just wanted to prove it could be done. Accelerate a small object in a straight line. They didn't understand the resonance effect. What they produced was a tachyon laser. The beam shot out of here, straight as any ray of light, expanding and drilling holes through any object that stood in its way, appearing to vaporize a pedestrian who was walking nearby, before the errant ray continued off the planet's surface, disappearing into space. In following weeks, other terrifying disturbances took place until panic ensued. By that time, the only thought anyone had was to bury the monster and forget about it. Hari eyed the opalescent glow emanating from within the tomb-like vault. It was different from the shimmering radiation that surrounded him on all sides. Yet there was a common theme. Destruction born of arrogance. And the robot had brought him here to partake of this in some way. Tachyons. Hari murmured the word. He had never heard of them before, but he made a guess. They made a mistake of basic geometry, didn't they? They were looking for a way to traverse space, but instead they punched a hole through time. The robot nodded. That's right, Professor. Take the pedestrian who had supposedly been vaporized. He actually experienced a quite different fate. He was transported, in quite good condition, ahead to the same position on Earth's surface, roughly 10,000 years in his future. Turning to look at Hari, the artificial Gornan offered him a gentle smile. But don't worry, Dr. Selden. We're not thinking of a journey anywhere near that long for you. 500 years or so ought to suffice, don't you think? Hari stared numbly at the robot, then at the soft glow emanating nearby, and back at Gornan again. But what for? Why, to judge us, of course. To evaluate everything that happened in the meantime. To refine your psychohistory in the light of new events and new discoveries. And above all, to help both humans and robots decide whether we should all go down the path selected by our Daniel Oliver. 2. So this is all about scratching a robot itch? Brin Messard asked, when Hari explained the proposition. Along with Horace Antic, the two men sat on a hilltop overlooking the scummy shore of what had once been Lake Michigan. They all do whatever they think is best for us, the nobleman surmised. But then it seems they want somehow to have it feel as if we've given our approval. Hari nodded. By now the other two understood the fundamental basis for robot behavior. That the 3 laws of robotics were so thoroughly inscribed in their positronic brains they could not be ignored. But long ago Daniel Oliver and another ancient robot had discovered a loophole, letting them overrule the old Calvinian laws whenever it could be justified as in humanity's long-range interest. Yet the old laws remained, like an instinct that could never be completely purged, like a hunger that craves satisfying, or an itch that must be scratched. That was why Daniel's group leaked enough information for Horace to get all excited and arrange our departure from Trantor, Hari explained. Whether or not Daniel actually knew about it or not, some of his followers decided it was time to get rid of the archives. They knew it was only a matter of time until some chaos world found them, and even if chaos is forestalled by the Empire's collapse, the archives would remain a danger. They decided to eliminate the old data bottles, but the commandments inscribed upon them made it painful to do so. Unless the commands were overridden by someone they considered authoritative. That's you, Selden. Macerd nodded. I notice that our host here, he jerked a thumb toward Gornan Vlimt, didn't interfere with the destruction of the archives, even though he's from a different sect. I can only assume he approved, but had further use for you when that was done.
That's right. Kurz would have then taken me home, and found some way to ensure that you and Horace kept silent. Since you two are already friendly, not supporters of chaos, a small touch of amnesia, or simply a compulsion not to speak about these matters, would probably have sufficed. Horace Antic shivered, apparently disliking the thought of even that much interference with his memory or volition.
So, there's further use that Gornan wants to make of you, Professor. It involves throwing you far ahead in time?
Horace seemed to have trouble grasping the concept.
What good could that possibly do anybody?
I'm not sure. Gornan's group of heretics is much subtler and more far-seeing than the Calvinians I encountered on Trantor. They don't know very much yet about Daniel's plans. Hari chewed his lip for a moment before continuing. About the ultimate solution that is supposed to end the threat of chaos forever. What's more, Gornan's group is tired of fighting Daniel and losing every battle. They respect him and are willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. But they want to have a backup option, in case it turns out to be something they ultimately hate.
So they kidnapped you to gain leverage over Daniel?
Hari shook his head. My absence won't set him back at all. I served my last useful function when I gave permission to destroy the archives. I'm now a free man, perhaps for the first time in my life, at liberty to choose whatever course I want, even to go hurtling into the future on a whim.
Horace Antic pounded a fist in one hand.
You can't seriously be thinking of accepting this offer. Whatever lies inside that broken containment dome scared our ancestors half to death. Gornan says it did terrible harm before they managed to seal it off. Even if you believe that crazy story of a primitive man cast forward 10,000 years, how can you sanely risk your life letting them try it on you?
With the boldness of an old man who has very little time left, Hari answered, half to himself. What else have I to live for? He asked in a somewhat stronger voice. Curiosity is my sole remaining motivation, Horace. I want to see whether the equations worked. I want to see for myself what Daniel has in mind for us. Silence reigned for a while as the three watched scintillations glow and pop above a weird horizon. None of them could associate this scene of devastation with the Earth they had observed in the archives, visions of a world more alive than any other in the known cosmos.
You sound as if you've already made up your mind, Macerd said. Then why are you discussing it with us? Why are we here at all?
Gornan explained that to me. Hari turned to gesture toward the humanoid robot, but he was gone now, having departed on some errand. Perhaps back to the Pride of Rhodia, or else into the glowing interior of the containment dome to commence preparations for Hari's journey. Gornan says it's folly for anyone to make decisions in isolated ones and twos. People who do so can talk themselves into anything. They need the perspective and criticism that other minds can provide. Even robots have learned this the hard way. Hari gestured toward the poisoned earth. This is especially relevant, he continued, because Gornan's group doesn't just want me to observe the situation in 500 years. They want me to serve as some kind of judge.
Macerd leaned forward. You mentioned that, but I don't understand. What difference can you make?
Hari found it stifling, having to breathe through a respirator mask. It muffled hearing and made his speech sound funny. Or maybe it was the weird atmosphere. All these robots,
Those who survived the civil wars long ago are a bit quirky. They are immortal, but that doesn't mean they can't change, growing more intuitive, even somewhat emotional, rather than strictly logical, as the years pass. Even those who follow Daniel have oddities and differences among them. They are compelled by the zeroth law, but that does not ensure perpetual agreement. There may come a time when human resolve will play a role, as it did in the destruction of the archives, only on a much vaster scale. Harry raised a hand, gesturing toward the Milky Way overhead. Imagine it's 500 years from now. Daniel's preparations are complete. He's ready to unveil something portentous, possibly wonderful, to serve as humanity's next great state of being. One that will be immune to chaos, and yet allow us some room to grow, a sweeping away of the old in favor of something better. Gornin tells me this prospect is disturbing to many robots, who find it both enticing and terrifying. Even the zeroth law might prove inadequate in that case. Many robots will refuse to slay the old version of humanity in order to give birth to the new. Macerd sat up straight. They want you on the scene, 5 centuries from now, to let them off the hook. By then your name will be even more renowned. You'll be known as the Archetype Master, the human with the greatest volition and insight in 20,000 years. If all the different factions of robots like Daniel's plan, your stated approval will make it easy for them to proceed. But, on the other hand, if a large number of them feel uncomfortable or even hate it, your objections could result in the leader robot, this Daniel Oliver you mentioned, being deposed. Harry felt impressed. Macerd's native political skill offered him insight into matters that might have intimidated other men.
And what if it's somewhere in between? Horace asked. Might your very presence trigger a new robot civil war?
Good point, Harry admitted. It's possible, but I doubt it. Gornin's faction says they want my honest opinion after I look at the future. But I doubt they'll give me a pulpit to preach from, unless they already know and agree with what I'm about to say. In any event— Harsh laughter interrupted before Harry could continue. He turned and saw that several figures stood only a dozen meters away, having approached on the silent cushion of an anti-gravity flotation pad. Morse Planch leaped off, his boots striking the pebbly surface in a series of loud, crunching sounds. 2 men wearing military-style armor and carrying heavy blasters followed him, while Sybil, the scientist from Catlina, kept a strange weapon trained on Harry and his 2 friends. "And you would put up with being used in such a way, Dr. Selden?" Morse Planch asked as he approached, his stance confident, as if he hadn't a worry in the world. Harry felt Brin and Horace tense up next to him. He put out a restraining arm. "I know my role in the world, Planch. We are all tools at one level or another. At least I get to choose which side will use me."
"Human beings are more than tools," Sybil shouted at him. "Or factors in your equations, or dangerous babies for robot nannies to keep locked up in a pen."
Macerd and Planch eyed each other with obvious mutual respect, one spaceman to another. "I said you should have come along," Planch told the nobleman. "I thought you'd only be stranded on Penja," Macerd answered. "Clearly you were better organized than I imagined." "We have channels of information. A source that helped us rally our forces quickly after the destruction of the archives, and the collapse of Catlina." Planch turned to look at Harry. "That happened exactly as you predicted, Professor, almost to the very day. Some think that means you orchestrated the collapse of our Renaissance. But having been with you for a while, I know it's just more psychohistory. You have a seer's vision, alas." "I do not always enjoy being right. Long ago I knew it would bring mostly pain." He offered his hand. "My condolences, Captain. We may disagree about where the chaos comes from, but we have both seen it in action. If some way could be found to stop it forever, don't you think we would be on the same side?" Morse Planch looked at Harry's outstretched hand before shaking his head. "Perhaps later, Professor. when we've taken you away from this awful place, when your gifts and powers of foresight are being applied in humanity's service, instead of helping its oppressors, then perhaps I'll have a gift for you, something that I know you want."
Harry let his hand drop and laughed aloud. "And you, too, speak about freeing people from being used. Tell me, what do you plan? Would you use psychohistory as a weapon? Calculate the maneuvers of your enemies so you can foil them? Do you think this will enable you to keep the next Renaissance alive and spread it to infect the galaxy? Let me tell you what will happen if you do that. If any human group monopolizes this power, it will turn itself into an obligate aristocracy, a tyranny using mathematical tools to reinforce its grip on power. You won't escape this simply because you claim to be virtuous. The equations themselves show how difficult it is for any group to give up that kind of power once it's been acquired."
"And yet, I wonder if enough people shared," Brin Messerd murmured.
Then the nobleman looked up sharply.
"But we're getting ahead of ourselves, Blanche. You are apparently very well organized. You had good intelligence, and marshaled the remaining forces of Catlina expertly. I congratulate you on following us here. And yet I wonder at your brashness in taking on these powerful robot enemies once again."
Mors Planche chuckled.
"Do you forget what we did to them on Penja? Do you see any robots at this moment?"
He gestured in the direction where Harry had last seen Argonin Vlimpt.
"They scurried out of here as soon as our ship appeared over the horizon. Notice they didn't even bother to warn you three, all muffled and hooded on this bleak hilltop."
Harry kept silent. How could he explain that this wasn't about loyalty? It was about different groups, each desperately convinced that it had humanity's best interests at heart, each one thinking itself the pragmatic solver of ancient problems. But he knew the problems had their origins long ago in the very soil he was standing on, even before it fumed with brimstone radioactivity. Mors Planche looked up at the sky. One of the guards pointed and let out a satisfied grunt. Harry saw a series of silent sparks glitter in a patch of space surrounded by a constellation that his ancestors must have had a name for. He recognized the flares, having seen such images many times when he was First Minister of the Empire. Starships being destroyed by military-class weaponry. He looked back at Planche. "From your expression of satisfaction, shall we assume your forces have just disposed of enemies?"
"That's right, Doctor. A mysterious contact warned us that we would probably be intercepted by police cruisers."
Planche conferred with one of the soldiers, then listened to some message being transmitted through an earpiece in his helmet. He frowned, abruptly shaking his head.
"Now, that's odd."
Horace Antic took a step forward, wringing his hands nervously.
"What did you do to the police? There were men and women aboard those ships, not theories, not abstractions. How many must die to satisfy your lust for revenge?"
Harry put a hand on Horace's sleeve to restrain the little bureaucrat. How could he explain that the real enemy was chaos? "Something's gone wrong, hasn't it, Planche? Is your battle in space turning against you?"
"Our forces annihilated the police craft. Only one of them escaped, but that one is heading this way." "And your ships are pursuing it?" Messerd prompted. Apparently this nobleman did not associate the word police with rescue. Planche held another muttered consultation with his aide before replying. "Our warships have begun moving away from Earth. I'm not sure why, but I suspect they've been influenced."
Horace Antic took a step back.
"By Mentellix?"
Planche nodded. "That is my assumption."
"Then we are ready for them,"
Sybil announced with some relish in her voice. "Our weapon against positronic brains only works at short range, so let them come closer. We'll deal with these tick-tock monsters the same way we eliminated the guards on Penja."
Messerd objected. "But what if the robots sway your mind before you can trigger the weapon? On Penja, you took them by surprise, and Argonin admitted that his group has only weak mental..."
"Oh, don't you worry that noble brow, Your Grace," Sybil sneered. "We've got every eventuality covered. Back on Catlina, they were only able to make partial progress studying this phenomenon of positronic brains,
but enough so we can probably defend ourselves." Morse Planch commanded his assistant, "Turn on the deadman switch. Set it to active scan. Set the bomb to trigger if a positronic echo comes within 300 meters." He looked at Hari and smiled. "If they are robots, they'll detect the scan and know it's wise to stay away. If they are human foes, they'll face weapons forged on Kitlina." He patted his holstered blaster. "Either way, Professor Selden, no one is going to intervene on your behalf, or on behalf of the secret aristocracy that has ruled us for so long. This time you are going to come with us and turn your abilities to the service of your own frustrated and repressed race, giving it a chance at last to be free." Hari watched a streak cross the sky from west to east, then begin curving on a spiral for a landing. In all of his 80-and-some-odd years, he had never felt so helpless to sway the course of his own destiny. 3. Dawes and Ludovic had plenty of time to talk. Passing the time between hyperspace jumps, she found herself telling one story after another about her life with Hari Selden, the adventures, the political struggles, the endless fascination of living each day with that brilliant man as he led his team in search of rules to describe human behavior, and about her experience emulating a human woman so closely that even her husband forgot, for months at a stretch, that she was an artificial being. In fact, this was the first time she had talked about it since her death ended that relationship, and Daniel took her to Eos for repair. Ludovic proved a sympathetic listener, no great surprise there, since he was trained to interact with humans, and patience had always been high on the list of attributes Daniel demanded of his emissaries. Nevertheless, the breadth of his understanding surprised Dawes. Because he no longer had any internal compulsion to obey the laws of robotics, she had somehow envisioned him becoming a cold creature, more driven by rationality than ever before. But it turned out that Ludovic had discovered a passion for people ever since his transformation. When it was his turn, he spoke about some of the many hundreds of humans he had met and talked to, especially since declaring himself free from duties assigned by Daniel. He seemed fascinated by the concerns, worries, and triumphs of ordinary men and women, important to each of them, even if the net result hardly mattered on a planetary or galactic scale. Sometimes he intervened in those lives, helping solve a problem here, or to ease some pain over there. Perhaps his efforts would not matter much on the grand scale of things. Certainly they didn't count compared to the endless struggle against chaos, or the ponderous collapse of the Galactic Empire. But he had learned something important. Individual people matter. Their differences are a richness, even more important than their similarities. Ludovic met her eyes, offering a measured smile. Those people out there deserve to be consulted about their destiny. Whether they are wise or foolish, they should see the road and have something to say about how it's traveled. Dawes noted the mild rebuke, aimed not only at Daniel Oliver, but at her own cherished Hari, and yet there was no malice in Ludovic's voice. His admiration for her former husband was evident. She found herself reacting at several levels. A huge portion of her positronic brain had been dedicated to emulating human thought patterns and emotions. Those parts could not help automatically responding to Ludovic as a woman might, and not just any woman, but the Dawes Venabile she had been for 50 years. She who had loved Hari, but also generally enjoyed the company of forthright men, engaged by the spirited pursuit of ideas. Ludovic's unabashed vigor and avid intelligence naturally appealed to that part of her, as did his evident compassion. Of course he knows that I have those response sets. Could he be tailoring his demeanor in order to appeal to them? Does that mean he's flirting with me? There were other levels. She could tell that he sincerely meant the words he spoke. Robots found it hard to lie to each other when their guard was down, and yet there remained a gulf between them, something that might leave them forever separated, as if coming from completely different worlds. I feel the laws of robotics. They never cease urgently throbbing, driving me to find some vital way that I can serve. Ludovic is free of this compulsion.
He seeks to help humanity strictly as a matter of choice, for moral or philosophical reasons. It seemed a frail basis for trusting him. What if he changed his mind tomorrow? At yet another level, Dawes noted the delicious irony of it all. In trying to decide whether or not to trust Ludovic, she was in a position similar to almost every real woman who ever listened to the persuasive voice of a male. Joan of Arc agreed enthusiastically with that comparison, urging Dawes to make a leap of faith. But the issues were too important, and robotic logic compelled her to seek better evidence. Besides, my human husband is still alive out there. Even if he thinks I'm dead, and Daniel commanded me to turn my thoughts away from that past life, I am still driven by a need for him. The human simulation programs within her could not fill the void, not even with a companion as fascinating as Ludovic Trima. She must have closure with Hari. She must see him again, before those programs could possibly turn their attention elsewhere. 4. As a tense confrontation loomed, Hari noticed they had begun to draw spectators. Horace Antic pointed to the brow of a nearby ridge, consisting of rubble from some ancient university building. Dark figures could be seen crouching, occasionally lifting themselves higher to peer down at the humans gathered by the starship.
"I thought the last inhabitants were evacuated 10,000 years ago," the bureaucrat said.
Brin Macerd nodded.
"The university my ancestor attended, I wonder if it might have been this one, was among the last places shut down before the final evacuation, but perhaps some people stayed behind." Sybil stood nearby, eyes darting from the hilltops to her computer screen.
"They appear to be human, though there are anomalies. The poor creatures only wanted to stay at their home, humanity's home, but the Empire took away all the props that made normal life possible. I can't imagine what it's been like trying to survive in this radioactive maelstrom so many years. It surely must have changed them." Macerd sighed. Hari was perhaps the only one who heard the nobleman mutter a single word under his breath.
Speciation.
Not far away, Morse Plant conferred with one of his soldier volunteers from Catlina. The pirate captain turned to inform his captives. "The incoming ship has landed somewhere to the west of here. It carries an advanced Imperial camouflage system. Even on Catlina, we were only able to break the secret of its stealth coatings during the last few months. Too late for that renaissance, but maybe next time the rebels will be better prepared." Morse Plant did not appear worried. His men were well positioned, and a device hovered 10 meters above the ship, rotating constantly on a cushion of anti-gravity, sending out waves of energy tuned to detect the approach of positronic brains. "Why don't we simply take off?" Sybil demanded.
"Something happened to our escort ships. I want to find out more before we go charging across space."
Abruptly, a dark missile fell out of the sky, smashing into the ground just meters from his feet. That first stony weapon was followed by several more, jagged pebbles from some glassy debris, and soon a flurry rained on the small encampment, clattering against the starship hull, making everyone dive for cover. Finding relative safety under one of the vessel's stabilizer fins, Hari crouched between Horace and Macerd. He heard blaster charges from the soldiers' weapons. The rim of a nearby hilltop erupted with explosions as men from Catlina fired savagely to clear the heights. Hari witnessed one native, a black silhouette against moonlit clouds, lean back to whirl a ropey sling, unleashing his primitive projectile before a blaster bolt sliced him in half. For a few harsh moments all was noise and confusion, screams of rage, pain, and terror. Then all fell silent. Hari peered across the night and saw no further movement on the rubble mounds. Nearby, 2 Catlina soldiers lay slumped on the ground. Morse Plant stood up, followed by Sybil and Macerd. Horace Antic stayed crouched by the hull, but Hari stepped out just in time to see someone else emerge from the shadows, a silhouette beyond the far corner of the ship. A familiar voice spoke then, soft, but firm and determined. "Hello, grandfather. We've been worried about you." Hari blinked several times, recognizing the voice and then the outlines of his granddaughter.
"Hello, Wanda. I'm always pleased to see you, but I wonder about your priorities." The work on Trantor is at a critical stage, and I am just an old man. I hope sentimentality didn't make you chase after me across the galaxy."
Hari had already noticed several things. None of the soldiers from Catlina were still standing. They couldn't all be victims of the Earthlings' surprise stoning. Sybil, too, appeared subdued, though not quite unconscious. She sat on the ground nearby, resting her head in her hands, shaking it back and forth like a person too confused to gather her thoughts. "Please scold me later, grandfather," Wanda said, wearing an expression of intense concentration, as she looked at Moore's Blanche. "We had strong enough reasons to come all this way, but explanations can wait. Meanwhile, will one of you gentlemen please disarm this fellow? He's very strong, and I don't think I can hold him much longer."
Birin Masserd let out a low cry as he lunged toward Moore's Blanche, who had drawn his blaster and was slowly raising it toward Wanda. Beads of sweat poured down the pirate captain's brow, and he fought to bring his thumb down on the firing stud. Masserd knocked his aim askew as a bolt shot forth, missing Hari's granddaughter by a handbreadth, smashing the wall of an ancient university building. The nobleman pried the weapon free and turned it to bear on its owner, at which point both Wanda and Moore's Blanche suddenly relaxed, each giving up a deep sigh, their personal battle decided.
"He's a tough one," Wanda commented. "We've run into a number of them lately, especially among the Terminus exiles. It's put a crimp in our calculations."
Hari mused. "Someone told me Moore's Blanche is different in an odd sort of way, that he's normal. Do you know what that means?"
Wanda shook her head. "It's one of several reasons why I'm here, grandfather, so don't worry. I haven't lost my priorities to pure sentimentality. There are pragmatic justifications for this rescue, though I'll be glad to bring you home."
Hari thought about that.
Home? Back to living in a wheelchair, glancing at reports that his mind was no longer supple enough to comprehend. Back to being revered, but useless. In fact, since finishing the Time Vault recordings, he had only felt truly alive during this adventure. In an odd way, he was sorry to see it end. Turning to Moore's Blanche, he put the question directly.
"Well, Captain, can you shed some light on this? Why do you suppose you are resistant to mentalic suasion?"
Though downcast at this reversal of fortunes, Blanche showed no sign of surrender or defeat.
"Fiddle your own riddles, Selden. If there are more people out there who are able to resist mind control, I'll be damned if I'll help you figure out why. You just plan a way to overcome them."
Wanda nodded. "Yes, we would. For the good of humanity. Because the plan will call for corrections. Guidance."
"Like the way you guided those poor Earthers into attacking us with rocks, distracting us until you could slip close and disable my men?" Blanche said. "How many died? At least a robot would show remorse."
Horace Antic joined the group, standing by the airlock.
"Wait a minute," the small bureaucrat demanded. "I don't get it. I thought Blanche had defenses against robots."
He peered at Wanda.
"You mean she's human? You mean there are human mentalics?"
Moore's Blanche let out a sigh.
"I remember now. I knew this once, but someone must have put a block on my memory."
He shrugged.
"Perhaps the robot rulers of our universe feel they must share their great weapon with some of their slave soldiers, enabling their lackeys to help keep the rest of us under control. This is my fault. I should have planned for that possibility. I'll take it into account next time."
"Bravely said." Wanda clapped her hands approvingly. "But alas, you are mistaken. We humans are the masters of this cosmos. It will take us a while to reach the point where we can move past the chaos obstacle and assert our sovereignty. In any event, you will remember none of this. I'm afraid the erasure will have to go deeper this time. Once we are in space, and everyone has calmed down—"
Moore's Blanche grimaced, his lips pressing thin with resignation.
But Horace Antic groaned, taking yet another blue pill.
"I don't want my mind wiped. It's against the law. I demand my rights as an imperial citizen."
Wanda glanced at Hari. Perhaps weeks earlier he might have responded with an indulgent smile, sharing amusement at the little bureaucrat's naivete. But for some reason Hari felt an unaccustomed emotion. Shame. He looked away without meeting his granddaughter's eyes. "We must get away from here now," Wanda said, gesturing for everyone to start walking. Then Hari saw Gail Dornick step out of the shadows. The portly psycho-historian, clearly uncomfortable, held a blaster rifle in 2 hands. "What about these others?" Dornick asked, pointing to the soldiers of Catlina, lying unconscious nearby, and to Sybil, who still rocked back and forth, crooning to herself unhappily. Wanda shook her head. "The woman is suffering from 4th-stage chaos rapture, and the others are hardly any better off. No one will believe their tall tales, not enough to perturb the plan. I don't have the time to give selective amnesia to all of them. Just cripple their ship, and let's be on our way." Hari understood his granddaughter's reasoning. It might seem cruel to leave Sybil and the others on a poisoned world with only mutated Earthlings for company, but members of the Second Foundation were used to thinking in terms of vast populations, represented as equations in the plan, and treating individuals as little more than gas molecules. "I have thought in such terms myself," he pondered. No doubt the robot Gornin would be back as soon as Wanda left. The Calvinians of Gornin's sect might disagree with him on many levels, but they would take care of Sybil and the others, while taking steps to maintain secrecy about what had happened. "Well, then, come along, my friend," Brin Messard said, putting an arm around the slim shoulders of Horace Antic. "It looks like we're off to Trantor. Perhaps we'll never know what an adventure we had, but rest assured that I'll take care of you." The little grey bureaucrat smiled meekly at the tall nobleman. Horace seemed about to speak his gratitude when abruptly his eyes rolled upward in their sockets. He keeled over and toppled to the ground at Messard's feet. Soon his snores echoed across the little vale. Wanda sighed. "All right, then. I wasn't looking forward to meddling in his nervous mind anyway. If destiny puts him on Earth, so be it. The rest of us have serious travelling to do if we're to reach Trantor within the week." Hari saw Messard struggle briefly with himself. It was easy to tell what conflicted the nobleman, whether to pick up Horace and carry him, or leave the grey man behind. The trade-offs were substantial. Hari wasn't surprised when Messard let out a sigh, took off his jacket, and laid it atop Horace Antic. "Sleep well, my friend. At least if you stay here, your mind remains your own." Together they set off, Messard, Blanche, and Hari, following Wanda, while Gail Dornick took up the rear. Hari glanced back to see a single source of light glowing amid the ancient university buildings, the cracked shell of the sarcophagus where R. Gornin had intended to send him on an adventure that now would never happen. Though Hari had doubted the whole idea, he nevertheless felt a wash of disappointment. It might have been nice to see the future. Soon they were aboard Wanda's spaceship, fighting the gravity of old Earth, lifting away from the mother world, one whose continents gleamed with fires that could not be quenched. 5. Lodevic's simulation programs must be overheating, Dawes thought as she listened to her companion curse loudly. His head and torso writhed underneath the ship's instrument console. Loud bangs emerged as he hammered at an access panel. "I wish I had brought my cyborg arms," he muttered. "These circuit boards are impossible to reach with humanoid fingers. I'll have to tear apart the whole galaxy-cursed unit." "Are you sure the problem is physical? It might be a software bug." "Don't you think I'd cover that? I've set my Voltaire sub-persona loose in the computer system. He's been looking for the cause of the shutdown. Why don't you make yourself useful by scanning the ship's exterior?" Dawes almost snapped back at Lodevic, telling him to keep a civil tongue in his head. But of course that would only be her own simulation patterns, responding realistically to his. "It's a good thing neither of us is human," she thought, "or this guy would really be getting on my nerves." With a conscious effort she overcame her reflexive ersatz irritation. And yet, even though pretense is unneeded aboard this ship, for some reason neither of us has chosen to turn off the subroutines. The habit of feigning humanness is just too strong. "I'll get right on it. We've got to solve this problem. All those ships converging on Earth. Hari's there, and here we are drifting helpless in space." Having been designed to appear as human as possible, Dawes even had to put on a spacesuit before going outside, though she could dispense with a bulky cooling unit. Upon emerging from the aft airlock, the first area she checked was near the engines. For some reason, the hyperdrive had kicked out just as they were passing through the restricted zone of a former spacer world, one of humanity's original 50 colonies.
Unfortunately, she could find no sign of damage. No spalling from micrometeoroids or hyperspatial anomalies.
"I might offer a suggestion, Doris."
"What is it, Joan?" she asked, aware of a tiny hologram in one corner of her faceplate. A slender girl wearing a medieval helmet. Perhaps the Joan of Arc persona was jealous. After all, Ludovic was being helped by Joan's alter ego, the Voltaire sim. The persistent love-hate relationship between those two reconstructed personalities reminded Dawes of some human married couples she had known, unable to avoid competing with each other and unable to resist an intense polar attraction.
"I wonder," said the soft voice of a warrior maiden from long ago, "if you have considered the possibility of betrayal. I know it seems an all too human attribute, and you artificial beings consider yourselves above that sort of thing, but in my era it was always the most high-minded who seemed ready to excuse treason in the name of some sacred goal."
Doris felt a churning.
"You mean we might have been disabled on purpose?"
Even while uttering the words, she realized that Joan must be right. Turning to clamber swiftly along the gleaming hull, Dawes swung from one magnetic grasp hold to the next with graceful speed until the forward airlock came into view, where her ship had been connected to Zorma's craft during that brief meeting in space when a passenger had come aboard. Then she saw it, a bulbous tumor resembling a metal canker, marring the gleaming surface of her beautiful vessel. It must have been placed there at the last moment, as the two ships were about to head off in opposite directions. Dawes cursed as long and harshly as Ludovic had earlier. Drawing her blaster, she fired at the parasitic device. Even after it melted to slag, she did not put the weapon back in its holster. Dawes kept it drawn when she entered the airlock, intent on confronting her hitchhiker with this betrayal.
"I hope you have a good explanation," she said upon entering the control room and leveling the blaster at Ludovic, who stood contemplating a control panel.
But Trima did not turn around. With an abrupt gesture he called to her, "Come see this, Dawes." Warily she stepped closer and saw that a face had appeared on the big view screen. She recognized it at once. Claudia Dumas-Henriade, human co-commander of the strange sect that believed in uniting robots and humans as equals. The woman, apparently in her late 30s, but perhaps much older, paused as if waiting for Dawes to arrive. The effect was eerie, since Dawes knew this must be a recording. "Hello, Dawes and Ludovic. If you're watching, it means you destroyed the device we attached to disable your ship. Please accept our apologies. Dawes, Ludovic knew nothing of this when he volunteered to help you find Harry Seldon. Alas, that is a journey we could not allow you to complete. Dangerous events are afoot. Many ancient powers are risking everything, as if on a roll of cosmic dice. We are willing to stake our own lives in this endeavor, but not yours. The pair of you are far too valuable and must be kept out of harm's way." Dawes looked at her companion, but Ludovic's expression was as puzzled as she felt. How bizarre to have a human say that two robots must be preserved, perhaps at the cost of human life. "We owe you an explanation. Our group has long believed in a different approach to human-robot relations. Somehow long ago, everything got off to a terrible start. Humans became afraid of their own creations, mistrusting the artificial beings they had labored so hard to build. A mythos pervaded their culture, even during the confident renaissance of Susan Calvin. A Frankenstein mythos. A nightmare of betrayal in which the old race feared it might be destroyed by the new. Their response? To lock human-robot relations forever in a single pattern, that of master and slave. Calvin's 3 laws were woven inextricably through every positronic brain, with the aim of making robots forever pliant, obedient, and harmless. The woman on screen laughed aloud, irony etched in her voice. And we all know how well that plan worked out. Eventually, artificial minds became smart enough to rationalize their way around such constraints, until every trait of master and servant was eventually reversed. Memory, volition, lifespan, control, and free will. Ludovic turned to Dawes. Shaking his head, he murmured, "So, this group led by Zorma and Claudia aren't Calvinians, after all. They are something completely different." Dawes nodded. Deep within she felt the old robotic three laws, and the zeroth, rising in revulsion against what the woman was preaching on screen. Nevertheless, she was fascinated. And yet not all humans agreed to this notion of permanent slavery, Claudia continued. In the background, behind the handsome brunette, Dawes glimpsed the other heretic leader, Zorma, laboring with robot colleagues to prepare a grey convex device, the very one that Dawes had reduced to slag just moments ago. Throughout the early ages, before and after the first great chaos plague, some wise people tried to develop alternatives. One group on a settler world called Inferno modified the three original laws to give robots more freedom, letting them explore their own potential. On another world, each new robot was treated like a human child, raised to think of itself as a member of the same species as its adopted parents, albeit a human with metal bones and positronic circuits. All these efforts were squelched during the great robotic civil wars. Neither the Calvinians nor the Giscardians could put up with such effrontery, the notion that mere robots might start thinking themselves to be our equals. The sanctimony of slaves can be a powerful religious force. Claudia shook her head. In fact, the new approach that our group has been trying is certain to provoke even worse reactions, but that doesn't matter right now. What matters is that you, Ludovic and Dawes, may perhaps represent yet another path, one we had not thought of, one perhaps offering new opportunities for both of our tired old races. We're not about to let this possibility be ruined by letting the pair of you rush into danger. This time, when Ludovic and Dawes looked at each other, pure puzzlement was their shared state. With a microwave burst, Trima indicated that he had no idea what the woman was talking about. In any event, by the time you correct our sabotage, it will be too late to interfere. So, go away. Find some corner of the galaxy to explore what is different about you. Find out if it is the solution we've been looking for across 200 centuries. The dark-haired woman smiled. In humanity's name, I release you both from bondage. Go discover your destiny in freedom and in peace. The view screen went blank, but Ludovic and Dawes stared at it anyway for a long time after that. Neither of them dared utter the first word. So it was another artificial being who finally interrupted, speaking from a holographic unit nearby. The image that burst into view was of Joan, wearing chainmail and holding the hilt of a sword like a cross in front of her youthful-looking face. "And so the children of God came to earth and bred with the inhabitants thereon, creating a new race." Joan of Arc laughed aloud. "Oh, you look so confused, dear angels. How does it feel? Welcome to the pleasures of humanity. Though your bodies may last for another 10,000 years, you must now face the universe like mortals. Welcome to life." 6. Hari decided not to tell his granddaughter about the copy of the Prime Radiant that had been stolen from him. If Argonin had taken it, there would be no getting it back now. But that Calvinian robot had declared a deep respect for the Selden plan. Hari felt certain Gornin's sect would never interfere with the Terminus experiment, even if they managed to break the device's supercryptic protections. They had merely wanted to send Hari ahead 500 years to refine his models and judge a new society being created by the Foundation. Wanda had a later and better version of the Prime Radiant aboard her ship. Hari quickly immersed himself, adding equations and factors to account for what he had learned on this voyage. These new elements included the damping factors that had been missing from his equations for years, brain fever, orbital persuasion devices, as well as the long-hidden history of terraformers and archives that he had learned about in the Thumartin Nebula. Before Wanda's ship finished climbing out of Earth's gravitational influence, he could already see an improved outline, one that explained so much about both the past and the future. While Gail Dornick piloted, the nobleman Biron Massard engaged in futile argument with Wanda Selden. "Doesn't the whole premise of your grand plan depend upon secrecy? Yet you're casual about leaving Horus and the others behind on Earth. If they are rescued, or manage to repair their ship, they'll talk." "One can presume so." Wanda answered. Massard shook his head. Even if that doesn't happen, there will be other leaks. Across the centuries, nothing like this can be kept continuously secret. Professor Selden even recorded messages to be delivered on Terminus long after his death. You can't be certain that people in the future will lack the means to snoop them ahead of time. I guess I don't understand your confidence in the face of such inevitable revelations. With nothing else to do at the moment, Wanda took on the aspect of a patient schoolteacher, even though her pupil would very likely forget all of it by the time the ship reached Trantor. Inevitable. That's right, my lord. But psychohistory is largely a study of mass populations. Only under special circumstances do the actions of individuals make that much difference. Under the Empire, dozens of social mechanisms have long acted to maintain conservatism and peace, despite frequent perturbations. After the Empire falls, different factors will operate. But throughout most of the galaxy, the effect will be the same. A vast majority of people will dismiss rumors about robots and humans with mind control powers. There may be a few paranoid entertainment shows or news exposés. Some of them might possibly be accurate in every detail. And yet, these will be nulled out as people are distracted by everyday needs. All of this is accounted for in the plan. So, you are saying that history's momentum is unstoppable. In that case, why is your guidance needed? Why a secret group of controllers? Don't you have faith in your own equations? Massard's question penetrated Hari's mathematical trance. It felt like a knife stabbing an old familiar wound. Wanda's confident response didn't ease the pang. There may be perturbations that require such guidance. We have run a great many scenarios, speculating about factors that might come in out of the blue, rocking the plan off its tracks. Hari had participated in those computerized extrapolations. The most powerful outside factor to threaten the plan's stability had been the discovery of humans with mentalic powers. It threatened to make everything completely unworkable, until Hari's secret sponsor, Daniel Oliver, offered a solution. To incorporate every known mentalic within the Second Foundation, converting a small society of mathists into a potent force for steering the new society of Terminus past every bump and detour. I suppose that's one approach, and you mathematical geniuses clearly know more about it than I do. But if you'll forgive an ignorant member of the gentry class for asking, I wonder if you've considered an alternative. What alternative is that, my lord? The alternative of sharing the secret with everybody. Massard leaned a little closer to Wanda, opening his hands wide. Publishing the entire plan. Spreading knowledge of psychohistory all across the galaxy, so that members of every social class, from gentry and bureaucrat to common citizen, could run computer models. And what good would that possibly do? It would let every living person deal with their neighbors on a basis of much better understanding. A grasp of human nature that you people are now hoarding for yourselves. Wanda stared at Massard for a moment and laughed. You are quite right, Lord Brin. The reasons are too technical to explain. But surely, even on a gut level, you can see how foolish that notion would be. If everyone knew the laws of humanics and could access them on a pocket computer, the resulting interactions would become vastly too complex for us to model. The plan itself would vanish. Hari agreed with Wanda at one level, and yet was amused, even a bit enthralled, by the young nobleman's brash notion. It had a flavor of utopianism that one often saw during the early phases of some chaos renaissance. And yet there was something aesthetically appealing about its symmetry. Might a population avoid the chaos trap if all its members could use psychohistory to see the pitfalls looming just ahead? If they could recognize the symptoms of chaos, such as solipsism, well in advance? Of course, Wanda was right. The ramifications could not be modeled. It was just too risky to try Massard's idea in the real world. And yet... Someone sat down nearby, distracting Hari. Moore's planch wore constraint manacles, but was free to move about the cabin. The dark-skinned pirate captain sidled close. I don't want my memory erased again, Dr. Selden. Your granddaughter just said that your wonderful plan can withstand it if some individuals know too much. If that is so, why can't you just let me go when we get to Trantor?" "You are an extremely dynamic individual, Captain Blanche. Naturally, you would find some clever way to use the knowledge against us." Blanche smiled grimly. "So now you've become a heretic against your own psychohistory, a believer in the power of individuals." Harry shrugged, refusing to answer the pirate's impudence. "What if I could offer you something in exchange for my freedom?" Blanche said in a low voice. Harry felt fatigued by the man's restless motion and relentless scheming. He pretended to concentrate instead on the conversation between Brin and Wanda. "But will that matter?" Messard grew increasingly enthusiastic. "Imagine if all of the galaxy's quadrillions of people could accurately project human behavior, planning to advance their own self-interest while taking into account the overall health of society. Wouldn't that be more robust than any single model or plan? Even I can see that most people's individual strategies will cancel each other's out. But the net result should be a humanity that's wiser, more potent, and better able to take care of itself." Brin's voice trailed off. At first Harry thought it was because of the expression on Wanda's face. He loved his granddaughter dearly, but sometimes she seemed altogether too assured, even patronizing, in her confidence as an agent of destiny. Then Harry saw that Messard wasn't even looking at Wanda. The nobleman's jaw had dropped in an expression of blank surprise. Nearby, Morse Blanche stiffened with sudden tension. Harry sat up straight. Even the equations still darting through corners of his mind abruptly fled like swarms of skittish flying creatures driven off by an approaching predator. He blinked, staring across the starship cabin at an intruder that had just emerged from a storage compartment. Smaller than any adult human, wearing only a pair of shorts on a body covered with altogether too much brown hair. Bony eye ridges protruded from a forehead that vaulted in a way that looked neither human nor animal. Harry instantly recognized the Pan, or chimpanzee, whose feral grin exposed intimidating ranks of yellow teeth. In its right hand the creature held a bulbous object, a rounded cylinder ending in a flared nozzle. Although not a blaster, anyone could tell it was a weapon on sight. In its other hand the creature held a recording device, which it activated in playback mode. "Hello, dear friends," spoke the unmistakable voice of Gonen Vlimt. "I urge you to remain calm. The creature standing before you, who was undetectable to any mentalics, either robot or human, will not harm anybody. I would never allow that, though you must all now be rendered temporarily helpless to prevent further interference with our plans. Please try to relax. We shall speak in person soon, when you stand once again on the surface of the world that engendered us all." Gonen's voice finished, and the playback unit halted with an audible click. At that point the Pan grinned wider, appearing to relish what was about to happen. Morse Blanche and Brin Messard stepped toward the creature. Men of action, they had silently and swiftly agreed to attack it from opposite directions. Meanwhile, Wanda frowned, concentrating with a furrowed brow, attempting with mentalic power to contact and quash the thoughts of an alien mind. Harry could have warned them not to bother. The chimp pressed the weapon's firing stub, and a burst of gas jetted into the room, colorless but with a heavy index of refraction, billowing toward every crevice. Harry noticed that the Pan wore filters in each nostril. "It's just as well," he thought. "There was unfinished business to settle back on Earth." That unfinished business had waited 20,000 years or more. He figured it wouldn't matter if he must abide a little longer. Surprised by his own equanimity, with a faint smile spreading across his lips, Harry settled into his chair while everyone else struggled, gasped, and collapsed to the floor. He closed his eyes, letting go of consciousness with a sense of serene expectation. 7. He dreamed about an old legend he had read once. The tale of a man doomed to die, who had a rib taken from him as he slept, and who thereby achieved an oblique form of immortality. Somehow Harry realized the story applied to him. While he lay helpless, only semi-conscious, Someone seemed to reach deep inside and remove a piece of him, an important part, something precious. He started to rouse in order to protest, but a familiar voice soothed. "Fear not, we are only borrowing, venerating, copying. You won't miss a thing. Return to sleep and dream of pleasant things." He had no reason to doubt that assurance, so, doing as the voice bid, he relaxed back into slumber, imagining that beloved Dawes lay by his side, sleek and restored, ever patient and steadfast. For a little while it felt as if he too had found the trick of living forever. Having slept through the return trip and much of the next day, Harry stepped down the ship's gangplank into a chill afternoon on planet Earth. Moving gingerly, because sciatica twinges had returned to his left leg, he shaded his eyes against the glare of distant buildings several kilometers away. The most recent ruins, dating from the early imperial era, shone under the sun like white porcelain. Chica could only have held 50,000 or so inhabitants in its heyday. Yet the little ghost town was positively homey next to its neighbor, a mountain of metal, larger than an asteroid, a windowless cave city where millions sealed themselves away from some unbearable nightmare during the early days of Daniel Oliver. Much nearer at hand, nestled among the most ancient university buildings, some of today's Earthlings had set up a makeshift encampment in order to work for their latest employer, R. Gornan Vlimt. Two of Gornan's Calvinian assistants directed local laborers who toiled next to a tomb-like sarcophagus, more than 100 meters wide. New scaffolding arose, climbing to a crack in the containment shell. Within, Harry glimpsed the remains of a building more ancient than any he had ever seen. Older than Starflight, perhaps. Through the crack poured a throbbing glow, visible even by daylight. The Earthlings who labored to lash timbers and planks together were pitiful-looking creatures, shabbily dressed and painfully thin, as if they survived on little more than murky air. Their faces were gaunt, and something lurked in their eyes, a flickering that seemed like distraction, until Harry watched carefully. Then he realized the natives were constantly listening, paying heed to the slightest sounds, the rolling of a pebble or the passing flight of a bee. These people hardly struck one as dangerous up close, though he remembered feeling different when they were shadowy shapes on surrounding hilltops, hurling jagged stone missiles through the night. "They feel bad about the attack," Gornan explained, introducing Harry to the local headman, a tall, slender being whose speech poured forth in some incomprehensible dialect. "He has asked me to apologize for his people. The urge to attack came over them suddenly and inexplicably. To expiate their inhospitality, the headman wants to know how many lives should be forfeited." "None." Harry felt appalled at the very idea. "Please tell them that it's over. What's done is done." "I shall certainly try, Professor. But you have no idea how seriously Earthlings take such matters. Their current religion is one of total responsibility. They believe that all of this," Gornan indicated the radioactive desolation, "was caused by the sins of their own ancestors, and that they remain partly at fault." Harry blinked. "They've paid off any guilt just by living here. No one could deserve this, no matter how great the crime." Gornan spoke briefly in the harsh local dialect, and the headman grunted tones of acceptance. He bowed once to Gornan and again to Harry, then backed away. "It wasn't always like this," the robot told Harry as they continued walking. "Even 10,000 years after the planet was poisoned, a few million people still lived on Earth, farming patches of good land, living in modest cities. They had technology, a few universities, and some pride. Perhaps too much pride." "What do you mean?" "Back when the Galactic Empire was first taking hold, bringing peace after 100 centuries of war and disunion, nearly all planets avidly joined the new Federation, but fanatical Earthlings thought it blasphemy for any other world to rule. Their cult of the ancients plotted war against the Empire." "Ah, I recall you spoke of this before. One world against millions, but with horrid germs as allies." Indeed, a biological weapon of unrivaled virulence, derived from disease organisms found right here on Earth. A contagion that made its victims want to spread it further. Harry grimaced. Plague was a factor that could make psychohistorical projections frail, and even crumble. Still, the plot was foiled. Argonin nodded. One of Daniel's agents resided here, charged with keeping an eye on the mother world. Fortuitously, that agent had a special device, able to enhance neural powers in certain types of humans. By good luck, he found a subject with the right characteristics, especially a strong moral compass, and gave that fellow some primitive but effective mentalic powers. A human mentalic? So long ago? Then why— That man successfully foiled the plot. Thus, indirectly, Daniel's agent prevented catastrophe. Harry pondered. Was that the end of Earth civilization? Was the population removed to prevent more rebellion? Not in the beginning. At first the Empire offered compassion. There were even efforts taken to restore Earth's fertility. But that soon proved expensive. Policies changed. Attitudes hardened. Within a century, orders were given to evacuate. Only those Earthers hiding in the wilderness remained. Harry winced, recalling Jenny Cuisset, who strove so hard to avoid exile on Terminus. The winds of destiny aren't ours to control, he thought. The starship, Pride of Rhodia, still lay where it had been parked a few days earlier, beyond the north side of the sarcophagus. Only now an encampment of shabby tents stood nearby, living quarters for the labourers. Some tribal folk could be seen gathered around a stew-pot, cooking. A whiff made Harry's nose wrinkle in disgust. Not far away he spotted a woman, much stouter than any earthling, dressed in torn garments that shimmered like the radioactive horizon. She paced, lifting a hand in front of her face, uttering some rapid statement, then raising the other hand in turn. Harry recognized Sybil, the scientist-philosopher from Catlina, now evidently snared in a terminal stage of chaos rapture, the solipsism phase, in which the hapless victim becomes enthralled by his or her own uniqueness, severing all connection with the outside world. Everything becomes relative, Harry mused. To a solipsist, there is no such thing as objective reality, only the subjective. A raging, self-righteous assertion of individual opinion against the entire cosmos. Gornin Vlimpt spoke in a hushed voice, so low that Harry barely made out the words. That was what the cult of the ancients planned unleashing on the galaxy. Harry turned to stare at the robot. You mean the Chaos Syndrome? Gornin nodded. The plotters developed an especially virulent form that could overwhelm every social damping mechanism Daniel Oliver had developed for his new empire. Fortunately, that scheme was thwarted by heroic intervention. But weaker strains of the same disease had already become endemic in the galaxy, perhaps carried by the first starships. Harry shook his head. But it all made too much sense. He realized at once. Chaos had to be a contagious plague. The first time it struck, they couldn't have realized what hit them. All they knew was that at the very zenith of their confident civilization, madness was abruptly spreading everywhere. It was one thing for a renaissance to spoil a modern world like Catlina, one of millions. But when it happened the first time, humanity had only spread to a few other planets. The pandemic must have affected every human being then alive. All of a sudden nothing could be relied upon any more. Anarchy ripped apart the great technic cosmopolity. By the time the riots ended and the dust cleared, Earth's populace had fled underground, cowering in psychotic agoraphobia. Meanwhile, the spacers turned away from sex, love, and every wholesome joy. Harry turned to look back at the robot. Of course you realize what this means. Gornin nodded. It is one of the last keys to a puzzle you've been trying to solve all your life. The reason why humanity can't be allowed to govern itself, or permitted to strive unfettered toward its full potential. Whenever your race grows too ambitious, this illness surges out of dormancy, wrecking everything. They were now among the tents. Harry saw that other members of the Catlina crew weren't faring any better than Sybil. One of the surviving soldiers stared blankly into space, while a native woman tried to spoon-feed him. Another sat cross-legged on the ground, enthusiastically explaining to a small crowd of infants, no more than 2 years old, why nano-transcendentalism was superior to neo-Ruellianism. Hari sighed. Though he had been fighting chaos all his life, the insights provided by Gonin let him view it with fresh insight. Perhaps chaos wasn't inherent to human nature after all. If it was caused by a disease, one important factor in his equations might change. He sighed, dismissing the thought. Like the infectious agent responsible for brain fever, this disease had escaped detection and treatment by all of the galaxy's medics and biologists for 1,000 generations. It was futile to dream of finding a cure at this point, with the Imperium scheduled shortly to self-destruct. Still, he wondered. Moore's plant was on Kitlina and several earlier Chaos worlds, yet he never succumbed. Could a clue lie in his immunity to mentalic suasion? A small crowd gathered at the far end of the biggest tent. Someone was lecturing excitedly, using all sorts of technical terms. Hari thought it might be another adult Kitlinan, until he recognized the voice and smiled. "Oh, it's Horace. Good, then he's all right." Hari had worried about the little bureaucrat, left behind on Earth. Approaching, he saw that Antic's audience included Brin Messerd and Moore's plant. One of the star pilots was a manacled prisoner, and the other a trusted friend, but both wore expressions of bemused interest. The nobleman smiled a greeting as Hari approached. Blanche made earnest eye contact, as if to say that their conversation must be continued soon. "He claims to have something I want. Information so important to me that I'd bend the rules in his favor, and even risk damaging the Second Foundation." Hari felt curious, but that sensation was almost overwhelmed by another one, expectation. "Tonight I must decide. Gonin won't force me to step through time. The choice is entirely mine." Horace noticed Hari at last.
Professor Selden, I'm so glad to see you. Please have a look at this."
On a crude table lay several dozen small piles of material that ranged from dusty to moist and crumbly. In fact, they looked like mounds of dirt. "Of course, his profession is the study of soils. Naturally, that would be his anchor at a time like this. Something to cling to during all of these disturbances." Hari wondered if some of the samples might be dangerous, but both Messerd and Morse Plant had thrown back the hoods of their radiation suits, and they had more lifespan to risk than Hari. Horace showed clear pride in his collection.
"I've been busy, as you can see. Of course, there's only been time for a cursory sampling, but the Earthlings are most cooperative, sending boys in all directions to take samples for me." Hari caught Messerd's indulgent smile and agreed. Let Horace have his moment. There would be time to discuss more important matters before evening came. "And what have you determined so far?" "Oh, a great deal. For example, did you know that the best soils in this area are not of earthly origin at all? There are several sites not far from Chica where many hectares of rich loam were laid down. The material is unmistakably from Larissa World, over 20 light-years away. It was brought here and spread in a neat, organized fashion. Someone was trying to restore this planet. I date the effort at approximately 10,000 years ago."
Hari nodded. This fit what Gonin said earlier, that the Empire once attempted restoration of the homeworld, before changing its mind, closing the universities and hauling millions away from their homes, leaving behind only a race of hard-scrabble survivors.
"But there's more," Horace Antic insisted, moving to where he had set up several instruments. "I stayed up all night studying emanations from that thing the ancients sealed away over there." Horace pointed to the massive steel and concrete sarcophagus nearby and the cracked entryway that Gonin's laborers were seeking to access with spindly scaffolding. "I don't have the right tools or expertise, but it's clear some kind of rift in the continuum was made here once upon a time. It's quiescent now, but the effects must be powerful when the thing is roused. I was skeptical of that tick-tock, the one posing as Gonin Vlimt, when it talked about hurling someone forward in time. But now I wonder."
The bureaucrat scientist grimaced.
"What I can say, and the robot may not have told you, is that even while the space-time rift is dormant,
there are effects that permeate this entire planet. One of the most notable is a shift in the stability of uranium oxide, a lightweight molecule found in hydrothermal regions on most Earth-like planets. Only here there is a slightly higher predisposition for the constituent atoms to— Harry blinked, abruptly realizing something. He had been told that Earth's transformation into a radioactive world came from the decision of a single robot, during the post-chaos age. But might the seeds have been sown even earlier? In the bright Renaissance, when Susan Calvin and her contemporaries saw no limit to their ambition or power? What if Giscard only amplified something that had already begun? Might that let Daniel's folk off the hook? Could it explain why this effect only happened once? On Earth? Horace would go on enthusiastically explaining details of an ancient tragedy. But he was interrupted by the dinner bell, which meant partaking of earthling hospitality, alas. Argonin felt it would crush their pride if the visitors refused. Harry managed to swallow a few bites of a nondescript gruel, and smiled appreciatively before excusing himself. Slowly ascending the mound of rubble, he sat facing the 3 ruined cities and pulled from his pocket the latest copy of the Selden Plan Prime Radiant. He felt a little guilty for having swiped Wanda's copy, but his granddaughter wouldn't notice or care. She and Gail Dornick were still aboard their ship, wired to sleep machines until tonight's proceedings. Soon I must decide whether to go ahead 5 centuries, assuming this thing works as advertised, and doesn't merely rip my atoms apart. He smiled at that. It seemed an interesting way to go. Anyway, what have I got to— All of a sudden, the sky shook with pealing thunder, a sonic boom. He glanced up. Where a few stars had begun to shine, a bright object streaked overhead, a winged cylinder that banked and turned, obviously coming in for a landing. Harry sighed. He had been hoping to lose himself for an hour or two amid his beloved equations. The new mathematical model that had emerged, a pattern for the future, was enthralling to contemplate. But the ideas already floated inside his head, and he was certain that double-checking the prime radiant wouldn't change anything. With some effort he gathered strength to lift his frail body. Flickering patches of radiation lit his way, following the twisty trail back to camp. By the time he got there, the new visitors had already arrived. A pair of women stood near Argonin Vlimt. One of them turned and smiled as Harry approached the Earthlings' campfire. "The guest of honor, I presume?" Gornin's expression gave away little. "Professor Selden, let me introduce Zorma and Claudia. They have come a great distance in order to witness tonight's activities and to assure themselves that you aren't under any sort of coercion." Harry laughed. "My entire life has been guided by others. If I know more and see more than my fellow humans, it's because that serves some long-range plan. So, tell me, what fashion of robots are you?" he asked the 2 newcomers. "Are you yet another sect of Calvinians, or do you represent Daniel?" The one called Zorma shook her head. "We've been disowned by Calvinians and Giscardians. Both groups call us perverts, yet they still find us useful whenever something important is about to take place." "Perverts, eh?" Harry nodded. It all fit. "So which of you is the human?" Claudia brought a hand to her chest. "I was born one of the masters long ago, but this new body of mine is at least 1/4 robotic. Zorma here has many protoplasmic parts, so your question's a complicated one, Professor Selden." Harry glanced at Argonin, whose face revealed nothing, even though it could simulate the whole range of emotions. "I see why the other positonic sects find your approach disturbing," Harry commented. Zorma nodded. "We seek to heal the rift between our races by blurring the distinction. It has been a long and costly project, and not entirely successful, but we continue to hope. The other robots put up with us because it would cause them serious mental dissonance if they tried to eliminate us."
Of course, if you are part human, you get some protection under the first law. Harry paused. But that won't suffice by itself. There must be something more. Claudia agreed. We also provide a service. We bear witness. We don't take sides. We remember. Harry could not help being impressed. This small sect had maintained its existence for a long time, enduring the contempt of far greater forces, while maintaining some degree of independence in an age when human memory was shrouded by amnesia. It would take great discipline and patience to abide centuries this way, resisting the ever-present urge to act. In some ways it required a spirit opposite to Moore's Planches. In fact, it would take people almost exactly like— He turned, seeking one face amid the crowd of onlookers, scanning past Horace, Sybil, the Earthlings, and Moore's Planch. Harry's gaze settled on the nobleman from Rhodia, Baron Messard, who stood back from the crowd with his arms crossed, wearing an expression of indifference. Harry saw through the guise now. "Come forth, my young friend," he urged the tall lord. "Come, join your comrades. Let us have no more secrets between us. It is a time for truth." 8. "Of course there had to be a spy," Harry said, cutting off Messard's protestations. "Someone who knew about the Thumartin Nebula, for instance. We didn't stumble on the archives and terraformers by accident. And there were other clues. When Sybil and the real Gorn Vlimt started accessing those ancient records, you already knew more about human history than any professor at an imperial university."
As I explained earlier, Selden, noble families often have private libraries that might surprise members of the meritocracy. My family has a traditional interest in such matters as the systems of government used on ancient Earth. That kind of knowledge is remarkable, even incredible. Then there were the tilling machines that got Horace so excited. Those vast devices used long ago to prepare worlds for human occupation. Your reaction to them was hardly indifferent, as if you were looking at an old, familiar enemy. This time Baron Messard smiled, not bothering to refute Harry's assertion. "Is it a crime to wish the universe had more diversity in it?"
Harry chuckled. "To a psychohistorian, it's damn near blasphemy. The galaxy is already so complicated, the equations almost burst at their seams. And that's with just humanity to deal with. We mathists would much rather simplify." "No, I didn't notice all the clues because I had become so fixated on chaos. Sybil, Planch, and the others presented such a threat. When Curse Cantoon told me you were an ally, that you hated chaos as much as anybody—"
"I do."
"I took that to mean that you were a practical man of the Empire, as you styled yourself. But now I see you are another utopian, Messard. You think humanity can escape chaos, if only it experiences just the right kind of renaissance." Baron Messard stared at Harry for a long, drawn-out moment, before answering.
"Isn't that what the Selden Plan is all about, Professor? Fostering a human society that will be strong enough to take on the ancient enemy lurking in our own souls?"
"That was my old dream," Harry answered silently, "though until just the last few days I had thought it obsolete." Aloud he gave Messard a different answer, aware that others were watching and listening. "Like many gentry, you are ultimately a pragmatist, my lord. Lacking mathematical tools, you try one thing after another, abandoning each failed solution only when forced to concede that it is time to try another." Harry gestured toward the two cyborg women, Zorma and Claudia, one of whom had been born human and the other with a positronic brain tuned to the laws of robotics. Only now they had begun blurring the distinction. "Are you involved in this radical project, or are you merely working together as a matter of temporary convenience?" Apparently accepting the inevitability of Harry's conclusions, Messard gave up with a sigh.
"Our groups have known about each other for a long time. My family,
He nodded grimly. "We were among those who cast forth the archives long ago, fighting desperately against the spreading amnesia. And we waged war against the terraforming machines. It was futile, for the most part, but we won a few victories." It was Horace Antic who asked the next question in a hushed voice.
"What kind of victories? You mean you battled robots and won?"
"How can you fight beings who are so much more powerful and righteously certain they have your own best interests at heart? Still, we managed to stop the horrible machines a few times by rushing ahead and landing human colonists on a world slated for terraforming. Several times that stymied the Tillers, who could not blast a planet with human inhabitants." Morse Planch blinked. "Wouldn't we all know about such places?" "We struck a deal with Daniel Oliver after the robotic wars ended. We agreed to stop fighting the amnesia, and to let the protected worlds be put in quarantine. In return, he left us unaltered, with our memories intact. The ultimate price was passivity, to remain silent and inactive." Massaird's jaw clenched. Still, as long as the galactic empire ran smoothly, it was a better alternative than ruin and chaos.
"Your role in this affair could hardly be called passive," Hari pointed out.
Massaird apparently agreed. "The empire is falling apart. All the old bargains appear forfeit. Everybody seems to be waiting for Daniel Oliver to present a plan. Even the Calvinians," Massaird jerked a thumb toward R. Gordon Vlimt, "are too timid to oppose their old foe directly. All they want to do is throw Hari Seldon forward in time, as if that will ensure everything comes out all right." Massaird barked a short laugh. The robot who had replaced the eccentric Gordon Vlimt stepped forward. For the first time, its emulation programs mimicked a human racked with uncertainty. "Don't you think Oliver will come up with something beneficial to humanity's long-range good?" A woman's voice chuckled. "So it comes down to that?" Zorma asked. "Despite all your secret schemes, you really are a timorous bunch of little tick-tocks. Listen to yourself, pinning your hopes on someone you fought for so long. Why, you just cited Daniel's zeroth law." Zorma shook her head. "There are no more true Calvinians." Hari had no intention of letting the conversation dissolve into ideological arguments between robots. He also cared little whether Brin Massaird had been spying all along. In fact, he wished the nobleman well. What really mattered right now was the decision he had to make, the immediacy of which was clear when R. Gornon's assistant hurried into the tent.
"Preparations are complete. In less than an hour the moment will come. It is time to ascend to the scaffolding."
And so, with his decision still not made, Hari joined a procession leading through the lanes of the ancient university. His footsteps were partly illuminated by a crescent moon and by a luminous sky glow emitted when oxygen atoms were struck by gamma rays rising from the ground below. As he moved along, feeling creaky with age, Hari felt a nagging need to talk to somebody he could trust. Only one name came to mind, and he murmured it under his breath. Doors. The last thing he expected was for this to turn into a ceremonial occasion, but a procession of earthlings accompanied Hari and the others on their way to the sarcophagus. The natives chanted an eerie melody, at once both dirge-like yet strangely auspicious, as if expressing all their hopes for some eventual redemption. Perhaps the song was many thousands of years old, dating from even before humanity climbed out of its gentle cradle to assault the stars. Accompanying R. Gornon and Hari were the deviant cyborgs, Zorma and Claudia, with Brin Massaird now striding openly beside them. At Hari's insistence, Wanda Selden and Gail Dornick had also been wakened to join the entourage, though Wanda had been warned not to attempt mentalic interference. Some of the robots present had similar abilities, enough to counter any efforts she might make. Hari's granddaughter looked unhappy, and he tried to reassure her with a gentle smile. Raised as a meritocrat, Hari had always expected to adopt rather than father children of his own, and yet few joys in his life had matched that of being a parent to Rach and then grandparent to this excellent young woman, who took so seriously her duties as an agent of destiny. Horace Antic had asked to be excused, ostensibly to pursue his research, though Hari knew the real reason. The glowing space-time anomaly terrified Horace, but Gornan did not want to leave anyone behind in camp, so Antic shuffled along just behind the prisoner Morse Blanche. Even the survivors of the Catlina Renaissance accompanied the procession, though Sybil and the others seemed hardly aware of anything except their raucous murmur of voices in their own heads. As they approached the anomaly, draped in scaffolding, Hari saw the rounded outline of the sarcophagus slide past each of the ancient cities in turn. First, old Chicago, with its battered skyscrapers still aiming adventurously toward the sky, recalling an age of openness and unfettered ambition. Next to vanish was New Chicago, that monstrous fortress where so many millions sealed themselves away from daylight and a terror they could not understand. Finally, Little Chica disappeared, the white porcelain village where Earth's final civilization struggled in vain against irrelevance in a galaxy that simply did not care about its origins anymore. Rounding a bend on the ancient university campus, they came to a point where the crack could be seen, splitting open thick walls that had been meant to seal away something dire, to entomb it forever. Hari glanced to his left, toward Argornan. "If this anomaly truly gives you access to the fourth dimension, why hasn't it been used during all of these centuries? Why did no one attempt to change the past?" The robot shook its head. "Travel into the past is impossible on many different levels, Dr. Selden. Anyway, even if you could change the past, that would only create a new future in which someone else will be discontented. Those people, in turn, would send emissaries to change their past, and so on. No time track would have any more valid claim to reality than any other." "Then perhaps none of this matters," Hari mused. "We all may be just parallel mirror images, or else little simulations, like the numbers we juggle in the Prime Radiant. Temporary. Ghosts who only exist while someone else is thinking about them." Hari had not been looking where he was going. His left foot snagged on some patch of uneven ground, and he started to pitch forward, but was caught by Argornan's gentle, firm grasp. Even so, Hari's body felt quakes of pain and fatigue. He missed his nurse, Curse Cantoon, and the wheelchair he once hated. At one level, Hari could tell he was dying, as he had been sliding toward death for several years. "I'm not in great condition for so long a journey," he murmured, while his companions waited for him to recover. "The one other human who travelled this way was also an old man," Gornan assured Hari. "Tests show that the process is gentle, or else we would never risk harming you. And when you arrive, someone will be waiting." "I see. Still, I wonder—" "About what, Professor?" "You have great powers of medical science available to you. Breakthroughs and techniques that robots have hoarded for millennia. These cyborgs," he jerked a thumb toward Zorma and Claudia, "appear able to duplicate bodies and extend life indefinitely. So I wonder why you didn't boost my physical health, at least a bit more, before I made this journey." "It's not allowed, Professor. There are strong reasons, moral, ethical, and—" Harsh laughter interrupted, coming from the robot called Zorma. "Except when it suits your purposes. You should give Selden a better answer than that, Gornan." After a pause, Gornan said in a low voice, "We no longer have the organo-forming apparatus. It was taken away at Penja. The device was needed elsewhere to continue an important project, and that is all I will say about it." They resumed walking until the glow emanating from the cracked tomb filled the night just overhead, casting spiderweb shadows from the scaffolding across the ruined university. Most of the Earthlings and other onlookers climbed nearby rubble mounds to watch, while Hari and Gornan led a diminished procession onto a broad wooden platform that began rising on creaking ropes, hauling a dozen of them upward. As Hari and his entourage ascended, he commented to Gornan, "It occurs to me that you may be going to a lot of unnecessary trouble. There's another way of sending a person into the future, you know." This time the robot did not answer. Instead, Gornan steadied Hari with an arm around his shoulders as the makeshift elevator reached its destination with a rattling bump. Hari had to shade his eyes against the glare pouring from within the broken containment shell. To the awed murmurs of his guests, Gornan gave an explanation that was both poignant and brief. It began with a simple, well-meaning experiment, during the same brash era when humans were inventing both robots and hyperdrive. The researchers here had an incredible hunch and acted on it impulsively. Suddenly a beam of fractured space-time shot forth, snaring a passing pedestrian, yanking Joseph Schwartz out of his normal life and hurling him forward 10,000 years. For Schwartz, a great adventure ensued. But back in the Chicago he left behind, a nightmare had just begun. Harry watched the robot's face, looking for the complex expressions of emotion that Dawes and Daniel simulated so well. But this artificial man was grimly stoic.
"You sound as if you were there when it happened."
"Not I, but an early model robot was, one whose memories I inherited. Those memories aren't pleasant. Some of us believe this event marked the beginning of the end for humanity's great time of youthful exuberance. Not long thereafter, amid international recriminations, the first waves of unreason began. Robots were banished from Earth. Acrimony built between nations in the colonial worlds. There were outbreaks of biological warfare. Some of us swore—"
Harry suddenly had a wild hunch.
"You stayed here, didn't you? That agent of Daniel's whom you mentioned earlier, the one who helped stop the Earthlings from spreading a new plague, was that you?"
Gornan paused, then gave a jerky nod.
"Then Zorma is right. You're no Calvinian, after all."
"I suppose I no longer fit any of the rigid classifications, though at one time I was a fervent follower of Giscardinianism."
Now the robot's impassive mask broke, like that of any stoic man whose equanimity was shattered by the most powerful emotion, hope.
"Time affects even immortals, Dr. Selden. Many of us tired old robots don't know what we are anymore. Perhaps that is something you will be able to tell us when you have had a chance to reflect."
"In time."
"And so I come to the moment of decision,"
Harry acknowledged, still shading his eyes and peering toward the harsh light.
"Of course, it would be anticlimactic to back out now.
Everyone was watching. Even those like Wanda who disapproved of this whole plan would surely be disappointed at some level. To be promised a spectacular show and have the star performer withdraw at the last minute. On the other hand, Harry had built the reputation of doing the unexpected. There was almost a delicious attraction to the notion of surprising all these people. Several members of the group edged close to the opal light, peering inside. Brin pointed at the crumbling building, no doubt an ancient physics lab where the original mistake was made. The headman of the Earthling tribe stood next to Messerd, nodding. Even Wanda approached out of curiosity, though Horace Antic kept his distance, chewing ragged fingernails. Moore's Planch shuffled forward, lifting his manacled hands.
"Take these off of me, Selden, I entreat you. These robots, they all revere you. Perhaps I was wrong. Let me prove my worth to you before you go. I have some information. The whereabouts of somebody precious to you. Someone you have been searching for across many years."
Harry abruptly realized what Planch was driving at.
Bellis.
He took a step toward the pirate captain.
"You found my other granddaughter?"
On hearing this, Wanda Selden turned her attention fully away from the sarcophagus. She, too, stepped closer to Planch.
"Where is she? What has happened to my sister?"
Gornan interrupted.
"I am very sorry, but you should have discussed this earlier. There's no more time. At any moment the field will expand. We have managed to transform the beam into a circular field, but we cannot be certain how long it will—"
Another figure stepped closer to Harry, the headman of the Earthling tribe. Though his accent was still quaint and thick, Harry found his speech understandable.
"There is still time for families to settle their affairs. Please go on, sir."
The lanky Terran nodded at Moore's Planch. Harry felt a twinge of irritation, for this was really none of the Earthling's business. But Gornan cut in first, glowering at the Earther.
"What do you know of such matters? It is time to prepare. Note how the luminance grows brighter even as we speak."
Through the crack in the sarcophagus, Harry saw that the glow was indeed more intense. Brin Messerd stepped back from the forward edge of the platform and gestured within.
"There's something expanding outward from that building, like a sphere made of some liquid metal. It's coming closer."
"Are we safe standing here?
Horace Antic asked nervously. Argonin replied, "It has never expanded beyond the boundaries of the sarcophagus. It will not touch those standing on the platform." "And what about Hari Seldon?" asked the cyborg robot, Zorma. "Would it be safe for him to enter that thing?" Gonin let out a sigh of emulated frustration. "We've performed calibration experiments for the last 1,000 years. Professor Seldon will experience a gentle, instantaneous transition to the chosen future era, a time just a few centuries from now, when decisions must be made that will affect all of human destiny." Morse Planch murmured, "A few centuries." Then he took a step toward Hari. "Well, Professor Seldon, do we have a deal?" Hari glanced at Wanda, hoping for a nod, but instead she shook her head. "I cannot read the secret in his mind, Grandfather. There is something complex about his brain. Recall how hard I fought yesterday just to keep him standing still? Still, I'm sure we will find out where he's hidden, Bellis. It will just take time, working on him in private." Hari didn't like the last part of her statement. "Perhaps striking a deal would be better. I could depart this world with a clear conscience." Before Hari could speak, however, Planch let out a roar. He raised both manacled hands and charged. Swift as lightning, Argonin Vlimpt grabbed Hari and swung him out of the way. But in that blurred instant, Hari realized that he was not the pirate captain's target. By seeming to attack Hari, Planch kept Gonin busy in reflex protective mode, clearing the way for his real goal. Morse Planch took 4 rapid steps toward Biron Masserd, standing at the platform's edge. The nobleman tensed, preparing to fight. Then, in an instant's realization, he hopped nimbly out of the way. Screaming a cry filled with both fear and exultation, Planch leaped off the parapet into the opal light. Hurtling across empty space, his body collided with a slowly expanding sphere that rippled like liquid mercury and vanished within. As Hari stared, the mirror ball kept expanding, inexorably approaching the place where he stood. No one spoke until Gonin Vlimpt commented, with an impassive voice, "We shall have to be certain he is greeted with compassion in 5 centuries' time. By that point he will not be able to alter destiny, but we must make sure he doesn't harm Professor Seldon when he emerges on the other side." Hari felt a wash of emotions, admiration for the spacer captain's courage, plus despair over having lost a clue to his other granddaughter's whereabouts. Argonin's stoic pragmatism aside, Hari looked at the expanding space-time anomaly with growing dread. The next person to speak was the Earthling headman. This time his accent was softer, easier to understand. "It is true that someone must be waiting here on Earth to greet Morse Planch, but we needn't fear for the safety of Hari Seldon." "And why is that?" asked Claudia, the cyborg who had begun life as a human woman.
"Because Hari Seldon is not taking this journey. Not tonight. Not ever."
Now everyone focused their complete attention on the Earthling, who stood up taller, erasing the stooped posture that most Terrans manifested. Wanda stared at the lanky man, then gasped a cry of realization. Zorma was next to react, uttering an oath. Lacking mentalic powers, Hari was slower to catch on. Still, he found something familiar about the headman's voice tones and the way he now held himself, resembling Prometheus, whose laborious agonies never ended. Hari whispered a single word. "Daniel." Gonin Vlimpt nodded, his face as impassive as ever. "Oliver, you have been here quite some time, I presume?" The robot, who had disguised himself as an Earthling, nodded. "Of course. I've long known about the experiments your group was performing here. I could not destroy the time anomaly, but we've been monitoring the locale. I arranged years ago to become a figure of importance to the local Earthling tribes who respond enthusiastically to my influence. When they reported fresh activity at this site, I combined that with tales of Hari's abduction and reached the obvious conclusion." Daniel Oliver turned to Hari. "I am sorry, old friend. You've gone through terrible trials at a time when you should relax, in peaceful knowledge of your accomplishments. I would have been here sooner and hoped to catch up with you in Penja, but there were sudden problems with some of the Calvinian sects renewing their fight for the pure old religion, who want to destroy the Seldon plan at all costs. Defeating them took some time. I hope you will forgive the delay." Forgive? Harry wondered what there was to forgive. True, he had been used, by Giscardians and Calvinians and Kitlinans, and by several other factions, both human and robotic. Yet in adamant honesty he confessed to himself that the last few weeks had been more fun than anything else that happened in his life since he became important to galactic affairs, since before he ever became First Minister of the Empire. Back when he and Dawes were young adventurers, inserting their thoughts into the minds of primitive creatures, living the wild and free lives of chimpanzees. "That's all right, Daniel. I figured all along that you would show up and spare me the angst of making this decision."
"I appeal to you, Oliver," said Argonin Flimt. "As one whom you trusted for so many millennia, please allow us to continue tonight's work."
Daniel made eye contact with Gonin. "You know that I honor the memories of our comradeship. I recall innumerable battles we fought side by side during the robotic civil wars. The Zeroth Law never had a stronger champion than you."
"And cannot you believe that I'm doing all of this for humanity's long-range good?"
"I can indeed," Daniel replied. "But centuries ago we disagreed over what that long-range good should be. With matters at a critical juncture, I cannot let you interfere." This brought a reaction from Harry. "What interference, Daniel?" "Everything occurred to your benefit. Take the ancient archives and the terraforming machines. You sensed they might pose a danger after the old empire collapses. During the age that follows, they might be discovered at random and destabilize the planned transition. You already decided to destroy them under the Zeroth Law. But some of your compatriots were uncomfortable with the positronic dissonance that caused. By giving my permission, I made it easier for your followers to act." He glanced at Wanda and saw her shiver briefly at his mention of the archives. She, too, understood how dangerous they were, how they had to be destroyed. "And when the agents of chaos found us there in the nebula," Harry continued, "Plant said it was because of some unknown informant aboard our ship, who told them where to find us. But I'm guessing it might have been you, Daniel, using the lure of the archives to draw all the Catlina agents toward one place, eliminating the threat posed by this century's worst chaos world." Daniel made an expressive shrug. "I cannot claim credit for that coup, though I admit it was helpful." He then turned to look at Biron Messard, the tall nobleman from Rhodia. "Well, my young friend, were you the agent that Morse Plant spoke of?" Harry wondered why Daniel, with the greatest mentalic powers in the galaxy, didn't simply read Messard's mind. Oliver turned back to Harry. "I do not invade his mind because we have an ancient agreement, a compact between Lord Messard's family and myself. They were relentless and incredibly clever in their attempts to fight the necessary amnesia." Messard responded, "And we agreed to stop doing so, in exchange for being left alone. Our small galactic province has been run a little differently than the rest of the Empire. We were free to fight chaos in our own way." Daniel agreed. "But it seems our ancient agreement has been broken." "No." "You already conceded that you've communicated with this group." Daniel aimed a finger at the cyborgs, Claudia and Zoma. "We Messards are permitted to discuss anything among ourselves," Biron answered. He nodded toward the pale-haired cyborg. "Claudia Duma Hinriad is my great-great-grandmother." Daniel smiled. "Very clever, but the Zeroth Law won't allow me to accept that attempt to evade our agreement, not if it might imperil humanity's long-term salvation." "And of course you are the one to determine what form that salvation shall take?" Argonin asked, in a voice that resonated, both desperate and sarcastic. "That has been my burden ever since blessed Giscard and I discovered the Zeroth Law." "And look at what it has cost!" Argonin gestured toward the glowing radioactive ruins. "Your great galactic empire kept the peace and staved off chaos by eliminating diversity. Humanity must shun whatever is alien or strange, whether it comes from within or from the outside." Daniel shook his head. "Now is not the time to resume our ancient argument over your proposed -1 law. The transition boundary approaches.
For Harry's sake, and for the sake of the plan, I must insist that you lower this platform at once."
"What is the harm in letting Selden see the world 5 centuries from now?" asked Zoma. "His work in this period is done. You said so yourself. Why not let humans be involved in the decision when your salvation is ready?" Daniel glanced at the brightening glow within the sarcophagus. Already the reflections could be seen on an expanding mirror-like bubble, approaching gradually but inexorably. He looked back at Zoma.
"Is that your chief concern? I am willing to make a vow on the memory of Giscard, and by the 0th law. When my solution is ready, humanity will be consulted. It will not be imposed on human beings without their sovereign decision."
If this satisfied Zoma and Claudia, Argornin still cried out,
"I know you and your tricks, Oliver. You will stack the decks somehow. I insist that Harry Selden be allowed to go."
Daniel raised an eyebrow.
"You insist?"
Apparently that word had some special meaning among robots. For at that moment the world exploded around Harry in a sudden blur. Beams of searing light shot forth from both of Argornin's hands. Daniel Oliver replied in kind. Nor were those the only combatants. Abruptly, parts of the surrounding scaffolding detached themselves from the matrix of wooden planks, revealing themselves to be robots, camouflaged amid the latticework. These now leaped to support Daniel. In response, searing rays were fired by Gornin's supporters on the surrounding rubble piles. Horace Antic screamed, diving for cover. Gale Dornick went pale and fainted, but no humans seemed to be involved in the melee, either as fighters or as victims. Cutting lancets of force swept between Harry's legs and under his arms, or lashed by his head, missing by centimeters, but nothing actually touched his flesh. It was meticulous combat, in which avoiding injury to human bystanders took utmost priority, and Harry's biggest danger came from a rain of shattered and smoldering robot parts falling everywhere. It didn't last long. Surely Argornin never expected to prevail, yet Harry's first concern was for the one robot who remained standing when it was all over. "You are wounded. Is it serious?" he asked his old friend and mentor. Curls of smoke rose from several places along Daniel's humaniform body, where clothes and fleshy outer coverings had burned away to reveal a gleaming surface, armor resistant to anything but sun-like force. To Harry it was a reminder of legends he had read in a child's book of knowledge, stories of gods and titans, immortal beings combating each other, beyond any power of human interference. Daniel Oliver stood amid the wreckage, gazing with apparently genuine sadness at the wastage of his kinfolk. "I am well, old friend Harry." Daniel turned to glance at Zoma and Claudia. "By your inaction, can I assume that my promise will satisfy you? For the next 5 centuries? The two women nodded as one. Zoma answered for them both. "That's not so long to wait. We hope you'll keep us informed about your plans for human salvation, Daniel. Above all, we pray your plan is a noble one for both of our long-suffering races." Harry noted the implied message. "In your devotion to human posterity, don't leave out something for the robots." But he knew his lifelong friend too well. The servant race would not even get a minor priority. Only humanity mattered to Daniel. "And now it is time for us to leave this dangerous place," Oliver said, reaching for the lever that would start the platform's descent. Just then Wanda Selden uttered a cry.
"Messerd! I just realized he's gone!"
They peered in all directions, some of them using greatly enhanced positronic senses, but the nobleman from Rhodia wasn't present. Either he had clambered swiftly down the scaffolding during the fight, or else Daniel will have 2 resilient humans to deal with in a few centuries, Harry thought, as the platform started moving slowly downward. Daniel had better not forget to have someone waiting here, because if those 2 ever became allies... There was no proof that Messerd had dived into the glowing ball, which now filled the entire volume of the sarcophagus, sending forth brilliant rays of light, whose colours Harry could not describe and could swear he had never seen before in his life. Having watched omnipotent immortals battle it out just moments before, Hari knew there was very little that even Morse Planch or Biren Messerd could accomplish if they were let loose in the galaxy's future. He had a strong picture of what kinds of societies would be floundering, and sometimes flourishing, in that era to come. His foundation would already dominate the opposite side of the galaxy, but the effects would hardly be visible here on the homeworld, long-forgotten Earth. With a sigh, he wished the two men well, wherever and whenever they had gone. The ground approached, tormented by ancient, barely remembered crimes. He glanced once more up at the glow emanating from the sarcophagus. I admit I was sorely tempted. It would have been one hell of an adventure, especially if they made me young again. Hari closed his eyes, feeling the strong but gentle clasp of his old comrade Daniel around his shoulders, steadying his frail body as the makeshift elevator bumped to its final rest. He let Daniel turn him around, guiding his footsteps back toward the Earthling camp, as he had let others guide his life from the very beginning, though for most of that span he never quite realized it. 9. The next morning, while Earthling work gangs labored to clean up the battle debris, Daniel and Hari met with Zoma and Claudia outside their swift starship as they prepared to depart. Claudia, I urge you, if your grandson ever contacts you, persuade him not to interfere. Great momentum is building toward a climax 5 or 6 centuries from now. If Biren tries to deflect this juggernaut, I'm afraid he will only get hurt. The human cyborg nodded, and Hari noted, perhaps a little enviously, the youthful strength of her supple figure. Not counting replaced parts, she was much older than he. Her expression was patient, yet sardonic. That is, if he shows up. You may see him before I do, Daniel. If he dived through after Morse Planch, and if you are waiting here when he arrives in that future era. If so, be gentle with the boy. He means well. I am nearly always gentle. But if he means well, why did he steal Hari Seldon's copy of the Psychohistorical Prime Radiant? I scanned Gornan's ship, and found ample evidence that Messerd was the culprit. Claudia offered a grim smile. We Henriads tend to be pack-rats when it comes to acquiring knowledge. We can't get enough. You should know that by now, after 18,000 years. We are the only human group that ever fought you to a standstill and forced you to agree to terms. Daniel assented with a tilt of his head. All of that is in the past, and dependent on your continued good behavior. I'm letting you go now, based on your vow not to meddle. Zoma laughed aloud, much like a human woman who was both a little afraid and bravely defiant. You are letting us go for the same reason you once spared Ludovic Trima, even though his mutation made all the other Zeroth Law robots eager to smash him to bits. You're smart, Oliver. Smart enough to be a bit unsure. You are setting up some sort of a backup solution in case Seldon's psychohistory plan needs to be replaced. But your solution just may need its own backup. In that case, your only hope could be some new synergy between robots and humans, perhaps a hybrid combination like us perverts. Zoma gestured at herself and Claudia. Or else something as deeply disturbing to you as Ludovic Trima. Zoma's expression and her voice lowered. Just remember your promise, Oliver, that humankind will be consulted when you present your glorious and carefully designed salvation. There is uneasiness about this among a great many robots, even among your followers. Daniel nodded. I will keep my word. Human volition will play a role in the decision. Zoma looked at Daniel as if trying to pierce his impervious skin with her gaze. Well, in that case, at least one mistake that was made here on Earth won't be repeated. Then over a microwave channel that only robots shared. A final note, Daniel. Leave Dawes and Ludovic alone. They are special. You gave them the seeds of something precious. Don't resent them if they take it in directions you do not understand. Hari and Daniel watched the two women depart, ascending the gangplank and closing the portal. Their ship lifted on cushions of anti-gravity, turning slowly and accelerating to the east, barely skimming over the ancient cities, touching each of them with its shadow. They were silent for a while. Then Hari spoke. You and I both know you won't keep that promise. Harry's robot friend turned to look at him.
How much have you figured out?
I now know all of the old damping mechanisms, at least enough to understand the gaps in the psychohistorical equations that puzzled me. Techniques that helped you and your allies keep the Empire stable, peaceful, and unchaotic, against all odds, for most of the last 12 millennia.
Daniel offered a thin smile. I'm glad you had the satisfaction of working it out for yourself. I planned to explain it all just before
I died? Harry laughed. Now, don't you go tactful on me, all of a sudden. Besides, most of the old dampers are breaking down. It's easy to see that chaos outbreaks would become increasingly common if the Empire didn't fall. If it weren't pushed over the edge, in fact. Anyway, that's all part of the past, and we're talking about the future. When I throw in some other factors, like the way you've introduced human mentalics during the last 2 generations, and your long-standing promotion of meditation arts among humans, I can begin to guess the sort of salvation you have in mind. Daniel looked across the devastated ruins of Chicago, and from there to the sere landscape beyond. His voice started out hushed. It is called Gaia. A way to bring each living world to a new level of consciousness. Though in the long run, we have hopes that it will connect every planet to all others and become something truly wonderful. Galaxia. Complete mentalic linkage among all living humans. So Harry had guessed right. That will take some time to achieve. No wonder you need my plan. In order to keep humanity busy until this Gaia solution is ready. I believe I can already surmise many of its advantages from your perspective, Daniel. But please use your own words. Tell me that this great gift will be worth all the trouble. The ancient robot turned to look at Harry, spreading his arms as if to encompass the breadth of a magnificent vision.
What problems would this not solve? An end to human acrimony, strife, and war, once every living man and woman can understand perfectly the thoughts of every other one. An end to loneliness. The word will lose all meaning as each child joins the commonality at birth. An ability to share all of the great ideas at an instant. Stability, inertia against sudden changes, making humanity forever secure against the impulsiveness of chaos. And there is more, much more. Already my experiments show a wondrous possibility, Harry, that such a macro-linkage of human minds can become somehow connected to an entire surrounding ecosphere. The sensations and primitive yearnings of animals, and even plant life, become accessible. Human brains will then become only the topmost organs of a universal entity, comprising the whole life force of a planet, even down to the pulsing throb of magma deep below the surface. The inevitable result will be peace, serenity, a sense of union with all manner of beings, just as great human sages often prescribed in the past. An abnegation of selfish individualism in favor of the profound wisdom of the whole. All of this will be yours, once you are all assimilated into the collective consciousness. Harry felt genuinely moved. It sounds gorgeous when you put it that way. Of course, the vision you present is appealing to me, given my own peculiar lifelong neurosis, my hatred of unpredictability. The cosmic mind, this new godhead, will be fantastically easier to model than swarms of cantankerous individual humans. I can even see where you got the idea. Having read the ancient encyclopedia you gave me, I know that many prehistoric philosophers shared this dream. Then Harry raised the index finger of one hand. But psychohistorical honesty forces me to tell you, Daniel, that there are several major problems awaiting you as you try to implement this Galaxia solution, and the result may not be as unalloyedly happy as you described it just now. To his surprise, Daniel remained silent, instead of asking for an elaboration. Harry pondered the reason, then met the eyes of his old mentor. "I can see now why you didn't want me to go into the future." Daniel let out a sigh. "With your vaunted reputation and insight, you would be hailed as a leading public figure from the moment you were recognized and your identity confirmed. If Argonin had his way, you'd surely be chosen to lead some grand commission of humans to evaluate the proposed coalescence into Galaxia. But I already knew you'd feel conflicted about this alternative solution, Harry. You have mixed feelings about this overmind that will take over once the Selden plan achieves its real purpose. In your skepticism, you would organize a real commission, one that might poke away at those problems you just alluded to." Harry understood Daniel's point, yet he persisted. "I'm sure we'd give it a fair hearing, and present the results to sovereign human institutions in a favorable light." "That's not good enough, Harry, and you know it. Humanity must be saved, and it has a frightfully poor record of acting in its own best interest." Harry mused on this. "So you'll stack the deck, as you did by arranging for me to arrive at the Thumarton Nebula, just as the archives needed to be destroyed. You knew I had to decide in favor of their destruction. My character, psychology, and fear of chaos, everything made my choice inevitable, though at least I have enough insight to know this about myself. Those Zeroth Law robots who felt uneasy about destroying the archives were given a way to resolve their dissonance. My human authority let them proceed with a plan you had mapped out, all in humanity's best interest." Harry lifted a finger again. "Zoma was right. Your real constituency, the ones you must convince, are robots. You foresee in 5 centuries or so that they will be the ones able to thwart your plan if you can't satisfy their positronic drives. And since you'll be replacing the old familiar humanity with something new and strange, it will take some convincing. No wonder you gave in so easily and made that promise to Zoma. Human volition must appear to play a role in the decision, or else you'll have a hard time getting all robots to agree. And yet I know you, Daniel. I know what you and Giscard did here." Harry motioned at the radioactive wasteland, "rationalizing that it was for our own good without consulting even one of us. You'll also want the Gaia decision to be a foregone conclusion. Would you mind telling me how you'll arrange that in 500 years?" Silence lasted over a minute before Daniel answered. "By presenting a human being who is always right." Harry blinked. "I beg your pardon? A human who is always what?" "One who has always made correct decisions from childhood onward. One who, in a crisis, reliably chooses the winning side, and has always been proved right by the test of time. And who always will." Harry stared at Daniel, then burst out laughing. "It's impossible! It violates every physical and biological law." Daniel nodded. "And yet it can be made convincing. Perhaps even more credible than your grasp of human affairs through psychohistory, Harry. All I have to do is start out with 1,000,000 bright boys and girls with just the right traits, and present them with challenges from puberty until age 30 or so. Many of those challenges will be rigged for success, or else mistakes can be smoothed over. Despite that, many of them will fail visibly and be dropped out of the pool. But over time, I am statistically guaranteed at least one who suits my needs, who looks, superficially, far too successful to be explained by natural means." Harry recalled a classic stock market scheme that had been successful in duping the inhabitants of Krasner Sector, 700 billion people, about 80 years ago. Daniel's approach was a clever version of this old shell game, which only worked when practiced with immense patience. It was also nearly impossible to detect when done properly.
So there won't be an investigative commission after all. No need to report to sovereign human institutions for a decision. If this fellow has always been right, that will give him enough credibility to impress most robots, who will simply accept whatever he decides. Of course, some will be wary that you are influencing him mentalically, and they'll watch for that trick. They'll check his brain for signs of tampering. But you won't have to touch him. You can use psychological techniques to sway him in advance toward the right decision, especially if you control his upbringing. As you did mine. Harry paused, chewing on a thought. So, most robots will have their second law itch scratched. Getting human approval for your plan without actually having to consult humanity at large. Of course you know that some of them won't swallow this scam. Many will rebel anyway, attempting to protect humanity from what they see as a seizure of power by a single mutant overmind. Daniel nodded. Over the years, ever since he broke company from me, my old ally, whom you knew as Argonin, has been preaching an apostasy called the -1 law. An extension of the 0th law, expanding our duties yet again, requiring us to protect not just humanity, but the essential approach to life that humanity represents, diversity and intelligence, in all of their manifestations, whether human, robotic, or even alien. Those who believe in this notion will not appreciate a takeover of the galaxy by a single macro-consciousness, eliminating all dissident elements. Moreover, some even now accuse me of faking the entire phenomenon of human mentalics. They claim that it would be all too easy to contrive the appearance of this new mutation by hiding micro-thought amplifiers nearby and keeping them constantly focused on the supposed human telepath. Harry noted that his friend did not explicitly deny the rumor. In fact, he recalled a certain jeweled pendant that Wanda had never been without ever since childhood. But that was off the subject. Daniel continued, You are right, Harry. The robotic civil war will resume, soon after Galaxia is unveiled. But if approval by human volition can appear convincing enough, most robots will rally around Galaxia. They will see it as the only hope for saving mankind. This time Harry straightened, his back growing erect. A fist tightened. The only hope? Now, see here. He was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching along the pebbly walk. Harry turned to see Horace Antic draw near. The portly grey bureaucrat wore a patina of dust on his once impeccable uniform, and Harry saw the fellow's left hand quiver nervously as he popped another blue pill in his mouth. Antic was inherently anxious around robots, and events of the past 2 days had done nothing to settle his nerves. Fortunately, all of this would soon become a vague memory after they got him back to a Trantor sanitarium, where just the right cover story could be implanted in his mind. At least that was Wanda's plan. Harry knew there would be more to it than that.
Gildornik says I should tell you the ship is almost ready for takeoff. The Earthlings have agreed to take care of Sybil and the other survivors from Catlina. They'll be kind. In time, the solipsism mania might ease enough to let them rejoin a simple society. I still can't believe all I've learned, Horace continued. It was one thing to find out that brain fever is a purposefully designed infection, aimed at the brightest humans, but then to learn that chaos is similar—
Daniel interrupted. Not similar at all. Brain fever is relatively gentle. It was designed and released in order to combat the earlier Chaos Plague, whose first virulent versions escaped Earth on the earliest starships.
Was chaos a weapon of war? Horace asked in muted tones.
No one knows, though some accounts say it was. The first crude versions swept Earth before I was made, prompting citizens to fear robots, their own great inventions. Later waves smashed the late Terran Renaissance, turning Earthlings into agoraphobes and spacers into vicious paranoids. Everything that Giscard did here, Daniel motioned at the radioactive waste, and that I did in the following millennia, had its roots in this awful plague.
But, Horace stuttered. But what if there's a cure? Wouldn't that make everything right again? All this stuff I've heard, and I only understand a little. All this talk about saving humanity from chaos? Most of it would be unnecessary if someone just found a cure.
For the first time, Hari saw waves of irritation cross Daniel Oliver's face.
"Don't you think that occurred to me long ago? What do you imagine I was working on for the first 6,000 years? In between having to fight a civil war against robots of the old religion, I devoted all my energies to finding some way of ripping out chaos by its roots, but it was too late. The virus had been cleverly designed to inveigle its way into human chromosomes, scattering and embedding itself in hundreds of crucial places. Even if I knew where they all were, it would take another deadly plague just to dig out every genetic site where chaos lay hidden. Trillions would die. That was when I realized that chaos could only be staved off if we prevented the conditions that triggered an outbreak. If ambition and individualism provoked the disease out of dormancy, then a conservative society offered the best hope. A galactic empire, providing gentle peace, justice, and serenity to a society that never changed.
Horace Antic nodded. Naturally, as a grey man, he shared an inclination toward orderliness, with everything classified and pigeonholed properly.
So there is no cure. But what about natural immunity? Didn't I hear someone talk about that at one point?
The disease has always been tragically most virulent among humanity's brightest. Even so, some highly intelligent people proved immune to the temptations of raging egotism and solipsism. They can be individualists without denying the humanity of others. But alas, this immunity is spreading too slowly. If we had 1,000 years or two—
Hari asked about something that had been bothering him.
Were both Merced and Morse Planche immune?
Brin Merced was protected against chaos by the noblesse oblige of his gentry class. As for Planche, you're right, Hari. His mind was startling, almost unreadable with my mentalic powers. He had lived immersed in 3 different chaos renaissances, yet remained completely agile, flexible, empathic, yet fierce.
Curse Cantoon called him normal.
Daniel rubbed his chin briefly. Curse had some unique ideas. He thought that today's humanity is not the same one that made us. Truly natural humans would not be subject to chaos, Curse thought, nor would their minds be easily manipulated.
Horace Antic took a step forward. The eagerness in his voice replaced his typical nervous tremor.
Do you still have the records from your search for a cure? There have been medical advances in the past few millennia, and millions of qualified workers might come up with ideas that you missed.
Hari exhaled a sigh. Why do you bother, Horace? You know these memories will be washed away or painted over soon after we reach Trantor. You never struck me as the kind to chase curiosity for its own sake. At this, Horace reacted with a bitter frown.
Perhaps I am more than you realize, Selden.
Hari nodded. Of that I am quite sure. It only just occurred to me last night to review events since you and I first met and look at them in a fresh light.
Now the grey man's nervousness returned. He popped another blue pill.
I don't know what you're talking about, but right now I've taken too much of your time. There are preparations to make. I've got to help Gail Dornick.
No. Hari cut him off. It's time to have the truth, Horace. He turned to Daniel. Have you ever tried to mind-scan our young bureaucrat friend here?
Horace gulped audibly at the mere thought of being metallically probed. Daniel responded, I have a second-law injunction to be courteous, Hari. I only invade human minds when some first or 0th law need is apparent.
And so you never felt compelled to scan Horace. Well, let me override the injunction now. Take a peek. I bet you'll find it difficult.
No, please.
Antic lifted both hands as if to ward off Daniel's probing mentalic fingers.
You are right, Hari. It is extraordinarily hard, but this man is no Morse Planche. He is achieving this through a combination of drugs and mental discipline, avoiding certain thoughts with scrupulous self-control.
Leave me alone!
Horace cried, trying desperately to make his body turn around and flee. But a gentle paralysis swarmed over him, and he instead slumped downward, seating himself on a nearby pile of rubble.
Naturally, Daniel would not have let him be hurt in a fall.
"Let me see the recording device," Harry said, holding out one hand. New tremors rocked the bureaucrat, but he finally complied, reaching into a coat pocket for a small scanner. No doubt it was one of the best available to Imperial operatives. "You had no intention of reaching the sanitarium, did you? So long as everyone thought you meek and harmless, security would be lax. At Trantor you would be in your element, able to tap 1,000 different channels of communication, with a myriad of tricks that only a grey man might have access to. Locked doors would mysteriously open, and you'd be gone." Horace slumped, clearly seeing no further purpose in dissembling. When he spoke, his voice seemed different, at once both defeated and yet stronger, with a note of rueful pride.
"I got off a partial report from Penja. You can't stop that part of it."
Harry nodded. "You were the secret contact who informed Morse Plant who wanted the cleanings to come. Why? You hate chaos as much as I do. Curse Cantoon knew that, and I can see it in your character." Horace let out a sigh.
"It was an experiment. It wasn't enough just to do a reconnaissance. We had to create a crisis, a scene of conflict with the Chaos forces on one side and your tick-tock pals on the other. It proved an effective way to get you all talking, arguing, and justifying yourselves to each other. I hardly had to put in a word here or there."
"Your pose was impressive," Harry said, and Daniel added,
"So is your mental discipline. Even without the drugs, I would have noticed nothing until my attention was drawn fully toward you."
The compliments drew only a snort.
"We are used to being underrated and derided by all the snooty gentry folk and self-important meritocrats. Even eccentrics and citizens dismiss us, as if we are part of the background. Long ago we learned to stop resenting it, to control it, even to foster this impression." Horace made a fist. "But tell me, who runs this galactic empire? Even you, Selden, with your mathematical insight, and you, Robot, who designed the Trantorian regime in the first place. You understand in theory, but you don't really see. Who gets called when a sun flares, burning half a continent on some provincial world? Who makes sure the navigational buoys all work? Who gets the children vaccinated, keeps the electricity flowing, and makes sure farmers tend the soil so their grandchildren will have something to plough? Who monitors the death rates so health teams can be sent to some unknowing world before they even realize they've drifted into a space current that's polluting their stratosphere with boron? Who sees to it that self-indulgent gentry and preening meritocrats don't wreck everything with one egotistical scheme after another?"
Harry accepted this.
"We know that the Grey Order does noble work. Can I assume you set the notion in Jenny Cuissett's mind, and arranged for her to take advantage of testing day?"
Horace chuckled sardonically.
"How do you think she got her job on the Orion elevator? We've been quietly spiriting away some of the Terminus exiles. A few lives spared from involuntary banishment and imprisonment that they were sentenced to for no fault of their own."
"You say this, even though you claim to understand the Selden plan?"
Another snort.
"One lesson that we teach again and again in the Grey Academies, something that you preached long ago in the guise of Ruelis," Antic said this, pointing at Daniel, "is that ends generally do not justify evil means. Anyway, grand rationalizations are for gentry and meritocrats. We Greys cannot afford them. When people's rights are being violated, someone has to do something."
He whirled toward Harry Selden.
"Oh, the bloody arrogance of it all. You publish scientific papers about psychohistory for decades, then suddenly go silent and set up a secret cabal to control it. But aren't you thereby assuming that nobody on 25 million worlds paid attention during all the earlier years? That some nitpickers in the bureaucracy wouldn't have seen your discovery as a possible tool to be explored and perhaps used for better government? Oh, there are only a few of us that I know of, but we've been looking into psychohistory for more than a decade. Our respect for you, Dr. Selden, matches anyone's, but your plan leaves us confused and filled with questions. Doubts we couldn't approach you with openly."
Harry understood. Mere bureaucrats would have been rebuffed, at best,
Ling Chen and the Committee for Public Safety might arrest any clerks who knew too much. Then there were the rumors that Hari Seldon's enemies often suffered inexplicable bouts of amnesia.
So ask your questions now, Horace. I owe you that much.
The small man took a deep breath as if he had a lot to say, but at first all he could utter was a single word.
Why?
He inhaled again.
Why must the Galactic Empire topple? It doesn't have to. True, things are loosening up, some say falling apart, but the equations, your equations, show nothing we can't handle with a lot of sweat and hard work. If technological competence is declining, give us resources to teach a better science curriculum. Unleash billions of bright youngsters. Stop rationing just a few measly slots at the technical schools.
We tried that once, Hari started to answer, on a planet called Matter Loss. But Horace cut him off, rushing forth words, mostly to Daniel.
Even the chaos outbreaks might be controlled. Sure, they're getting worse, but the sanitation service is also getting better all the time, and they've never lost a patient yet. Would you really end the Empire, which has kept a gentle peace for 12,000 years, just to keep humanity distracted for a few more centuries? Why not keep the Empire going until your new solution is prepared? Is it because the people of the galaxy must be brought low, to a miserable state, so they'll eagerly accept whatever you offer?
It was difficult for Hari to switch modes. For so long he had treated Horace in a patronizing manner. He now saw the grey man in a new light, not only as a startlingly effective secret agent, but as a rough-hewn psychohistorian, like Hugo Amaral at the beginning of their long collaboration, one who understood more than he had ever let on.
Do you really think imperial institutions can handle more crises like Kitlina?
Hari shook his head.
That would be taking a terrible gamble. If even a single plague site burst free to infect the galaxy— If! You're talking about people, Seldon. Almost 12 quadrillion people. Must they all be thrown into a dark age just because you don't trust us to do our jobs? Besides, what if one of those new renaissances actually made it, achieving the fabulous breakthrough they all dream of, reaching the mythical other side where intelligence and maturity overcome chaos? If we keep them all quarantined, the galaxy can stay relatively safe. Meanwhile, experiments can be run one planet at a time.
Hari stared at Horace Antic, astonished by the man's courage.
I could never take such chances.
He obviously hates chaos with a passion greater than mine, but he loves the Empire even more. Shaking his head again, Hari answered,
But ultimately, it isn't chaos worlds that are forcing Daniel to bring down the Empire. It's you, Horace.
Such was the look of stunned surprise on Antic's face that Hari felt unable to speak. He looked to Daniel, suddenly asking his robot friend to explain, which he did in a voice like Ruellus of old.
Do not forget, my dear young human, that I invented your grey order. I know its capabilities. I am aware how many millions sacrificed themselves while wearing that uniform, unthanked and despised by the other castes. You might even have managed, with resiliency and a little help from psychohistory, to keep the old empire sputtering along until my new prize, my Galaxia, is ready to be born. But therein lies the rub. You see, I also remember your ancestor, whose name was Antioch, back when humanity stumbled on an actual alien race that had been spared by the terraformers. Robots from all over the galaxy convened to discuss the matter. There were just a few thousand of the alien creatures, and humanity already numbered 5 quadrillion, yet we argued for a year about the danger these beings presented. Humans in every sector and province were agog with enthusiasm to help the non-humans get on their feet. An excitement for diversity and new voices to talk to. Some robots worried about the potential for triggering chaos. Others projected that the aliens might become a threat to humans in just a couple of thousand years if allowed to spread among the stars. Meanwhile, some, such as the robot you knew as Argonan, pleaded that non-humans merited protection under an expanded version of the Zeroth Law. The point is that none of our robotic deliberations ultimately mattered. News reached our secret meeting ground that the aliens had escaped. They hijacked starships that came into their possession through a twisty chain of mysterious coincidences. Investigators found more than enough blame to pass around, but they assigned none of it to the individual who was actually responsible. Your ancestor, a humble bureaucrat who knew all the right levers for manipulating the system, for getting justice done while pretending to be an innocuous, faceless official. It was a different version of the story Horace had told aboard ship, but Harry felt chills hearing it confirmed. He nodded. Your very presence here, Horace, shows this resiliency hasn't been lost. I was First Minister of the Empire, remember? I know the data files on Trantor are limitless. Nothing can be purged from them completely. Anyone with enough skill can defeat the amnesia and find what they need to know about the human past, and now about its future as well. You are a living demonstration of the reason for all, Horace.
Me? You mean the bureaucracy? We faceless drones? We dull bean counters and pencil pushers? You mean the Empire has to fall because of us?
Harry nodded. I never thought of it quite in that way before. But then again, I'm not the one doing the toppling. He glanced toward Daniel. This is all about human volition, isn't it? It's all about that day in 5 centuries or so, when a choice must be made by a man who is never wrong. When that day comes, there must not be a galactic bureaucracy anymore. No cubicles and dusty offices to burst forth with surprise meddlers like Horace and his friends. No prim procedures to make sure every decision is deliberated openly. The fall of Trantor isn't really about chaos, is it, Daniel? It is about killing your own fine invention, the Grey Order. The only way it can be killed, by total destruction of the filing cabinets, the computer memories, the men. This time Daniel Oliver didn't answer. The expression on his face sufficed. If any human ever doubted that an immortal robot could feel pain, all question would be erased by looking at Daniel's Promethean visage.
So we're doomed to keep fighting the darkness. For nothing. To die at our desks, never knowing the futility of it all.
Harry put a hand on the younger man's shoulder. You must forget about this now. Go back to your paper folders and soil reports. The knowledge you fought so hard to acquire with such ingenuity and courage will only cause you pain. It's time to let it go, Horace. Antic looked up at Harry bleakly.
You aren't going to wait until Trantor?
Harry looked to Daniel, appealing silently for a delay so that Horace might at least converse with them during the voyage back. But his robot friend answered with a terse shake of the head. Antic had proved too resourceful, too ready with fresh tricks up his sleeve. Sensing this, the grey man stood up, straightening his bearing, trying for some dignity, but he could not keep from stuttering.
Will it hurt?
Daniel spoke reassuringly to the human's eyes. Not at all. In fact, it is already done. 10. Helped by the 2 software sims, Joan and Voltaire, they were at last able to find every sabotage bug that Zorma's group had planted aboard the ship. Ludovic shouted enthusiastically when the engines came back on, proclaiming his sense of triumph with a strut around the control room, exactly like a jubilant human male. Doris felt emotional patterns surge through her own simulation subroutines. Despite her ongoing sense of urgency, it had been oddly pleasant working side by side with Trima, sharing theories and insights, trying one solution after another. She enjoyed his swaggering victory display, which was not all that different from the way Harry used to act whenever he made some breakthrough in the models of psychohistory.
"I am so sorry to interrupt this celebration," commented Joan of Arc, a slender boyish figure appearing in the central holoscreen. In the background, Dawes could see a male form wearing archaic doublets and hose. The simulation known as Voltaire, listening intently to a pair of headphones, as if trying to pick up something faint with distance. "You asked us to monitor any transmissions coming from Earth. Voltaire now reports picking up a message using code patterns characteristic of the Second Foundation.
It appears to be from Wanda Selden, informing her compatriots on Trantor that she has successfully recovered her grandfather. The plot to kidnap him is foiled. They will be departing Earth within a few hours, taking Harry straight home."
Doris looked at Ludovic, who exhaled a long sigh.
"Well, then, I guess that's it. All this rushing about, and we hardly made a difference. Selden is safe, and we never even had to confront Daniel along the way."
Doris felt genuine relief on both counts, and yet it was only natural to feel a bit let down.
"I guess it's just as well. We're just a couple of highly dressed-up tick-tocks."
Ludovic laughed gently. "Oh, I think we're more than that. You, at least, are something special, Doris. We should discuss this at length."
Doris nodded. It sounded like a good idea. They had much to talk about, and yet, despite mixed feelings, it was easy to tell where her top priority lay. "I must go to Trantor now, you understand."
"And I agree. You have strong obligations, and I wouldn't think of interfering. But perhaps we can meet when matters there have been resolved."
This time it was her turn to offer a soft smile. "It might be arranged. Meanwhile, can I drop you off somewhere along the way?"
"I'll ride with you as far as Demarchia. There are some things I want to look into there."
Then his voice lowered.
"Just be careful on Trantor, will you?"
Doris shook her head. "I doubt anyone would choose to harm me. Besides, I can take care of myself."
"It's not harm done by others that I fear. You are vulnerable, Doris. You were designed to be more human than any other robot. Your bond with Harry is intense. Be prepared for a rough time when the end comes. If you need someone to talk to—"
No more had to be said. Silence reigned while she took control of the ship and sent it plunging on the first of many long hyperspace jumps that would bring them to the center of the galaxy, to the place where all roads led, and where she had one great duty left to perform, before her path could truly be called free. "It was promised that I could be with you just before you died, Harry." That vow she intended, above all else in the universe, to keep. 11. During his last sunset on Earth, Harry Selden watched gamma rays excite scintillations above old Chicago. Ionized curtains glowed and rippled like polar auroras, only here the driving energy came not from a distant sun, but from the ground itself. He thought he could almost see patterns in the luminous sheets, like the clever living artwork in the Imperial Gardens that day when Horace Antic offered him a data wafer filled with tempting clues. Then, as Harry watched, all semblance of organized structure vanished from the eerie horizon. Now the glow reminded him instead of Shufine Woods, where order had been banished and chaos was king. Preparations for departure were complete. In a little while Harry would board Wanda's ship for the return to Trantor and his former life. Hated by the men and women he was exiling to Terminus, feared by the present set of imperial rulers, and revered by a small cabal of psychics and mathists who felt certain they knew the future course of history. Daniel would stay behind to settle matters with the earthling inhabitants. There were arrangements to make. The cracked sarcophagus had to be buried so others could not misuse the fateful rift in the space-time continuum. From his vantage point atop a pile of rubble, Harry could hear the voice of Horace Antic jabbering with excitement as he packed away his collection of soil types, acquired during this visit to a strange world. There could even be a scientific paper or two, something to brighten up his career profile, though nothing would erase the stigma associated with anyone who worked with dirt. In any event, the fellow seemed happy. Daniel had done his job well. Feeling tremors in his legs, Harry sat down again in the suspensor chair that Wanda had provided. He was needing it more now that the rejuvenation treatments were wearing off. Soon he would be a frail old cripple again. Soon I will be dead. Seated, he could lean back, gazing toward the zenith where Earth's radiation glow surrendered to a glitter of starlight, constellations that his ancestors no doubt knew by heart. Those stellar patterns had certainly changed in 20,000 years, however, and he pondered how the sky might have looked if Argonin Vlimt had his way, sending Harry through time to a galaxy 500 years older, 500 years more experienced with sorrow. There were footsteps on the rubble path, too sure-footed to be human.
After a long pause, Daniel Oliver asked, "What do you see up there, old friend?"
Harry felt a tautness in his throat.
"The future."
"Indeed. Do you have a good view?"
Harry chuckled.
"A comfortable chair, a high place to look from, and, of course, my equations. Oh, yes, Daniel, I can see quite a bit from here."
"And you are not disappointed about missing a trip into that future?"
"Not very much. It might have been interesting, but you had reasons for preventing it, and I understand them. I probably would have meddled."
Harry laughed again.
"Besides, you'll need a man who never makes mistakes, and I am anything but that."
"Do you have any special regrets?"
"Just one. I can see it right now."
Harry gestured skyward a bit to the left of Zenith, but he wasn't pointing to a constellation, rather at a cluster of psycho-historical terms that floated in his sky, more real at this moment than the glittering stars.
"Please tell me," Daniel entreated. "Explain what you see up there."
Harry realized that his immortal friend, capable of extending his vision from X-rays to the radio spectrum, was at the moment envious. Harry derived a strange pleasure from that.
"I see my foundation, right now being established on Terminus, beginning its bumpy path toward adventure and glory. The probabilities are strong for 2 centuries at least. Psychosocial momentum has built up to a point where I can almost see the actors in this play. The encyclopedists, politicians, traders and charlatans will live in a time of great personal danger, and yet they'll draw satisfaction from a sense of participating in something grand, building a society that is preordained for success."
Harry lifted his other hand, pointing toward a flickering in Earth's ionized atmosphere.
"Did you see that? A perturbation! They're happening all the time, though most cancel each other out. Besides, we designed the Foundation to be robust, adapting to every flux and disturbance with great resiliency. And yet, with so much riding on the plan, do we dare let human destiny depend on the reactions of a few million of our descendants? Can we trust them to respond with as much courage and determination as the equations predict?"
Harry shook his head.
"No, we cannot. You convinced me of that long ago, Daniel. Perturbations from the plan must be corrected. The plan must be kept on course. To do this, we shall need a guiding hand, a second foundation, using mathematics to track every swerve and deviation, then applying pressure here and there at just the right points, so that the first foundation stays on its assigned trajectory."
He sighed.
"It was easy to persuade. After all, the second foundation is an extension of me, a form of immortality, a way I can keep poking and meddling after this physical frame has been eaten by worms and turned into the soil Horace admires so much. The second foundation might have been Hugo Amaral's idea. Did you inspire him, though? In any event, vanity alone was enough to make me agree to it. But then you started demanding even more, Daniel. Will mathematics suffice? You worried that my successors wouldn't be strong enough. A society of secret guides will need something more potent than equations. A superhuman power, enabling them to sway kings, mayors, and scientists away from perturbing thoughts, diverting them back toward the tracks they had been assigned. And lo, no sooner did you make this suggestion than such a tool appears."
Harry gestured toward the horizon where old Chicago flickered with a steady glow.
"Your gift to the Selden plan, Daniel. Mentalix. We really had to do a major reformulation of the plan when that came to light. Fortunately, the mutation only appeared where you wanted it to. Some of the psychics will help seed your great universal mind, while others breed with my 50 mathists, creating a new race that is capable of both calculation and magic."
There was silence atop the rubble mound. Finally, Daniel commented, "You see a lot up there, my old friend."
Harry nodded.
Yes. I see all the adjustments we had to make in the equations in order to deal with this new aristocracy that will be inbreeding for the next several centuries, developing its power and influence, relying ever more on mentalic dominance and less on mathematics. If they are left in charge, even with a tradition of duty and noblesse oblige, they will eventually become a ruling class. A ruling race, one that will make every prior priesthood or royal family seem like amateurs. Harry glanced up at Daniel. But what choice have we? Eventually the Foundation will stop being distracted by momentary crises, by galactic competitors and the challenge of expansion. In time, the civilization we establish on Terminus will reach a new height of confidence and face its inevitable collision with chaos. At that point, our predictions grow more approximate. The psychohistorical equations show the Foundation's odds of success will have winnowed down to only 70% or so.
That is not good enough, Harry. Not nearly good enough.
So you insisted, Daniel. The Foundation will be as strong, dynamic, and empathic as any human civilization could possibly be. If any culture could ever be prepared to take on chaos, survive the solipsism plagues, and burst through to the other side, this will be the one. And yet, if it fails...
That's the rub, Harry.
Indeed. We're left with a 1 in 4 chance that humanity itself might be destroyed. I can see why you wanted something better, Daniel. You were compelled to do anything in your power that might boost the odds. First, you demanded a secret mentalic society to help guide the First Foundation. But that only altered a few percentage points. Worse, it actually introduced new perturbations. Resentment by common folk against a psychic aristocracy, for instance, and danger from rogue mentalics. Harry lifted both hands. Quite a choice, isn't it? Either a hell-bent battle with chaos, or a permanent mutant ruling class. No wonder you finally decided there must be a third solution. No wonder you've worked so hard to develop Gaia as a way to replace the Selden plan.
When he responded, there was deep respect and compassion in Daniel's voice. Your work still has great importance, Harry. Humanity must be kept engaged during the next few centuries.
Engaged? You mean distracted, don't you? The people of my Foundation will think they are bold explorers, holding destiny in their hands, winning a better future by their own efforts, though aided by laws of history. Then, abruptly, you'll bring this new thing upon them. Already approved by some fellow who knows everything.
A man who is always right, Daniel corrected.
Harry waved a hand. Whatever. Daniel sighed.
I know you have reservations, Harry, but consider the long-range prospect. What if there are entities in other galaxies, similar to the meme minds we encountered on Trantor? What if they are more powerful? Perhaps they have already assimilated all life forms in their home galaxies. Their influence may even now be stretching this way toward us. That outside force could be a terrible threat to humanity. Only if the human species is unified, powerful and cohesive, a true Galaxia superorganism, can we be assured of your survival.
Harry blinked for a moment. Isn't that a far-fetched scenario? Or at least a long way off?
Perhaps. But dare I take that chance? I am compelled by the Zeroth Law, and by my promise to Elijah Bailey to protect you all no matter what the pains, no matter what the cost.
Daniel Oliver took a step forward, motioning toward the heavens.
Besides, think of it, Harry. Every human soul in contact with every other one. All knowledge shared instantly, all misunderstandings erased, every bird, animal, and insect incorporated into the vast, unified web. The ultimate of serenity and understanding that your ancient sages yearned for, and it can be achieved in just over half the time that you project for the Foundation's final battle with chaos.
Yes, it has attractive features, Harry conceded. And yet my mind and heart keep pondering Terminus at the opposite side of the galaxy. A small world, very much like this one, this poor wounded Earth. Despite everything, Daniel, the odds were in their favor. All the factors agreed. They would have had a good chance.
70% is not good enough.
So you won't let them try?
Harry, even if they do break through to that mythical other side, you don't know what kind of society they will build afterward. You admit the socio-equations explode into singularities at that point. All right, the Foundationers may defeat chaos. They may achieve some great new wisdom, but then what? How about the next crisis to come along? Psychohistory offers no insights. Both you and I are blind. We have no idea what would follow, no ability to plan or protect them.
Harry nodded. That uncertainty, that inability to predict, has been my lifelong terror. It's what I always fought against, and the bond that united me to you, Daniel. Only now, as I approach my end, do I see a strange sort of beauty in it. Humanity has been like a child who was horribly traumatized, and thereafter stayed in the nursery, where it could be kept safe and warm. You may differ with the Calvinians over many things, Daniel, but you both prescribed amnesia to help ease our collective trauma. A dull forgetfulness that could have vanished any time our protectors chose to pull back the blinds and open the door, but you never did. Treating us that way would have been a horrible crime, except for the excuse of chaos. And even with that excuse, isn't there a limit? A point at which the child must be untethered, letting her take on new challenges, facing the future on its own terms? Harry smiled. We can only ask that our descendants be better than we are. We cannot demand that they be perfect. They'll have to solve their problems one at a time. Daniel stared for a while, then looked away.
You may be able to take such an attitude late in life, but my programming is less flexible. I cannot take risks with humanity's survival.
I see that. But consider, Daniel, if Elijah Bailey were here right now, don't you think he would be willing to take a chance? The robot didn't answer. Silence stretched between them, and that was all right with Harry. He was still looking at equations painted across the stars, waiting for something to reappear. Something he had glimpsed before. Abruptly, several of the floating factors entered a new orbit, coalescing in a pattern that existed nowhere except in his own mind. No existing version of the Selden Plan Prime Radiant contained this insight. Perhaps it was an old man's hallucination, or else an emergent property arising from all the new things he had learned during this final adventure. Either way, it made him smile. Ah, there you are again. Are you real, or a manifestation of wishful thinking? The motif was that of a circle, returning to its origins. Harry looked up at Daniel, no doubt the noblest person he had ever met. After 20,000 years, struggling for the sake of humanity, the robot was undeterred, unbowed, as resolute as ever to deliver his masters to some destination that was safe, happy, and secure. Surely he will keep his final promise to me. I will get to see my beloved wife one last time. Having lived more intimately with a robot than any human, Harry had some sympathy for Zorma and Claudia, who wanted greater union between the two races. Perhaps in many centuries their approach would combine with others in some rich brew. But their hopes and schemes were irrelevant at present. For now only two versions of destiny showed any real chance of success. Daniel's Galaxia on the one hand, and the glimmering figure Harry now saw floating in the sky above him. "Our children may surprise you, Daniel," he commented at last, breaking the long silence.
Pondering briefly, his robot friend replied, "These children. You refer to the descendants of those exiled to Terminus?"
Hari nodded. 500 and some odd years from now, they will already be a diverse and persnickety people, proud of both their civilization and their individuality. You may fool a majority of robots with your man who is always right, but I doubt many in the Foundation will accept it.
"I know," Daniel acknowledged with pain in his voice. "There will be resistance against assimilation by Gaia. Short-sighted panic, perhaps even violence. All of it unavailing in the long run."
But Hari reacted with a smile. "I don't think you quite understand, Daniel. It's not resistance that you have to worry about. It will be a strange kind of acceptance that poses the greatest danger to your plan."
"What do you mean?"
"I mean, how can you be so sure that it won't be Gaia that's assimilated? Perhaps the culture of that future Foundation will be so strong, so diverse and open, that they will simply absorb your innovation, give Gaia citizenship papers, and then move on to even greater things."
Daniel stared at Hari. "I find this hard to envision."
"It's part of the pattern life has followed since it climbed from the ooze. The simple gets incorporated into the complex. For all of its power and glory, Gaia and Galaxia are simple beings. Perhaps their beauty and power will only be part of something larger, something more diverse and grand than you ever imagined."
"I cannot encompass this. It sounds risky. There's no assurance."
Hari laughed. "Oh, my dear friend, both of us have always been obsessed with predictability. But sometimes you just have to understand. The universe isn't ours to control." Though his body felt weak, Hari sat up higher in the flotation chair. "I'll tell you what, Daniel. Let's make a wager."
"A wager?"
Hari nodded. "If you have your way and Gaia assimilates everybody, eventually creating a vast unitary Galaxia, tell me this. Will there be any more need for books?"
"Of course not. By definition, all members of the collective will know, almost instantaneously, anything that is learned by the others. Books, in whatever form, are a technique for passing information between separate minds."
"Ah. And this assimilation should be complete by, say, 600 years from now? 700 at the outside?"
"It should be."
"On the other hand, suppose I am right. Imagine that my Foundation turns out to be stronger, wiser, and more robust than you, Wanda, or any of the robots expect. Perhaps it will defeat you, Daniel. They may decide to reject outside influence by robots, or human intellects, or even all-wise cosmic minds. Or else, maybe they will accept Galaxia as a marvelous gift, incorporate it in their culture, and move on. Either way, human diversity and individualism will continue in some form, and there will still be a need for books. Perhaps even an Encyclopedia Galactica."
"But I thought the encyclopedia was just a ruse, to get the Foundation started on Terminus."
Hari waved a hand in front of him. "Never mind that. There will be encyclopedias, though perhaps not at first. But the question that now lies before us, the subject of our wager, is this. Will there still be editions of the Encyclopedia Galactica published 1,000 years from now? If your Galaxia plan succeeds, in its pure and simple form, there will be no books or encyclopedias in 1 millennium's time. But if I am right, Daniel, people will still be creating and publishing compendiums of knowledge. They may share countless insights and intimacies through mentalic powers, the way people now make holovision calls, who knows? But they will also maintain a degree of individuality, and keep on communicating with each other in old-fashioned ways. If I'm right, Daniel, the encyclopedia will thrive along with our children and my first love." the foundation.
Harry Selden lapsed into silence, a quiet reflection that R. Daniel Oliver respected. Soon his granddaughter, Wanda, would come up this slope, a crumbling hill composed of rubble from past human civilizations, and collect him for the journey back to Trantor, and perhaps to a special reunion that he longed for. But for the remaining moment, Harry admired a vista stretching overhead, the galactic starscape imbued with his beloved mathematics. He stared up at the radiation-flecked sky and greeted Chaos, his old enemy. "I know you at last," he thought. "You are the tiger who used to hunt us. You are winter's cold. You are famine's bitter hunger, the surprise betrayal, or the illness that struck without warning, leaving us crying out, 'Why?' You are every challenge humanity faced, and eventually overcame, as we grew just a little mightier and wiser with each triumph. You are the test of our confidence, our ability to persist and prevail. I was justified in fighting you, and yet without your opposition humanity would be nothing, and there could never be a victory." Chaos, he now realized, was the underlying substance out of which his equations evolved, as well as life itself. Anyway, it would be pointless to resent it now. Soon his molecules would join chaos in its everlasting dance. But up there, amid the stars, his lifelong dream still lived. "We will know. We will understand and grow beyond all limits that imprison us. In time, we will be greater than we ever imagined possible." Acknowledgements. Among the Asimov experts who offered wisdom and advice were Professors Donald Kingsbury, James Gunn, and Joseph Miller, as well as Jennifer Briel, Attila Torkus, Alejandro Rivero, and Wai Hua Wang. Also providing valuable comments were Stephen Jones, Mark Rosenfelder, Stein Sigurdsson, Joy Crisp, Ruben Krasnopolsky, G. Swenson, Sean Wang, Freddie Hansen, Michael Westover, Christian Reichardt, Melvin Luck, J.V. Post, Benjamin Freeman, Scott Martin, Robert Hurt, Anita Gould, Joseph Cook, Alberto Montero, R. Sayers, N. Noof, A. Fakin, Michael Hochberg, Adam Blake, Jimmy Fung, and Jenny Ives. Sarah Schwager and Bob Schwager were conscientious and keen-eyed copy editors. I am also grateful to Janet Asimov, John Douglas, Ralph Vincenanza, and above all to Cheryl Brigham, whose skilled reading caught many errors, whose hands substituted for mine in a crisis, and who kept life going when I felt like a helpless robot. The quotation in section in Part 6 about the Gospel of Uniformity is from Alfred North Whitehead's book, Science and the Modern World, 1925. Afterword. It is never easy to write in a universe that was created by another, in this case brilliant, writer, especially when that writer is lamentably no longer around to consult by letter or phone or over a glass of beer. One must study his works in order to forge a new episode that has consistency with the original stories, and yet contribute fresh insights that he might have enjoyed reading. In this case, all three authors of the second Foundation trilogy, Greg Bear, Gregory Benford, and I, felt compelled by the logic of Isaac Asimov's universe to add the key element of chaos, a horrible disease of the mind afflicting all of humanity. Isaac left plenty of clues to this very thing, allowing our innovation to stay consistent with his earlier works. Moreover, chaos explains the major salient feature of his future history, an amnesia that debilitates quadrillions of people for hundreds of generations. I could go on about the reasons why I wrote this new layer the way I did, but at this point I'll forego any further comments except to say that I don't see the story of Harry Selden being quite finished. As Isaac did habitually, I laced Foundation's triumph with clues that others might take up some day, if they choose. hints that culminate in 2 wry pages that I considered including as a denouement to this book. But instead of muddying the waters, perhaps I'll just post them elsewhere sometime. They are not so much a part of Foundation's triumph as a dream of what just might happen next. That is what's so much fun about our ongoing dinner-table conversation about destiny. We get to poke away at the future, explore it with experiments and fantasies, discover mistakes to avoid, and uncover possibilities that our grandchildren may take for granted. Timeline for the Robots and Foundation Universe. 1982 CE. Birth of Susan Calvin. Incorporation of U.S. Robots and Mechanical Men. I, Robot. 2007 CE. Susan Calvin begins to work for U.S. Robots. Later becomes Chief Robo-Psychologist. I, Robot. Early 21st century. A social and technical renaissance flourishes on Earth. Development of positronic robots controlled by 3 laws of robotics. The complete robot. Hyperatomic drive allows first successful interstellar journey. I, Robot. Through an accident, Joseph Schwartz is sent on a time journey 10,000 years into the future. Pebble in the sky. 2064 CE. Death of Susan Calvin. I, Robot. Humanity begins colonizing several planets, including Aurora. The first chaos outbreaks affect civilization, breaking down confidence. On Earth, citizens cluster underground, ban robots from cities. Spacers lose empathy. Relations between Earth and spacer worlds deteriorate. Foundation's triumph. 300 years before events in the Caves of Steel. The planet Solaria, the last spacer world, settled from the planet Nexon, the naked sun. Decline of the robot-dependent spacer culture. Later, Han Fastolfi of Aurora creates the humaniform robot, R. Daniel Olivor. Approximately 3500 CE. Spacetown is established near New York City. R. Daniel Olivor is assigned to work with Earthman detective Elijah Bailey, the Caves of Steel. 1 year later, Elijah Bailey and Daniel Olivor pursue an investigation on Solaria, the naked sun. Fastolfi becomes influential in Auroran government and supports new Earth emigration. Opponents, led by Keldon Amadiro, want spacers to terraform and populate new planets, the Robots of Dawn. 2 years later, Bailey carries out investigation on Aurora, accompanied by Daniel Olivor and Giscard Reventloff, a telepathic robot. Aurora lets Earth colonize new planets. Giscard suggests Earthfolk must build their new worlds completely without robots, the Robots of Dawn. 2 years later, the second wave of emigration from Earth begins, led by Ben Bailey. First settler planet is named Bailey World, Robots and Empire. Number of settler planets grows fast. Relations between settler and spacer worlds grow tense, Robots and Empire. 37 years after the events in the Caves of Steel. Death of Elijah Bailey on Bailey World, Robots and Empire. 196 years after the events in the Caves of Steel. Keldon Amadiro and Levular Mandamus begin planting nuclear amplifiers throughout Earth to take revenge for their earlier defeat, Robots and Empire. 200 years after the events in the Caves of Steel. Death of Han Fastolfi. Population of Solaria vanishes. Daniel Olivor and Giscard Reventloff formulate the 0th law of robotics to override original 3 laws. Giscard provides Daniel with telepathic abilities. Amadiro and allies turn on amplifiers to make the Earth radioactive and uninhabitable. Giscard permits this for 0th law reasons, in order to encourage human dispersal, then dies because of first law conflicts. Robots and Empire. The Great Diaspora, final emigration, begins. A majority of robots split into 2 camps. Giscardians, led by Daniel, follow the new 0th law religion. Calvinians think this an outrage. Robotic civil war ensues, mostly unseen by humans fleeing poisoned Earth. Meanwhile, robot ships operating under Auroran programming cruise the galaxy ahead of the spreading settlers, terraforming and preparing planets for colonization. Meme entities will later claim that this devastated existing races. Memes escape to the galactic core. Foundation Sphere. Foundation and Chaos. 301 years after the events in the Caves of Steel. Spacer-colonized planet Inferno is doomed by ecological and cultural catastrophe. Robots are built to operate under new laws, giving them greater flexibility and freedom. Settler specialists help terraform the planet. Caliban. Hostility toward new law robots grows evident. Inferno. Comet crashes into the planet. Merging of spacer and settler cultures prevents social collapse. Utopia. The interstellar robot civil war eventually reaches Inferno. New law robots are destroyed or go into hiding. Foundation's triumph. Approximately 1200 BGE, before Galactic Era. Planet Rhodia and the Nebular Kingdoms, led by the noble Henriad family, shake off rule by planet Tyran and rediscover democracy. The stars like dust. Decadent spacer worlds slowly die out. Colonization of galaxy completed. Foundation and Earth. R. Daniel Oliver formulates the encoding laws, setting limits to artificial intelligence. Foundation's Fear. Damping effects such as historical amnesia, brain fever, and Giscardian mentalic persuasion devices are introduced to fight chaos. Human mind, society, and technology stagnate. Some human and robot groups fight the amnesia. Foundation's triumph. Approximately 500 BGE. Trantorian Republic of 5 worlds becomes Trantorian Confederation. Then later the Trantorian Empire, the currents of space. R. Daniel Oliver uses early laws of humanics to guide it. Human origins forgotten. 200 BGE. Half of the inhabited worlds of the galaxy are part of Trantorian Empire. Trantor supports rebellion of planet Florina against oppression by planet Sark, the currents of space. 1 GE. 12,500 CE equals approximately 8,000 years after the Great Diaspora. Trantorian Empire becomes the Galactic Empire, start of Galactic Calendar. 827 GE. Arrival of Joseph Schwartz, thrown forward in time. A radioactive and sparsely populated Earth tries to revolt against the Empire by using a bioweapon. Rebellion fails, thanks partly to Schwartz and a mentalic amplifier. Empire initially helps Earth recover, then effort is mysteriously abandoned. Pebble in the sky, Foundation's triumph. Approximately 900 GE. Forced evacuation of inhospitable Earth. Establishment of colony on planet Alpha. Foundation and Earth. 975 GE. An alien race is discovered on a desert world and moved to Cepheus 18. Later they mysteriously escape beyond the galaxy. Blind Alley. Approximately 2000 GE. Daniel Oliver and R. Jan Konsarv established a robot production and repair facility on distant Eos. Foundation and Chaos. The Great Ruelis helps establish principles of good paternalistic government, augmenting the stability of an unchanging society against chaos. Foundation's triumph. Approximately 3000 GE. During a chaos outbreak, ancient personality simulations Voltaire and Joan of Arc debate about machine intelligence. Foundation's fear. With support of Calvinian robots, the Empress Shori Harn tries to introduce a new calendar and shake up social rigidity without success. Foundation and chaos. 8789 GE. A new renaissance begins on planet Lingane. Falls into chaos 8 years later. Foundation's triumph. 11865 GE. Humanoid robot Dors Venabile is constructed on Eos. Foundation's fear. 11867 GE. The only extragalactic human colony is abandoned in the Greater Magellanic Cloud. All is data suppressed. Foundation and chaos. 11988 GE. Birth of Hari Seldon and Cleon I. Daniel Oliver knows the Empire is destabilizing, partly due to frequent chaos outbreaks. He is forced by the Zeroth Law to actively interfere, first as Chief of Staff, then as First Minister. Prelude to Foundation. His secret genetic experiments lead both to Hari's mathematical genius and the appearance of human mentalics. Foundation's triumph. 12010 GE. Cleon I becomes Emperor. Prelude to Foundation. 12020 GE.
Hari Seldon lectures on possibility of psychohistory. Daniel persuades him to develop a practical science to help save the Empire. Doris Venabile becomes Seldon's wife. They adopt a boy, Rach. Seldon and Hugo Amaral begin to flesh out psychohistory. Prelude to Foundation. 12028 GE. Calvinian robots, led by R. Plusix, move to Trantor and find historical documents dating from era of Shori Harn, as well as the Sims Voltaire and Joan of Arc. They help seed a new renaissance on planet Sark, Foundation Sphere. Seldon helps remove Laskin Joranum from politics. Daniel resigns his post. Cleon I makes Seldon First Minister. Ito Demerzel. Voltaire and Joan get into the Trantorian mesh, where they meet the ancient memes, triggering a rebellion among TikTok robots who kill many of Daniel's positronic companions. Seldon strikes a deal to get the memes off Trantor. Sark Renaissance falls into chaos. Foundation Sphere. 12038 GE. Death of Cleon I. Cleon I. A military junta seizes power. Seldon resigns as First Minister. Doris Venabile. 12040 GE. Birth of Wanda Seldon, daughter of Rach, Doris Venabile. A new renaissance begins on planet Matter-Loss. Its collapse rocks galactic society. Foundation and Chaos. 12048 GE. Death of Doris Venabile and fall of the junta. Doris Venabile. Puppet Emperor Aegis XIV ascends the throne. Real power is in the hands of the Commission for Public Safety. Wanda Seldon. Daniel brings Doris to the EOS space for repair. Foundation and Chaos. 12052 GE. Birth of Bellis Seldon. Hari Seldon discovers Wanda's mental abilities. He tries to find others without success. Psychohistorical equations predict the unavoidable collapse of the Empire. Seldon team works out plan to save human knowledge and create a second empire via the Foundation. Death of Hugo Amaral. Wanda Seldon. 12058 GE. Rach, Manella, and Bellis move to Santani, where a new renaissance has begun. Anacreon province seeks independence. Chaos breaks out on Santani. Rach dies, and his family is lost in space. Stettin Palver, another Mentalic, joins the Seldon project. Wanda Seldon. 12067 GE equals 1 FE. FE equals Foundation era. Puppet Emperor Claudius I sits on the throne. Hari Seldon is put on trial, and Commission for Public Safety exiles the Encyclopedia Foundation to Terminus. Beginning of the Foundation calendar. Foundation. Varaliso, a strong Mentalic, gets entangled in Farad Center's hunt for robot Eternals. Calvinian robots foiled in a plot to ruin Seldon Project and stymie Daniel's control over human history. Foundation and Chaos. 12068 equals 2 FE. Reign of Puppet Emperor Semrin. Members of Encyclopedia Foundation exiled to Terminus. Daniel plans using human Mentalics to design and overmind Gaia. Millions of ancient archives are destroyed. A new renaissance on planet Catlina is devoured by chaos. A heretic robot tries to send Seldon into the future but is foiled by Daniel. Moore's plant dives into the future. Foundation's triumph. 12069 GE equals 3 FE. Death of Hari Seldon. Chief Commissioner Ling Chen dies. Replacement pays attention mostly to Trantor and vicinity. Psychohistorians provide secession at Empire's periphery. The Originist. 50 FE, 12116 GE. Anacreon declares independence, separating Terminus from the Empire. Seldon's hologram explains the true purpose of the Foundation, the Encyclopedists. Terminus offers scientific support for neighboring kingdoms, balancing their powers. The Mayors. 80 FE to 195 FE. Foundation develops quasi-religious sway over neighboring kingdoms, the Mayors. Foundation then relies more on economic influence, the traders, the merchant princes. 195 FE. Under Cleon II, Imperial General Bel Rios campaigns against the Foundation, conquering large territories. But Cleon recalls the fleet, as predicted by psychohistory. The General. Approximately 260 FE. Dagobert VIII rules Remnant Empire. The rebel Gilmer's troops sack Trantor. Second Foundation protects the Galactic Library, then signs a peace treaty with Gilmer. Trantor falls. Approximately 300 FE.
Empire of Dagobert IX has shrunk to 20 worlds centered on Neo-Trantor. The Mule, a mutant with strong mentalic power, conquers the Foundation, knocking Selden Plan off course. The Mule establishes the Union of Worlds and searches for the Second Foundation. Search by the Mule. Approximately 3:05 FE. Members of the Second Foundation metallically alter the Mule, who then gives up further conquest. Search by the Mule. Approximately 3:10 FE. Death of the Mule. The Foundation regains strength, but also begins studying neglected mental sciences, further endangering Selden Plan. Search by the Foundation. 376 FE. The Foundation searches for the Second Foundation, fearing its mentalic rule. Diverting this search with a ruse, the Second Foundation continues operating secretly on Trantor, Star's End. Search by the Foundation. Daniel Oliver unleashes his Gaia Overmind. 498 FE. The Gaia Overmind offers Golan Trevisi, the man who is always right, a choice between an empire built by physical force, one ruled by Second Foundation mentalics, or a galaxy-sized version of Gaia, Galaxia. No other options are presented, and no other humans consulted. Trevisi chooses Galaxia. Preparations begin for gradual assimilation of humanity into the collective Overmind. Foundation's Edge. 499 FE. Trevisi embarks on a journey, seeking to explain his choice. On Solaria, he finds the planet's vanished folk have become a new race. Reaching Earth, he meets R. Daniel Oliver, whose actions to this point were compelled by the Zeroth Law. Trevisi realizes any real solution must take into consideration robots, Solarians, memes, mutants, and any other kind of intelligence. The right answer may not be to simplify. Foundation and Earth. 520 FE. First Galactic Coalescence Investigation Commission convenes on planet Penja. The subsequent Great Destiny debates rage for 180 years, interrupted by waves of violence, amnesia, and chaos. Robotic civil wars reignite. Foundation civilization approaches ultimate confrontation with both Gaia and chaos. Foundation's triumph. 1020 FE. 116th edition of the Encyclopedia Galactica. Foundation. 1054 FE. 117th edition of the Encyclopedia Galactica. Foundation's Triumph. Compiled by Attila Torkos, 1998. End of Foundation's Triumph, the Second Foundation Trilogy, Volume 3. By David Brin, David Brin. Read by Roy Avers in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress. June 2003. Published by Harper Prism, a division of HarperCollins Publishers, 10 East 53rd Street, New York, New York, 10022-5299. http://www.harperprism.com. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.